Nos.
What? Re.
Nos.
What? I have no idea what's happening.
I mean, is it a day that ends in Y?
Wow. Rude. What did I do to deserve this?
Existence.
Okay. Do we have much to talk about before we get into the video?
Well, it's not really.
Alright. I have previewed a little bit of this video, and, there's some points in there we're probably going to agree with, and there's points in there that we're probably going to have a bit of a problem with, which is why we're covering it. Um, Obviously, I haven't watched a full video, only bits and pieces, and some of those pieces I definitely had an issue with. This video is
Oh,
painful, God bless you guys.
I
Oh.
just realized who this is.
Oh?
Oh, yeah, I've seen a few of his videos. I actually like a few of them.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
think
yeah,
I've
now
seen
now I'm curious. Now I'm really curious how this is gonna go because I'm surprised that he would say something like this is good.
It's not so much he said it it's good. The title is Revisiting the Last Jedi and Why It's Alright, which
Yeah, but then his
definitely
thumbnail.
more positive. Not saying it's good, but the thumbnail says it's a beautiful mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've seen some of those guys' videos in the past too, and I was, from what I remember, they were decent. But I know EFAP has also covered this guy, and I'm pretty sure the video they covered that time was pretty bad.
Oof.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's
Yeah.
see what
Let's
happens.
see how it goes.
This should thankfully not be an Acer tier video, hopefully.
Hopefully. But also, depending on how well it goes, we might have to split this into two because this is a 40-minute video, and I don't know if we can get through a 40-minute video in decent time.
Yeah, we'll see.
$2 from Flannel McMantle. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Catch you on the re-upload. Good luck with Crabman. Oh, thank you.
See, saying Crabman just reminds me of My Name is Earl. I fucking love that show. It's too bad they got canceled on a cliffhanger.
Yeah, same with Asher's the Evil Dead. Fucking assholes.
Oh.
$5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. Hi, my Toppin' friends.
Hello, Alex, again. Yeah, he's been coming into my streams and my Elden Ring streams and just being like, "Oh, hello, my top."
Yeah.
Every time.
Alrighty then.
God, you should almost rename your channel to My Top.
Nah, that's too close to High Top. Maybe you guys would think it's alright if you just stopped drinking your Haterade and started taking your mandatory Disney SSRIs? The fuck is that?
I don't know for sure. I don't know off the top of my head. Coach, you can roast me for that
$5
later.
from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Your Elden Ring videos have inspired, I assume that's me, to go back to the game, running a dex strength build. Oh,
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I think the Elden Ring streams have been going pretty well. I've been enjoying them.
Yeah.
We gotten a decent bit into the game. Yeah, so because like I said, people were asking like for if they're a noob, what build should they run? And I said a quality build if you want to be able to test all of the weapons.
Mm-hmm. See what you
And yeah, and then decide what you feel like feels best to use, and then focus on that.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I just checked too. This video is a lot older than I thought. This is from January 2020.
That's not so bad.
It is. I just thought it was a newer video since it was posted in suggestions recently.
All right.
For Shaperless is provided by Skillshare. Tune in till the end to find out how you can try Skillshare absolutely free. That's right, partner. Live free and join. Okay, video time. So, this is a video I never expected to make. I figured I had said my piece about this film and I could move on with my life now. But two things dragged me back in. Number one, The Rise of Skywalker really made me reevaluate a lot of the choices this film made, and I think it was worth revisiting now that I've seen this piece of commercial diarrhea. And number two, I wanted to
Well, that is funny. I agree. The Rise of Skywalker is, commercial diarrhea, but holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess real quick, Alex Hoffman, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. How is everyone? I'm doing
Thank
pretty
you.
You'll do pretty good too,
good. Yeah.
for once.
I exist.
Yee.
ask y'all something. Have you noticed that fans of The Last Jedi have gone completely insane? There's this prevailing notion on film Twitter that anyone who doesn't like this movie is a tasteless moron. And like, is this movie really the one you want to say that about? I'm on.
Yeah, that's, again, I agree. I agree fully with this.
Yeah.
Yep. There's definitely a lot of weirdos on Twitter who act like The Last Jedi is the greatest thing since sliced fucking bread.
Yeah, I at least had somebody admit to me they only like it because they're a contrarian. I was like, okay, fair. And they liked it because they're a contrarian, and they liked that it was destroying the entire world of Star Wars. Because they got a kick out of that. And I was like, alright,
well,
fine. Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, fair enough. If someone likes it for that reason, hey, I hate Star Wars and this movie ruined it for everyone, fucking awesome. You know what? That's a take I can...
Yeah.
I definitely don't agree with, but I can at least respect.
I can respect your lunacy, sir.
Some people just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah, in this case, they want to watch the worlds burn.
The fantasy worlds.
That's why they play that scene in fucking The Force Awakens over and over again. Yes! Blow it all up. 25 Polish Lodi from Geiger, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If it ain't my favorite Owl, Hansi, and Dragon Boys, the guy you're watching is a handful. Oh boy. €5 for Mr. Pyro Crab, thank you very much as well.
Thank you.
Thanks for tearing into Shaft for me. I hate this normie so show no mercy. Oh well. I mean, we're gonna treat it on the level like we treat everybody.
Yeah.
It doesn't make logical sense. If not.
Yeah, and like I said, I've seen his videos in the past and I like them, so I'm not sure where this is gonna go. It's like, how are we gonna tear into this? Like, what is he going to say exactly that's gonna be so bad? Also, I find it very funny that it's Mr. Pyro Crab who said that, and it's like, yes, another crab. Crab's worst enemies.
Yeah, it's
A crab's worst enemy is another crab.
It's a crab battle. Come on. Crab
Yeah, exactly.
battle.
Crabs always just drag the other one back down into the bucket.
Mr. Pyro Crab in chat, nothing Shaft ever says is logical. Oh no. It can't be that bad.
No, I don't think it's that bad.
Well, so far
he
he's had a great point right here.
Yeah, he did just make a good point. There's a lot of weirdos on Twitter who think this movie is fucking super amazing when it's not.
Yeah, and this is the hill to die on, and it's like, are you sure? Meanwhile, like, you're at the top of a mountain looking down at this guy who's standing on a little, like, gopher hole. And he's like, are you sure that's the hill you want to die on?
Honestly really happy that people love this film. Hell, if you love Rise of Shitwalker, I'm very happy for you, because getting mad over other people's film opinions is such an idiotic thing to do. So instead of
So, that's the first piece of, bit of a bad take, I think. Bad faith take on what criticism is.
Yes.
It's not so much that people get mad over other people's opinions. It's that people, like me, get a bit irritated when people say stuff that just isn't true.
Yeah. Like, if you're talking about the last Jedi here, and you're like, Boba Fett was my favorite character in the movie. He was so cool and badass.
Well, you don't even have to go that far. Just saying that Luke Skywalker is perfectly in line with Luke from the original trilogy. It's like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's like, this is not fit at all.
Disney Luke and original trilogy Luke are two completely different characters.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit more as the video goes on, though.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see.
Instead of disregarding someone's opinions on cinema and politics because they don't like an awkward casino space horse movie, how about we all take a chill pill and recognize that as long as you're not a racist, sexist piece of garbage, your opinion on this movie is valid. If you
Okay, so here's the thing I have to strongly disagree with.
many
Ooh.
more bad faith takes there.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was really bad. Holy shit.
And here's the thing that's gonna shock people: if you're a racist, sexist piece of shit, your opinion still is valid if it is valid. You being a terrible scumbag piece of shit does not negate your opinion. It does not invalidate your idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
even
just, you're
terrible.
just a terrible person.
Yeah, even terrible people can be correct about certain things. So that's just a really dumb. Like the idea that, oh, well, because you are a terrible person, you literally can never have a correct opinion ever. It's like, no, that's not how that works.
It's like, you trust me, you do not want to go down that standard, because what if they start saying things that you believe, so therefore, in your world, now you're the terrible person as well, because you hold the same opinion they do.
Yeah.
Hey, you know who's someone who a group of people actually who had some of the earliest anti-smoking campaigns? The funny mustache man from the 1930s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just pointing out that just because someone is terrible doesn't mean every single thing they believe in is terrible.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, smoking is bad. Just because the Nazis said it doesn't mean you can no longer say smoking is bad.
Just because the Nazis built it, should we rip up the Autobahn? Fuck no.
And then you have the other issue with this as well is these terms are so meaningless nowadays. Everyone gets called these for anything. It doesn't matter. It's so easy to get called this shit. So it's literally like, okay, well, you can invalidate literally anybody's opinion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've been called a sexist misogynist because I called Myra Brown dumb. Actually, no, I think it's because I called her the Nuka-Cola bitch and the synth lady in Fallout 3 all bitches. Actually, I'm not sure I called Myra a bitch, but the other two I definitely did.
Yep.
And it's like, what? So now I'm a horrible woman-hating sexist because I called a dumb character a bitch? That's not how that works.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it does in their delusional world.
Yeah. But also the whole thing, too, really reeks of bad faith that, oh, it's a movie with a silly casino horse scene on it. Is that really why you hate it? It's like, come on. You know there's more than that.
Yeah.
That is a very disingenuous way to frame the situation.
Yep. Don't you mean Mayor Braun? Oh, yeah, we're getting the Vincentisms early.
Well, it's strange that he would even say this, considering he's outright said that The Rise of Skywalker is shit. So, well, I guess that makes you racist and sexist.
Well, that does. There are a lot of people who like The Last Jedi who hated Rise of Skywalker. One of the funniest among them was when Patrick Willems tweeted out "Fuck you, JJ" for Rise of Skywalker, and then people responded to him with a picture of him holding up the sign. It's a movie about space wizards intended for children.
Yep.
That's great. That's fucking hilarious.
Hang him by his own petard. But also, I don't think that's exactly what our boy here is actually saying. I think he's using it as a framing device for what the other side does. So let's go back and listen to that again real quick.
All right.
because they don't like an awkward casino space horse movie. How about
You gotta go look a bit further back, okay?
Shitwalker? I'm very happy for you, because getting mad over other people's film opinions is such an idiotic thing to do. So instead of disregarding someone's opinions on cinema and politics because they don't like an awkward casino space horse movie,
You're right. He is kind of framing it more towards that's one of the big criticisms of it. It's like, no, that's one of the more minor criticisms of it. That entire thing could be cut. The other criticisms are more like death wounds to this whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Fatal.
The whole Finn plotline to The Last Jedi is like a side quest that could be skipped out entirely and you wouldn't really lose anything from it.
Exactly.
In fact, I think you could cut the whole thing and not lose anything from the rest of the movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's
I-
there's absolutely nothing that happens in it. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
And the one
Yeah.
thing is like supposed to be like the smuggler, who for some odd reason the Star Wars universe or like they expected that a criminal was going to be moral person because oh Han Solo was. Are you that fucking dumb?
I do agree with part of what he's saying here of like, oh well, I'm not going to like I don't care about your political opinions or your opinions about film or anything else because you don't like this specific movie.
Mm.
I think that's dumb.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that point of it.
So do I, but then he also goes into the whole, oh yeah, if you're sexist, racist, whatever, then your opinion doesn't count.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah.
again, what is your definitions of sexist and racist? Because that's one of those things that varies from person to person.
Which it shouldn't,
Like-
but it does.
Yeah, because again, Mahler was called a racist for being critical of Black Panther. It's like, well, what if the movie is just genuinely bad? How does that make him racist?
Yeah.
Yep.
Or God forbid, fucking the critical drinker calls out, you know, how terrible female characters have become. Oh well, he's just sexist.
Yeah,
God, I fucking
We've
hate
seen
that
that.
shit.
we've seen this song and dance a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. How dare you not like Captain Marvel, you sexist piece of shit. Like fucking hell.
How about we all take a chill pill and recognize that as long as you're not a racist, sexist piece of garbage, your opinion on this movie is valid.
I also want to point out, I don't like that piece of garbage is associated with Salacious Crumb. He is fucking epic.
Yeah.
If you think this is the best Star Wars movie, that's valid. If you think this is the worst Star Wars movie, that's valid. If you disagree with
Why did you show Screaming Angry Kylo there?
Yeah. Loving The Last Jedi is valid, hating The Last Jedi is valid. I can agree with this statement on screen here. You can
Yep.
love it, you can hate it. Doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah.
either of those two statements, then you can leave my video now because I am making this video exclusively for sane people. Here is a sane...
So is it
like-
not sane to love the movie or hate the movie? What if you've come to that conclusion based on entirely rational, sane logic?
No, I think he's saying the people who are like freaking out on Twitter and shit about
Oh.
about people having these opinions and then getting like, you know, saying like I'm not even going to accept anything you say because you either like or dislike this film.
Mhm.
Those people need to leave.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, that's
Might have
fair.
skipped for me, so I might not have caught the little bit of context there.
You know, that's how it sounds to me. We can watch it again just to make sure, but that's how it sounded to me.
Yeah, we can watch it again. But first, $5 or £5 from Threadnought. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's an awkward movie about space horses in a casino for kids. It's not supposed to be good.
Is that the goblin voice?
I don't know if that's a goblin voice. I was just trying to
Just-
sound like that idiot.
Because Threadnought said do it in the goblin voice, Setch. I have no idea what that means.
Do it in the goblin voice. What's the goblin voice? Yeah, I see Threadnought said that later. What's the goblin voice?
Is it that weird like nasally thing that he does? Like that I also do? Yeah, you know, that kind of shit.
It's an awkward movie about space horses in a casino for kids. It's not supposed to be good. I don't know if that's it or not.
Goblin
Yeah, I have
D's
no
nuts.
idea.
Goblin D's nuts. Alright.
discussion about the things that I like and dislike about the movie. Feel free to disagree with anything I say as long as you're not a racist, sexist moron. Now then, I wrote
What if the racist, sexist moron is
It's
like
entirely accurate and correct.
is
Yeah.
entirely accurate?
Yeah, and you're in the wrong.
What if you say there's no guns in this movie and you like that, and a racist, sexist moron says, "Wait, but there are guns. You use a clip of them holding guns."
Yeah.
Are they just wrong because they're a racist, sexist moron?
Yeah, I don't. He should have never put this in his video. This part right here, this whole racist, sexist stuff. It's like it's too vague anymore
Yeah.
to really pin this kind of shit down because you could call anybody this. And the idea that because somebody is one of these things, they just can't have a correct opinion
Ever.
and you can't accept that opinion because it was said by somebody who is one of those things. It's like, no, I'm sorry, that's not how that fucking works. It's like, what if a fucking racist says rape is bad? It's like, oh, well, sorry, you can't agree that rape is bad because a racist said it.
Yeah. So now you by default will have to come down on the side that rape is good. So yeah, this is again, this is not a standard you ever want to set yourself. Anybody can be correct. Anybody can be incorrect. All that matters are facts.
Yep.
It reminds me of that. It's used as a reaction image now, but it's like an old Onion article or something where it's like, tragic. Person you don't like has a valid point.
Yeah.
That's great.
I wrote a letterboxd review of this movie a few weeks before watching Rise of Skywalker, and this video is going to be a further elaboration on my points in that review, with some added perspective now that Rise of Skywalker exists. I'll do what Jenny Nicholson did that one time and make this a compliment sandwich. Go back and forth between positive and negative statements about this movie.
I hate when people do this.
I really do dislike that sort of thing, because what if there isn't anything positive in this movie? What if there is way more negatives than there are positives? And so you're trying to do a compliment sandwich, so by your own definition, there has to be, by logic, more positives than negatives in this movie.
Hold on, how is that a compliment sandwich, though? Because
you start with a compliment, you end with a compliment.
Oh.
So compliment negative, compliment negative, compliment negative, compliment negative, compliment negative, compliment negative.
Okay,
compliment.
yeah, I get it. But yeah, I don't really like the idea of doing that, just because it comes across as it's a bit weird. Like, why limit yourself like that when, like you already said, what if there are no good elements to it? Or in the reverse, what if you're talking about something that is really good and you don't really have that that many negatives to say about it?
Yeah.
I hate when people do this.
You wouldn't really need to do a compliment sandwich for something that's good, though, because something like this is obviously just a tool to say, hey, this bad thing isn't really that bad.
Yeah, and it feels like people only do this to try and placate the other side. Like, see, guys, I'm gonna say something good about it. Don't tear me apart. Like, I can't stand that shit. It's like, have some principles. Don't be afraid to just completely shit on something or completely like something.
Yeah.
Don't feel the need that you have to say something negative or you have to say something positive about something that you don't see any negatives or positives in.
Or where the positives are so, like, minor and unimportant, they're basically worthless. Because that's kind of the position I am.
Yeah.
I'm in with Fallout 4. I like the power armor. I like the shooting.
I have a feeling that in order to pull off this compliment sandwich, we are definitely going to get a lot of, and Phasma looked cool.
Well, he actually does say something about her.
No, but I mean, that's the kind of level I feel like the only way you're going to be able to do this compliment sandwich nonsense on The Last Jedi is to do nothing burger compliments like that. Phasma looks cool. There's your compliment. Then you go into a negative. Then you go to another compliment, which is they call back to Finn being in the garbage department or something. I don't know.
Yeah. In fact, I would say that tends to actually make something feel more negative, almost like you're being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Like, let me go in depth about why this is negative. Now, let me throw in this superficial positive aspect real quick. Okay, now back to the in-depth negative stuff again. It's like, yeah, it feels like you're just being, like, sarcastic.
Someone in chat just gave a really good example. Oliver Swanwick is a deep and moral character.
Oh my god.
I love doing deep dives on Oliver Swanwick.
Not that shit again.
Yeah.
But to pull positives out of this movie, you're gonna have to do stuff like that, or you're gonna have to do mental gymnastics to, like, try to believe that Luke is perfectly in line with the originals and stuff like that.
Yep. $50 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I need more tops. Creetosis, how much for Setch?
See, the thing about that is I'm caught between being extremely greedy and wanting to say thousands of dollars, but also at the same time valuing him properly at approximately $5.
Wow. Suck my nuts. Both of them.
Cree doesn't want to give up his favorite top.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't want to give up my favorite farm tool.
Alex, you want a real answer? You want a real answer? $300 to my Twitch right now, and I'll play Heavy Rain on stream.
Oh,
Ooh.
why would you do that to yourself?
Well, that's the new bounty game. We switched off of Hunt Down the Freeman to Heavy Rain.
Oh,
Because people have said, we only voted Hunt Down the Freeman for the memes. Like, god damn it, guys, the bounty is there for people to actually pay to play the game. So we do the game that's on the bounty.
and
Jason!
just mentioning that game has got people in chat going, Jason!
Yep. Jason! Jason! Sean! Sean! Oh god, the fact that it breaks that one cutscene is so
Yeah,
fucking
oh my
funny.
god, I
When
fucking
he's-
love that.
When he's wrestling with the killer, and you just see his eyes closed, mouth goes open wide. Sean!
Well, the funniest part is when he actually pulls the kid out of the drowning pit, and I can't remember if the kid is dead or alive in that clip, but he's looking straight into his face, screaming Sean.
Yes.
Yeah. God, it's so funny.
Oh god. $5 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. Done. How do I do that? Well, you can go to my Twitch and click on donate. But
Oh,
you don't
no.
have to. You don't have to. Again, that's the bounty game. That'll be for everybody can pile in on that if they want.
Without further ado, let's start with something completely non-controversial.
Okay. Bro,
Oh.
Luke is pretty rad in this movie.
Uh,
I mean,
Yeah, no,
you're
I
gonna have a
completely
lot
disagree.
of work to do on this one because I think the universal statement is that Luke is not, like, he is not in character in this movie at
he
all.
is pathetic in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what the argument is going to be.
Yep.
I may have gone too far in a few places. But oh well. Luke in this movie is friggin' awesome in my humble opinion that you could disagree with because no one is objectively right about whether or not this was a good direction to take his character.
Ooh,
No,
no,
we
no, no,
actually
no.
are objectively right that this was a terrible way to do it. Because it completely destroys his entire characterization and goes counter to his entire narrative for the first 3 fucking movies.
Yeah, no, you can't sit here and be like, try to pull the whole, well, there is no such thing as objective critique bullshit. You cannot do that. No. There is, and 100% Luke is out of character.
Yep.
And this is made even worse, by the way, if you take in stuff like Mando and Book of Boba Fett, which characterizes him more. And yeah, the result is pretty dire. So,
Yep.
again, the prequels are kind of garbage. Well, more than kinda, but they do still have some good elements to them. One of those elements is the Jedi Council being out of touch because they have this whole weird celibate monk thing going on where you can't show emotion, you can't love, because that's a path to the dark side. And this is what sets up Anakin. One of the many things that sets up Anakin to fall to the dark side. He's fallen in love, and when he's worried about Padme, he can't go to the Jedi for support because he'll be thrown out of the order if he reveals that, he has fallen in love. He has made these connections.
Yep.
And
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, which is one of my biggest problem with the Jedi in general, is like, instead of coming across as like a monastic thing where you're supposed to experience these things, but be able to set it aside, to use your logic and not let emotion dictate you. They just flat out ban the emotion itself, not realizing that what trouble that causes. You shouldn't
But
ban the emotion. You should be like, hey, you're going to experience this emotion, but in order to be a Jedi, you must rise above it. You must think logically. You must put that emotion aside so you can focus on what is important.
But see, that's the interesting through line through the prequels and the original trilogy is that the Jedi were wrong there. And
Yes.
then Luke uses his family connection to Vader to bring him back to the light. And similarly, Vader, when he's like, probing at Luke's mind in the final movie, oh, your sister. And that's when Luke freaks the fuck out and nearly kills Vader.
Mm-hmm.
It's showing the difference between letting your emotions control you and being in control of your emotions.
Yep.
Because that's how Anakin fell. That's how Luke almost fell. And Luke realized and had to pull back and be like, no, I can't let this control me. And that's why those movies were so good, the original trilogy. And that's, again, one of the good aspects to the prequels. But this is ruined with the Disney movies and, again, Book of Boba Fett. Luke is going back to the old way of and I realize Book of Boba Fett wasn't out when this guy was making his video, but I'm going to use it as an example anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Luke saying to Baby Yoda, "Oh, you have to give up your emotional connections to be a Jedi." So rather than Luke continuing on the natural path that you would expect from Return of the Jedi, he's going back and making the same old mistakes that the Jedi did in the prequels.
Yep.
And that's why this doesn't make sense, is because Luke would not do that. He saved Vader's soul, in a sense, by bringing him back to the light at the end with his through the emotion.
Yeah, and Vader himself even admits it at the end. He's like, because when Luke says that he's got to save him, Vader says to him in his dying words, "You already have."
Yeah.
You were right, Luke.
Yeah. And that is such an amazing moment in the movies.
Yep.
But then you get The Last Jedi where Luke is like this depressed weirdo. He tried to kill Kylo Ren in his sleep because he was edging towards the dark side. It's like, wait, hold on. You turned one of the most evil men in the universe back to the light, but then your nephew has a bad dream, so you're gonna fucking cut him to pieces in his sleep? And the movie does say that he refrained from doing that, obviously, but he got to the point where he's standing over the bed with the lightsaber ignited. Like that, it's just weird to me that people think that that's somehow in character. I'm going to murder my young nephew
Yeah.
because he had a bad dream and I
Yeah.
sense darkness in him,
Yeah.
rather than trying
the
to like,
person that redeemed Darth Vader.
yeah,
Yeah, like you're gonna go out of your way to not kill Space Hitler and make sure that he comes to the the light side again. But your nephew has a dream, has not done anything, has not actually committed any crimes, unlike Vader, who has created who did mass genocide and
Uh-oh.
killed countless people. But no, your nephew had a bad dream. Time to
Uh-oh.
pull out your lightsaber and fucking chop him in half.
yeah, because you know how many steps you would have to take to go to someone's room, stand over them while they're sleeping, and have a weapon pointed at their head? Like, let's swap out a lightsaber for a gun. You'd have to make sure the gun is loaded. You'd have to make sure you have it on you when you're going there. You'd
You'd have to make sure you
there's
could
just so
quietly
many
sneak
steps
into
to
the
get to
room.
that point where it's like, oh yeah,
Mhm.
you hesitated at the last second. That's not good enough. I'm sorry.
By the way, I'll say this. Alex Hoffman with $2. Thank you. I think I did it right. I own such now. The Madman actually fucking did it, so we're doing Heavy Rain.
Oh,
Nah,
I can't wait to see a piece of farm equipment play Heavy Rain.
Ah! See, when the Lizard
Yeah.
World Order takes over, alright?
It won't be within my lifetime.
I mean, you've already got Canada, so. How's it feel being in the northern shithole?
I don't know.
Sean! Yeah, it's gonna be Sean time.
God, I can't wait for them to try and enforce that shit. It's gonna be so fucking bad.
Yep.
But yeah, the fact that he ignites the lightsaber too, he doesn't just pull it out, he ignites it. That's literally the equivalent of if you were holding a gun, racking the slide and pointing it at somebody's head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously the writing in these movies is terrible, but Kylo Ren had every right to defend himself at that point. Like, how else do you react to waking up to see someone standing over you with a weapon as if they're like a lightsaber ignited as if they're about to kill you?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I don't blame the character decision to go completely to the dark side at that point because you fucked that up.
Yeah. Like, a mentor, a relative of his, not just a mentor, a relative of his is standing over him with a lightsaber, about to murder him. That's a natural fucking reaction to immediately rebel against said mentor / relative.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if my fucking uncle walked into my room this one day, he comes over and he tiptoes in, sneaks in, and he's holding a gun to my head, and I wake up and see that shit, you best fucking believe I'm gonna fight my uncle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
God, I don't know how someone can say fucking that he was objectively not out of character in this film. He was. He absolutely was. Like, it's one thing to be say like, well, I like this version of Luke. That's one thing, but to say that other people can't be objectively correct, that it's bad, it's like, no, you absolutely can, and it is.
And again, your evidence is the original 3 movies. That's all you need
Yes.
to show is the original 3 movies and showcase what his character obviously was, and especially highlight what he did with Darth Vader.
Yep.
The Jedi Order and the old Jedi Order and the old Jedi teachings would have taught him just kill Vader. But no.
In fact, that's what both Obi-Wan and Yoda wanted.
Yep.
They wanted him to go kill Vader.
Yep, because they come from the old Jedi Order. And Luke, and this is made more clear in the games because Luke represents the new Jedi Order. Again, the games before, long before Disney and everything came out, when they were basing it off of what Luke's original characterization was, and he starts the new Jedi Order. And his whole thing is like, yeah, you're going to have these emotions, but you need to rise above them. You need to keep them in control of yourself. Don't let them control you. Don't let your wild passion dictate what you do. By the way, if you haven't, I was gonna say, if you haven't played it, definitely go check out Jedi Outcast and everything. Fantastic series. Anything with Kyle Katarn in it is a good series.
Crazy Hopo Jedi could have been an interesting character if he wasn't called Luke Skywalker. That's the thing too, is you could get away with this whole characterization for this character if it wasn't Luke.
Mm-hmm.
If the character in The Last Jedi was just some other Jedi, because who knows? Maybe that other weirdo Jedi might have actually stood over someone's bed with a fucking lightsaber ready to kill them because they had a bad dream.
Yeah. It being Luke, and especially it being Luke standing over his nephew planning to murder him, is just like, yeah, that does not work. You cannot have that with Luke Skywalker. Also,
I don't think that Leia or Han Solo would accept, oh yeah, he was going to the dark side as an acceptable answer for why their child is now dead.
Yeah. Also, Thread Knight, yeah, I know. Dark Forces is the first-person shooter. It's Jedi Outcast is when Kyle Katarn finally embraces the fact that he is Force-sensitive.
There's a story... Go ahead.
I was going to say, Jedi Outcast is when you specifically work with Luke Skywalker. Whereas Dark Forces is Kyle Katarn acting as a rebel infiltrator and spy. Dark Forces is a fantastic game series as well. But it's just different. It's the first-person shooter versus Jedi Outcast, which is where you have third-person lightsaber combat, and you have some first-person shooter stuff. Because Kyle Katarn is still a skilled badass.
There's a storyline in the KOTOR comics that is this whole idea done actually well. Oh.
Nice.
But I don't know. I think it was. I like him here. Luke Starkiller is a bitter old coot, and nearly everything involving him in this movie is fantastic. Nearly.
Okay, you keep saying that.
Yeah, he said he
How?
liked them, that's one thing, but he just preceded that with, you can't say he's objectively out of character when he is.
Yeah. And then you go back to the subjective. You like him, you like everything about him in this movie. Then you go to another objective qualifier, he's fantastic. Okay, now you need to explain how. You need to show the evidence for how is he fantastic.
Yeah.
Because him being a bitter old coot is entirely out of character for him already. That already goes in the complete opposite direction of what his characterization was.
Yeah, with no explanation of how he got there, because you maybe could write Luke to end up in this place, aside from, murdering or trying to murder his nephew. But there's just no buildup. It's just, oh, here's Luke Skywalker, hopeful hero who defeated the Empire, to Luke Skywalker, a miserable old hermit who hates everyone and wants to be left alone to die. Like that's just too big of a change to just say, oh yeah, it happened off screen.
Also, I will be right back.
All right.
My stomach did the thing.
Liking it doesn't mean it's all right. Yep, exactly. It would take a lot of work to make Luke's despair make sense. Yeah. I did hear rumors that George Lucas did want to go with a storyline of a depressed Luke for his trilogy, but the thing is, I think even George Lucas would have had build up to that as to why it made, like, why Luke got into that position, how he got there. Well, I mean, I'm fairly sure George would. I mean, he ended Revenge of the Sith, where everything is set up obviously to lead directly into A New Hope. So, yes, play Heavy Rain. That's about like playing Detroit Become Human. Oh god. Fucking David Cage games. Finn could have had a Katarn story arc. I honestly thought they were going for that. Yeah, that could have worked if they did it well. I'm not muted, am I? No, I'm not. Hopefully such doesn't take too long. I'll just keep reading chat until then. Or, how are you doing, Pagan?
I'm doing fine.
Good. Quick, what's your favorite shotgun?
Ooh.
I said quick, fucker!
Well, I don't know. Such has changed
Faster!
has possibly convinced me the Maverick 88, but I am still a big fan of the Remington 870, so
The Remington is the one a lot of shotguns in games are based on, right?
yes. The
Alright.
hunting shotgun in Fallout New Vegas is a Remington 870.
Ah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. $5 for Alex from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Now how much for you, Birdman? For next week, a good addition to my collection. How much for what? $10 from Chris Ellinger. Thank you. I want a cool Luke. I don't know why they didn't do that. Imagine how much more marketable it would have been. Who wants an action figure of this Luke? Soy boys. Or I guess he's saying soy boys want that. Yeah, like I've gotten into collecting action figures and like statuettes of cool characters and stuff. I've got a statue of Geralt from The Witcher fighting a fucking griffin. It is an awesome statue. I don't want like an action figure of a depressed old weirdo who wants to who fled to an island because he wants to die. You know? I need more. $2 from Alex Hoffman. Well, I don't sell my soul for cheap. Let's just say that.
Ooh, actually, if we're gonna go with like vintage shotguns, I'd probably have to say like the Winchester 1897 trench shotgun. Ooh, perfect. Yeah, you get a fucking 18-year-old a war crime stick, and oh, you'll make Germany fucking cry. Which they did. Hilariously enough, they tried to get the fucking 1897 trench shotgun banned in World War One because it was so effective that they considered it a war crime. And the US basically said, okay, yeah, sucks for you. Too fucking bad. You're using fucking chemical warfare, so we're gonna use shotguns. Fuck you.
Alright, I'm back.
Hmm. Welcome back.
Wait,
Alex
was
Hoffman
that
is
about
trying to
World
buy Me Too now.
Wait, was that about World War One?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, we had to
Here's
fill time while you were gone.
here's some knowledge bombs. The Allies used more chemical weapons than the Axis.
Yeah, we know. Fucking Canada.
Significantly more.
Yeah, I know. But it was still funny that they were like, that Germany tried to get fucking shotguns banned, and the Allies were like, nah, you're using chemical warfare, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Back when Canada was still based.
Based. But yeah, that was always fun. I think you could see the logic behind it though, because a bullet wound you can patch up. A gunshot wound turns you into fucking Swiss cheese. Or a shotgun wound turns you into Swiss cheese. So you could see the logic of why it's like, hey, that's not savable from a person. Like, you know, there is no method of saving them. They're gonna die a miserable, agonizing death. Yeah, it was just a interesting thing. Yeah, and then I saw a couple super chats in. Holy shit.
Yeah, I read through those already.
Yeah.
Yeah, who would want an action figure of this version of Luke? Like, dear God, no. I got an action figure of well, I say action figure. It kind of is, but like, it's an expensive collectible of Q from Star Trek: The Next Generation, and I ordered one for Captain Sisko from the same site. It's like, yes, fuck yes, these are cool because these are cool fucking. I think they had one of Locutus. I pre-ordered that too.
Yeah.
I think. Don't quote me on that. But you won't buy these things because these characters are cool and because you like them. Sure, some people do like the new Luke, but for me, it's just the logic is so broken about how he got here that it's just no.
Yeah.
Not to mention the whole movie is bad.
Joe M, I highly recommend a channel called Indy Nidell. And what he does is he goes through World War One and World War Two week by week. Like literally every single event that happens for that week. Great series, and yes, it did actually take him several years to do each series. A fantastic watch through. But the Canadians were so notorious for using chemical weapons in war in World War One that the Germans would have to double the amount of anti-chemical weaponry means when it came to gas mask and treatments and med kits, stuff like that, if there were Canadians suspected to be on that front.
Yeah. Oh man, hold on. I want to read this meme.
Uh-oh.
When you're busy gassing the Americans, but some 19-year-old Marine with a gas mask jumps into your trench, slams 5 shells into your close comrades, and you realize you're about to get violently vibe checked by a war crime stick.
$2 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much. Okay, other tops. We must get the bird on side.
Yeah, Alex Hoffman was looking for a way to buy me too, and I don't know how that would work. I don't know.
He didn't buy me. Again, exact wording. I said $300 to me right now, and I will play Heavy Rain on stream.
He bought your time.
Yeah, he bought my time. That's right.
Well, I guess Is there any particular game you want to see me stream, Alex Hoffman? Because maybe I could do that in a similar way to Setch did.
Mm.
I know when I was doing the Amnesia The Dark Descent streams earlier in the month, people were like, how much to play Amnesia Rebirth again? It's just like, I've already done a stream of that. Why would you pay me to play it again? Just to see me suffer? And people are like, yes.
Yes.
Tentacle Dude posted a few comments here in chat I wanted to grab.
Okay.
Hey Stag Crew, I was wondering if we could ever see you do positive coverage like EFAP's Arcane coverage. I feel like a Cyberpunk Edge Runners coverage could be quite cool since you seem to like it. How would you know if I seem to like it or not? Do you know if I've even seen any of the episodes?
If you technically, if you mean me and Pagan, sure, we like it.
I have seen the first 2 episodes and I'm enjoying it so far. We're probably going to watch more later, and yeah, we could probably cover it and do a breakdown on it.
We've also done positive stags in the past. Deep Space Nine was...
Which we need to do more of.
Yeah. There were rough spots in Season 1, for sure, like the Dow Rock. Oh, I hate that episode so much.
Oh god, yeah.
That was the Space Jizz one,
Yes, that
right?
was the Space
Yeah.
Jizz. But
See,
the village, the village is the village stood up to the village is strong. Shut up, O'Brien. Just stop.
Yeah, I don't like the Space Jizz episode, but that's still better than the fucking board game one.
Yes. Move along home. Like, oh,
Right, that's what it was called. Move along home.
Ugh.
But the good thing is, most of Deep Space Nine is really good, so we don't have to deal with too many episodes like that. You know,
Yeah.
we don't have to deal with an episode of the Enterprise turning into a fucking ancient Mayan fucking pyramid-looking thing.
Remember in that stag as well. What part of the longest part of that stag was just talking about the single episode duet, because it is that fucking good. It is some of the most legendary Star Trek there is. Holy shit, it is so good.
Yeah, duet is fucking amazing. $2 from Alex Hoffman, thank you. Co-op streaming with the gang, any game, how much? See, that's the thing. I'm hesitant to say a price because I feel greedy when I'm saying, you know, pay me this much money to play a game.
Grift.
It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Grift. Learn the grift. Grift.
Okay, but it's just not in my nature to be like, pay me now.
It's because he's too Canadian, everybody. He's too Canadian. We gotta breed it out of him.
Yeah, I'm too Canadian. I'm getting my fucking World War I gas ready. Yeah, it's hard for me to put a price on that, but we are planning on doing more co-op gaming streams anyways.
There is one.
Hmm?
There's one I've been playing lately, which is called Shatterline. It's free to play. It's genuinely really fucking good. Not gonna lie, it's still in like early development phases, and it's already really fucking good. It has for its main thing, you can play PvP if you want, but it has a 3-player co-op mode. This 3-player co-op mode is a roguelite. It is a lot of fucking fun. Granted, you can get fucked over by it real hard too if you get really bad RNG, but it's really fucking fun.
They probably won't be able to do it because Korea's busy and his time management is terrible. Hey! How dare you speak the truth?
Speak truth to power! Truth!
That's what I just said. How dare you speak the truth?
Do not believe his lies! He will mislead you, it is the truth!
Reject. Sorry, eh? Return to gassing the enemy.
Oh, there's needs to become based again.
$2 from Alex Hoffman, thank you. How much for community stream of Foxhole? What's that?
Foxhole's a lot of fun. So what Foxhole is it's an isometric war simulator. And what you are is you play Axis versus Allies. Not what you would expect. It's the Wardens versus the... Oh shit, what are the other factions called? The Covenant? I forget what the other faction is. Doesn't matter. But it's basically the Tans versus the Greys. And it is entirely a war simulator. So you need somebody to build the railroad tracks. You need somebody to build the trains. You need somebody to build the factories. You need somebody to build the APCs and tanks and mortars and guns. Colonials, thank you. Colonials, it's colonials. You need somebody to do all this stuff. So you need somebody to run the factories. So you need somebody to supply the factories and everything like that. It is a fantastic game because everybody you're on one side or the other. And it's like, okay, now you're here in this war. We have no goals for you whatsoever. You can do whatever you want. Are you somebody that gets a lot of joy out of going mining and delivering tons of resources to help reinforce the war effort? Are you somebody that's really good at calling in artillery? Are you a commerce raider? So you load up an APC and get a couple anti-tank mines and stuff like that, and you just go driving deep into enemy lines and attack all their supply lines and stuff. What do you want to do? It is a really, really good game, honestly. But it's pure multiplayer, by the way. For obvious reasons.
$2 from Alpha Craig. Save him from an agonizing death by pew pew to head. Oh.
Kree's not allowed to do that anymore.
Yes, not since the accident.
Not since the noodle incident. Noodle incident?
We don't talk about the noodle incident.
God, that reminds me of a moment in fucking Saints Row. Oh, when they're like talking about the meatball incident.
Oh, you mean the new Saints Row?
Yeah. Like,
yeah, that was Ghost Pepper Night.
Yeah, that's it.
Why'd you have to remind me of that stupid fucking game?
Misery loves company.
Some people did suggest a Morrowind co-op stream and multiplayer Baldur's Gate.
Oh god, I have to do this. Admiral Tony Donnie says, is such a danger noodle? No, but I have one.
Anyways, we should probably get back to the video.
God, if anybody gets those multiple references, holy...
The lightsaber toss is a bit too goofy, sure. Ideally, he would have dropped it on the ground instead of tossing it over the shoulder. Like, that's what I expect the Lego game cutscene to do. But still, turning Luke...
Okay, no, him dropping it or throwing it over his shoulder doesn't work. Again, his characterization doesn't make sense of why he abandoned everybody to their fate. Like,
and cut himself off of the Force and didn't do anything to solve this problem he helped create.
Yeah.
It's now causing untold death and destruction and pain and misery across the universe.
Yep. Noodle incident? Don't you mean the turkey incident? Remember, everybody, if you hear go, 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 he's here. He's there. Hide your knife.
George's script for the first two was leaked, I believe. That'd be interesting to read through at some point.
But for real, who you main in Dawn of War Setch? I'm mostly Imperial Guard, but Orc's good. I play the Tyranids mod. I am absolutely a Tyranids player. I am an unashamed, no matter through thick and thin, aka through Matt Ward nerfing the fuck out of us constantly. I will still play Tyranids. The Tyranids win. The Tyranids win. There is no there is no getting around this. The Tyranids win. They only lose in every story through complete contrived plot bullshit out of nowhere. It is a meme for the Tyranids are winning again, and then Deus Ex Machina happens. It's like, god damn it. Honestly, Games Workshop just made them too strong. The Tyranids, in their lore, in the way they actually work, they are way too fucking strong. But, hey, that's the news we live with.
Granted, dropping the lightsaber of shock could still work depending on how it's handled. It wouldn't fit the context of TLJ, though, because TLJ has no context. It's a contrived piece of garbage. Yeah, I remember hearing someone before, it was probably on EFAP, but imagine if she had handed him the lightsaber, and rather than just dropping it on the ground like it was nothing, he's more like surprised and shocked to see it, and that's what makes it fall from his hands. That'd be so much more interesting than just him dropping and walking away, or him tossing it behind his shoulder like a joke.
Yeah. Oh god. The Tyranids are so OP that they're even OP in the over-the-top universe Warhammer 40k. That's a bit silly, isn't it? Yeah. They, again, Warhammer 40k is all about everything is overpowered as all fuck. But the problem is that the Tyranids are a league above everybody else when it comes to overpowered, because of what they represent. And I love the line that so perfectly encapsulates what the Tyranids are. Given that the Tyranids are entering our galaxy from a different angle every single time they invade, that means that we're likely surrounded, and that every other galaxy out there that we see is likely a dead world, is just nothing but death, and and we're the last man standing. We're the last galaxy in the entire universe left that the Tyranids haven't devoured yet.
Horrifying.
Yep. They are the Lovecraftian nightmare threat. Especially when Psychers start going mad from the Shadow and the Warp, and they see what is called by the Genestealer cults, the Tyranid cults that worship the Tyranids. They see what's known as the Father Below. And you see this massive thing below the Milky Way galaxy coming up, and it dwarfs the Milky Way galaxy significantly. And it was just like, oh shit.
Oh.
And it's likely that all of the hive fleets, these things that destroy multiple worlds, kill trillions upon trillions upon trillions of people, and are stopped through incredible bullshit or sacrifice, are likely just the scouting force for what's coming.
Into a crusty old hermit who's drowning in despair and self-loathing is super interesting. J.J. Abrams gave us inherently uncreative choices for Han and Leia in this new trilogy. What's Han doing 30 years later? He's still smuggling and stuff.
I agree with this, honestly.
Aside from the Luke part.
Yeah, not the Luke part. Again, where I'm specifically talking about this point he's currently making. I absolutely agree. Like, J.J. Abrams did nothing with the characters. What's Han? He's a smuggler still. What's Leia? She's a rebel leader still. Why is there a rebel leader?
Call him by his proper name, such as Jar Jar Abrams.
Jar Jar Abrams.
Yeah, it was insanely uncreative for these two to be filling the same role they did 30 years ago, though. Especially since Han Solo moved beyond being a simple smuggler. He was a war hero at this point, and he should be far more respected than, I had to go back to smuggling because I'm a loser.
Yeah.
What's Leia doing? She's still generaling and stuff. Wow.
Okay, no. Her generaling is fine, right? But she should be the general of the Republican army, right? Of the New Republic. She should be the army. She should be the general of the New Republic's army. What is she the general of? She's the general of the not associated with the Republic resistance. And it's like, why? Why is she the general of a resistance movement? You guys won the war. The Empire is gone. You have the Republic now. What?
Yeah.
How? Why is there a resistance at all? And they're like, it's a resistance to the First Order. You wouldn't have a resistance to the First Order. You would have the Republican military fighting the First Order.
Not just that. The reason they actually did the resistance is because, we still need our underdogs, though.
Yes.
Because,
again, they should have just been the Republican army. All right.
Stop saying Republican. It's Republic. I thought you fucked up the first time, but you said it like 3 times now.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it now. How to spite? it's
no.
Fine. It's the army of the Republic. Is what it should have been. Then, when the First Order does their terrorist action and destroys all those planets, and the Republic has fallen, then rename them into the First Resistance Movement or whatever.
Yeah,
Them being a resistance movement before the First Order has done anything is really fucking weird.
it is weird.
No, it wasn't a Freudian slip. I was just referring to the Army of the Republic as the Republican Army. Because it just fits more with what I think what the army would be called.
Wouldn't it just be the Republic Army?
No, not really. Yeah, like you'd have to do Army of the Republic instead. Republic Army just...
Yeah, but Republican Army makes it sound like, oh yeah, there's a Democrat Army and a Republican Army, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
Who's to say there's not? Midterms are coming.
Look, my main thing was it just sounded a little bit too political for something that has nothing to do with actual politics.
That's fair. Yeah, it's not what I was trying to get at all, but...
No, I know, it's just what it sounded like.
Because it would, if they were like the Guard, it'd be called the First Republican Guard. Oh, shit. I'll just try. I'll try my hardest just to call it the Army of the Republic then, from now on. How about that?
Alright.
I'll try. I mean, the First Order certainly behave like Democrats. Oh shit, Tentacle.
Well, so much for not making
Damn.
it political.
Yeah, damn. Chad dove in
Tentacle
on that
dude just fucking flushed that down the toilet.
one. Yeah, Tentacle dude dove on that one real quick.
He's not wrong.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I'll try to do Army of the Republic. We'll do it that way. Again, assuming it comes up at all ever again.
So riveting. Granted, both of them are entertaining in those roles, but I'm glad Ryan decided to take Luke in a different direction. If Luke was raring to go to train Rey and save Leia and face down the entire First Order, that would be fun, sure. But it's not as interesting as seeing Luke go through a dynamic character.
I think he's gonna get so much worse with what he's just about to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna wind it back just a few seconds and let him complete that.
Uncreative choices for Han and Leia in this new trilogy. What's Han doing 30 years later?
No, we're going a little too
he's
much.
still
Sorry.
smuggling and stuff. What's Leia doing? She's still generaling and stuff. Wow, that's so riveting. Granted, both of them are entertaining in those roles, but I'm glad Ryan decided to take Luke in a different direction. If Luke was raring to go to train Rey and save Leia and face down the entire First Order, that would be fun, sure. But it's not as interesting as seeing Luke go through a dynamic character change. Seeing him come to grips with his depression and trauma is just really powerful and unexpected. I could see why people didn't like it, but I think it's really neat. The most
But it wasn't a dynamic change. It was a change that was made out of nowhere, literally devoid of anything. It
was a change made because Rian Johnson wanted to be subversive and do something you wouldn't expect, no matter how little sense it made.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to bring Luke back to help fight the First Order. Oh, what's that? He threw the lightsaber over his shoulder. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, JD, that's another example. JD says it's the Irish Republican Army, not the Irish Republic Army. Yeah, I know. That's why
Fair.
I said it would be Republican, but now I'm just like, I'll try and just say. And then 80 Krauser suggested just call it the Grand Army of the Republic. Sure. We'll try that.
Anyways, back to the current point, which that kind of threw me off, actually. Right, Ryan made a lot of these changes because he wanted to be subversive, no matter how little sense that made.
Yeah, and if I believe right, he cited Game of Thrones as like subverting expectations was the way to go, because this is still the height of Game of Thrones doing that, even though it wasn't actually subverting expectations if you read the books until we get to the later seasons, which are just.
Well, even the book subverted expectations if you had a certain thing in mind. Like, if you hadn't caught on yet that things aren't going to go the way you necessarily think they will. But even then, when Game of Thrones, both the books and the show up to a point, subverted expectations, they did it in a way that makes sense within the context of the world and everything that's been established.
Yep.
Ned Stark dying makes the most sense given all the characters and elements at play in the story at that moment.
Yep, exactly.
In fact, it would have been a problem if Joffrey was like, you know what? Let's actually send him to the wall. Let's forgive him for his crime. Let's whatever. That isn't fucking killing him in front of his daughter and all these people, because he has been characterized to be a horrible, cruel little cunt at that point. That it makes the most sense for him to take Ned's head.
Ooh.
Hmm?
This super chat from Rage vs. Emil.
Oh,
$5 from Rage vs. Emil. Thank you very much.
thank you.
I lost yet another bet, and I have two options. I want you to pick what hell I get to experience. New Saints Row, just the main story, or 100% Fallout 4. My question is, are you allowed to mod Fallout 4?
Well, no, because, like, what does 100%ing Fallout 4 entail? Is that a single playthrough of one storyline you pick? Or is it, do you have to play through all 4 storylines and then all the side quests?
Yeah.
Because if it's just one storyline and a side quest, I think you can get through that. Like, it also depends which one you find to be more fun to play. Because if you do have to do all like 32 side quests or how many there are, and one main storyline path, then obviously you go with the Minutemen, because that's going to be the least obnoxious of the bunch to go through. And if you enjoy the gameplay, at least that'll get you, like, that'll hold you going through. Whereas playing the new Saints Row, you have to deal with the obnoxious characters constantly.
Yeah.
Even Fallout 4, as garbage as its story is, allows you the time to just go off and do your own shit without the stupidity of the story
He's doing
dragging you
everything.
down constantly.
He has to go through all endings and everything.
All end. Ooh. That's tough.
And no mods, which is... The
Ooh.
mods would have made it way more bearable.
God, I would still say Fallout 4.
I think so.
Just because of how bad the new Saints Row is. I feel like it would be more torturous, but God,
Yeah.
that's still really bad.
See, the problem... I think I will say Fallout 4 confidently now after thinking about it a bit, because Fallout 4, the worst you've got to deal with is the stupidity of the main story and the writing, which, you know, both games have that, but Fallout 4 isn't preaching to you about student loan debts or dealing with immoral companies or your carbon footprint or any of that shit. There isn't a line in Fallout 4 talking about how privileged someone is.
Yeah.
Saints Row 2022 has all that shit. Also, what Krauser said in chat, how about stop making bets? Holy shit. Yeah. If you want to avoid this pain, stop making these bets that you keep losing.
Yeah.
Contentious element of Luke's story, of course, is learning that he considered killing Kylo. Luke, the guy who saw the good in Darth Vader even when Obi-Wan and Yoda didn't, suddenly thinks his nephew is beyond saving and nearly kills him out of pure instinct. Oh, the horror! How could he do that? This is easily the toughest pill to swallow about the entire movie, and I definitely hated this character choice for the longest time. But honestly...
Oh my god, you're actually gonna try to defend this.
Please don't try.
Do not try to defend this.
You hated it for a reason. Don't turn your back and switch sides just because, but I need to placate.
Yeah, no, this is indefensible. This is not a defendable position whatsoever.
Yeah,
this
doesn't
no sense.
Oh yeah,
this doesn't make his prior thing of like, is this really the hill you want to die on? Yeah, it's like, oh, now you're doing that though. Now you're doing the exact same thing. Like, do you really want to die on this indefensible fucking hill?
Yeah, you pointed out how silly and stupid it was to die on this hill, and then you jumped on that same hill and you're dying on it.
Yeah.
But something I was wanting to say before, sure, he finds this new direction for Luke to be interesting. But does something that's more interesting, is that the better choice and something that makes sense for what the characters and world are? because I don't think it does, especially in this case.
Yeah, I'd say absolutely not. I'd say it does so much damage to what Luke was, what Luke represented, that this is just terrible. Oh, it's interesting. I disagree that it's interesting in the first place, but it also completely assassinates his character, his motivations, his logic. This is not the same Luke as would have been in the original 3 movies at all.
Yeah. It would have made most sense if maybe he was trapped there for some reason and he couldn't leave. Or I don't know, because the whole setup was, oh, there's this map to go find Luke. And just that was really dumb on its own. This movie has to kind of build off of that. But even that doesn't make sense because Luke says he came to the most unfindable place in the universe. By the way, the most unfindable? Fuck off.
Yeah. The most unfindable would have been a fucking rogue star, you idiot. Or sorry, a rogue planet. Rogue star.
But not just that. Saying the most unfindable is just like really bad English. That's almost a Martinism bad.
Mm,
But he says he came here to die. So why is there a map to him that R2D2 has the rest of?
yeah. Again, none of this doesn't square away. This movie cannot fit with the new sequels. The Disney shitfest. It cannot fit with the original movies either.
Yeah, that's how fucked it is. That's how fucked Luke is in this movie.
Yep.
But yeah, it just would have made the most sense that Luke would try to fix his mistakes and train Rey.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna tell you this right now, Alpha Craig. You should save the spice for my stream. I don't want to get Kree in trouble. But $5 from Alpha Craig. Thank you very much. The Democrat army that harvests baby Yoda parts seems legit. Post-birth incident sponsored by the New Order coming soon.
Rip.
Yeah. I said I'd probably save those kind of things for my Twitch streams.
I mean, you can also always come onto my YouTube streams as well. I don't give a fuck. I'm not partnered, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm only affiliate on Twitch, so hey, if I get knocked off Twitch, I'll just go to fucking Rumble. I was like, alright, fine. Eat shit.
Yeah.
I still do want to come punt Baby Yoda into a pool of lava, though.
I do too, because Baby Yoda's evil as fuck. Like, irredeemably evil.
Yeah. $2 from Jack Chipper. Thank you. Where was Anakin Force Ghost? TLJ annihilated. That's actually a good point, though. Why are all the Force Ghosts letting Luke and Kylo do this? Like, what?
Yep.
Where was Yoda or fucking Anakin or Obi-Wan or even fucking Qui-Gon Jinn during all this time? Where it's like, hey Luke, we're sensing some darkness in Kylo Ren. You should talk to him. I'm gonna kill him. No, don't kill him. Maybe you should like just sit down and have. I'm gonna slice his head off. No, Luke, Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Mm.
You know. But they need to forget about Force Ghosts until they're convenient to show up to explain the point of the movie.
Yep. Final super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What they should have done is made a story from a pro-Empire perspective. These movies show modern writers' skills. Yeah, the modern writers are terrible. What's funny is Archcast from Arch Warhammer. Arch Warhammer did Archcast, and he talked about how Andor, and I had totally forgotten Andor existed, but that was his point, was that almost everybody forgot Andor existed as a Star Wars show. And the best parts of that show was the Imperial Security Council and their discussions, because it was intelligent dialogue given by intelligent people and everything, and that was what was actually fascinating about it.
I think everyone forgot about Andor because we were just getting so much shit at once. There's She-Hulk, there is Rings of Power, and there's House of Dragon too, which wasn't shit, but a lot of people were from what I've heard, it mostly isn't shit. There's definitely some issues people have had.
There's some preachiness in it too, for sure.
Yeah. Creetosis, what is your take on Andor? It is a show that exists.
Yeah,
That's all I could say. I haven't watched it, so I can't say one way or the other. $2 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. How is he evil? So Baby Yoda is smart. Like, he's 50 years old. He's smart enough to
Yes.
know when someone is injured to heal them, but he also repeatedly eats Frog Lady's eggs
Babies.
of this extremely like rare species that is going extinct, and he repeatedly eats her babies and
Yeah.
doesn't stop.
Even to the
And the
point
show
where
treats it like a joke.
Even to the point where Mando is like, Jesus fucking Christ, stop. And then he does it again right in front of him. Mando has to run over there and grab it and like, no, you little fucking genocidal shit stain.
Honestly, I've kind of come around to it now. Luke is not a perfect character. He's never been.
Okay.
Oh,
There is
God,
a difference
this
between
is-
somebody making a mistake. Like, again, if he trained Kylo, and Kylo kept getting more and more aggressive, and Luke, because of his familial connection, tried to let him have more freedom. He didn't want to be too harsh on him or whatever. He didn't want to push him, and then Kylo fell to the dark side. That's a mistake. Luke wanting to murder a family member because of
In
a
his
bad
sleep.
dream. Yeah, in his sleep. Like sneaking into his room, Luke had to get up, had to get his lightsaber, had to sneak out of his house, had to sneak across the fields, had to sneak into Kylo's house, had to stand over him and turn on the lightsaber, and then bring it down, and only hesitated at the last second. That cannot be defended.
Also, he's not a perfect character. Like, what a shit argument. Oh, I accidentally fucking wiped out an entire city. I accidentally wiped out an entire country. Whoops, I'm not a perfect character. Like, that's not an excuse.
Yeah.
It's just not an excuse for certain actions.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah,
someone making a genuine mistake. Okay, yeah, they're not perfect. Someone going to murder their fucking family member, their young child family member, well, teenager, I guess. That can't just be explained away by, oh yeah, he's not perfect.
Yeah.
yeah.
But like, how do you think adults work? Like, I assume the person who made this video is an adult. Like, do you get the urge to kill your family members if you sense like darkness in them?
All the
'Cause-
time.
Holy shit. Like, just using the base amount of logic would say, yeah, Luke failing the test in Empire Strikes Back, that is on a completely different level from, yeah, I was about to murder my nephew. I stopped myself short of actually doing so.
Yeah. $2 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, I might want to keep the spice for my streams. Well, there is no life before birth, right? Right? I will refuse the comment so that Creetosis doesn't get yelled at.
God, there's something I want to make a joke about that as well, but it's
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
$2 from Lunar Phoenix. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This crap is why I stick to Legends content. There you go. Threadness says, Satch, Luke isn't a Gary Stu, so it's okay for him to be character assassinate. Oh wait, you want me to do the goblin voice? Luke isn't a Gary Stu, so it's okay for him to be character assassinated. I figure that's what the writing when he writes that way. He wants the goblin voice. Murphle says, the person writing this video is certainly a dolt.
We all kind of assume that he always makes the right choices because he's Luke Skywalker.
What? No! He made the wrong choice in Empire. How is the point?
That is why Luke lost to Vader.
Yeah.
Now, you can actually argue what was the actual right choice because, on one hand, he is saving his friends. On the other hand, he lost to Vader and he could have easily fallen to the dark side. Or get captured by the Empire, which was the whole point.
Yeah.
But But yeah, if things had gone even just a little bit differently, that would have been the wrong choice, and the ending would have been completely different.
Yeah. What if Vader had actually killed him?
What if Vader captured him, which was the plan, so they could corrupt him to the dark side?
Yeah.
Jedi Master. This untouchable deity who's grown so wise and powerful that he's completely infallible.
No,
This
no,
is-
no, no,
That's
no, no,
that's
no,
not what he is,
No,
though.
he's not infallible. That was
Even
never
in
the
fucking
point.
Return of the Jedi at the end, he is failing, he is struggling, he is not perfect. What do you think it means when he is wailing away at Vader and cuts his hand off, and he has to stop and look at his hand, his own robotic hand, and realize I've gone too far.
Yeah.
This is the dark side. This is what falling to the dark side is. And he
Yeah.
has to recompose himself, toss away the lightsaber, and say, I'm a Jedi, like my father before me.
Yep.
That is not someone who is perfect and infallible. That is someone who has made a series of mistakes and is correcting them. Fucking hell. See,
Yeah, this
look,
got really bad.
I don't want to be mean. I really don't. But these are the kind of people that are what's wrong with the discussion of why these movies are bad. It's because they do see characters like Lou as infallible deities when they've never been portrayed as such.
Yeah.
That's your
Yeah.
mind at work, not the movies, not the rest of the fans you're saying are wrong for hating this movie.
Well, no, he said you can hate the movie or like.
Yeah,
the
but I
movie.
mean,
Yeah, he's.
he did get a little bit hyperbolic about it earlier.
He did. Absolutely.
So sure, he isn't saying they're wrong for hating this movie, but the implication was that if you care about someone's opinion, then you're dumb. Well, it's not. It's not because of your opinion that's the issue. It's because you're saying stuff that is just wrong like this. This is your own perception of Luke, which is not accurate to the movies, and you're basing your conclusions upon that. That's the
Yeah.
problem we have.
And again, we already explained a scenario where, or at least I explained a scenario where you can have Luke, the wise Jedi Master, fail for an entirely human thing. Where maybe he coddles Kylo too much. He coddles him too much. He doesn't push him hard enough because he's afraid that if he pushes him or he yells at him, that Kylo will lose the support of an uncle and stuff like that. He doesn't want to push Kylo away. But by constantly treating him differently than he treats all the other ones, it makes Kylo feel insecure. It makes Kylo jealous. It makes Kylo, the wheel starts spinning and he falls to the dark side because of Luke's good intentions. That is a mistake that happens all the fucking time. Not to the dark side, light side, but a family member coddles another family member thinking they're doing something good, thinking they're being nice and honest to them, whereas because they treat them differently, because they're viewed as other, this resentment builds up, and then terrible things happen. What's worse, Fallout 4 or The Last Jedi? Last Jedi, easily.
Last Jedi is far more damaging to Star Wars than Fallout 4 is to Fallout.
Yeah, because Fallout was already destroyed by Fallout 3.
Well, by that same standard, we could say Star Wars was already destroyed by The Force Awakens. The Force Awakens is to Star Wars what Fallout 3 is to Fallout.
I'd say not to the same degree. Force Awakens is terrible, but Last Jedi is a whole other level of terrible. Like it is digging past the bottom of the barrel and going all the way to China. Except they won't take Finn with them.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that Fallout 4 is less damaging to Fallout because Fallout 3 already did the damage. Because I still think that Fallout 4 is more damaging to Fallout overall than Fallout 3 is.
Really?
Yeah, because Fallout 3 is still just kind of a bad game that doesn't impact much of the original lore nearly as much as Fallout 4 does. Because, you've got the Enclave over there, you've got the Brotherhood, you've got
Super Mutant.
the Super Mutants, you've got Herald.
Yeah.
But aside from Harold maybe not being there, they don't really damage him that much. He came out of that relatively unscathed compared to everything else. The super mutants aren't the same strain as Mariposa. It's a new strain of FEV, which inventing that is dumb.
Yeah.
And those versions of super mutants are dumb, but they don't ruin the classic super mutants as a result. Then we're left with the Brotherhood and the Enclave, which, yeah, what they did there was fucking dumb. But I don't see what they did with the Enclave there as ruining Fallout 2 Enclave. I see it more as a missed opportunity to do um, a better story than what they could have with the whole Autumn wanting to fix the purifier and provide water for the people of the wasteland. He doesn't want to kill them, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas Fallout 4 has stuff like obviously the ghouls drinking water, which or not needing water, which destroys the entire Necropolis storyline from the original.
Mm.
You have Enclave power armor existing before the Enclave even fucking invented it.
Yeah, fair, fair. I see what you're getting at. I can agree then. Alex Hoppin with $2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Says, Star Wars movies or Rings of Power? Rings of Power is by far worse, I'd say, than the Star Wars movies even.
Yeah.
It's Rings of Power is completely irredeemable.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, we should have just gotten Kat to write fucking Fallout 3 story. Then it would have been good.
The Falcon
Some of you
thrusters
might-
are going to roast these people. Yeah, I agree.
Some of you might get what I'm referring to when I say cat. We'll see if anyone in chat gets it.
All right.
This is the Luke Skywalker that everyone in The Force Awakens is extremely excited to find. This is the Luke Skywalker that's gonna single-handedly turn the tide of the war and save the day. This is the Luke Skywalker that doesn't exist. This portion.
No. Oh, God.
He
They
he
don't want
doesn't
him-
exist because they wrote him to be a pathetic loser.
Yeah. So, can you even think? Can you take a step back and even think? What if they did write it as J.J. Abrams intended, where Luke was the savior again? It would have been in keeping with what Luke was before. So it would actually fit better. Doesn't mean that it would have been a better version of Luke. We'd have to fucking see. Like, J.J. Abrams is pretty shit when it comes to his Star Wars movies as well. As overwhelmingly evidenced by The Rise of Skywalker.
Oh god, yeah.
Because yeah, the whole map to Luke Skywalker thing, they're implying that he's still out there to come back and help, that he wants to be found if he's needed. The implication I got from that was, oh, he's off doing some solo meditation thing where he's not supposed to be disturbed. You know how, like, some people just... I actually don't know if people do that in real life, do they? Are there people who meditate alone for years at a time?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because that's the impression I got from that, was he was doing a solo meditation to, you know, connect with the Force or whatever. Maybe, like I said earlier, maybe he was trapped there for some reason. Maybe his ship broke.
Yeah.
Who knows? Either way.
What if he was going there to recover something important to the Force and everything? What if he was going there because maybe Kylo went there at some point? Now Kylo comes back to him and Kylo has fallen to the dark side. So now Luke goes to investigate and now Luke's missing.
Yeah.
Like, there are all kinds of things you could have done with this story beat.
And things that would have been way more interesting than Luke is a sad, pathetic loser who wants to die now.
£5 from Threadnought, thank you very much. I'd suggest that every single Star Wars movie is a masterpiece. All 6 of them. Yes, even Episode 1. Forget that Disney Wars trash. I would love to forget Disney Star Wars, but I don't know. I still can't see the first 3 movies as... they're way better than the Disney ones, that's for sure. But episodes 1, 2, and 3 are pretty bad still.
Like I said, the prequels, they've definitely got their issues to them. The redeeming factor is that they do have a bit of a through line, and they are trying to expand on the world of Star Wars and tell a story. Whereas the Disney movies feel like they've been made because, well, we need to make a Star Wars trilogy, we need more Star Wars. So
Yeah.
here's a movie that largely copies A New Hope. Then here's a movie that fucks up all the setups from that movie. And then here's a movie to cap it off that I don't like I don't like Jar Jar Abrams, but you can't blame all of Rise of Skywalker's problems on him because he still has to deal with the mess. He has to fucking salvage the wreckage as The Last Jedi to try and complete this trilogy.
Yep.
When The Last Jedi fucked up all of the setups from the Force Awakens, it didn't really set up anything itself.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you fix that? How do you complete that in 2.5 hours?
$2 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Yeah, like my dad. He'll be back any day now. Oof.
Rip.
Yeah, rest in peace. People keep forgetting about Rogue One, Solo, and the Ewoks movie. You should watch Ewoks movie, by the way. No, I refuse.
I haven't forgotten
I have not.
about Rogue One and Solo.
Yeah.
I want to do videos on those movies at some point.
Yeah, I do too. Well, no, not videos, but I do want to talk about them. Because Rogue One is pretty bad. Solo is terrible. Rogue One has some redeeming spot. The finale of Rogue One is decent. But getting there is awful.
I don't agree about the finale being decent. I've got issues with the whole thing. It's the best Disney Star Wars movie by default. In, it's still bad. It's just not as bad as all the others.
I just hate all the rest of the plot. I hate the backstabbing, weapons research stuff. I hate the looking for a dad plot. I hate the blind monk plot. I think the ending, when it's just the struggle to get the Death Star plans, is the only thing that even remotely works in that movie. But even in that, to get to the setup for it is dog shit.
Yeah.
And of course, title dropping. Who are you? We're Rogue One.
My favorite part of Star Wars A New Hope is when Obi-Wan said to Yoda, "Look, it's Luke Skywalker, A New Hope."
Yeah.
This is the true Star Wars A New Hope.
What about the Vader scene? The Vader scene was cool, but I don't know. It immediately going from this into the rebellion, like into A New Hope, is just.
My favorite scene in Empire Strikes Back is when they open the room to the dining room and Vader is there shocking Han Solo. And Vader's like, "Yes, this is the true Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back."
Yeah. What are we, some sort of Rogue One?
I'm still bugged that I was fucking muted when I said that thing on the Silent Hill the other day. Yeah. Oh, it's silent now. What is this? Some kind of Silent Hill?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Portion of the movie is about rejecting the myth and coming to terms with the harsh reality of who this guy really is. He slipped.
Who this guy really is, completely antithetical to everything he believed beforehand. He just decides that I'm gonna kill my nephew now. For the most spurious of reasons. Spurious.
Yeah. Again, this is the guy who... This is the guy who redeemed Darth Vader. Literally saved his soul.
And now he's just suddenly like, oh, I'm gonna do something real evil now. Just just for nothing. Literally, his nephew said, "I have bad dreams." Well, I gotta kill him now. Yeah, even it's just funny because even Mark Hamill, and Mark Hamill's a bit of an idiot too, but even Mark Hamill was like, "This is not my Luke Skywalker. This does not fit Luke at all, in any sense of the word. This is not what Luke would do."
Well, it's just insanity that you detect that your nephew is leaning towards the dark side a bit, and your immediate default reaction is gotta kill him.
Yeah.
But like, there's no steps in between. This isn't, you know, Kylo is 99% dark side at this point. It's like, yeah, he's 1% dark side. Snoke started reaching out to him and trying to corrupt him,
Yep.
and rather than training him or teaching him about such influences, it's like, nah, he's evil now. Gotta cut his head off in his sleep.
You having bad dreams, Kylo? Well, it looks like I'm gonna have to kill you. Disney polls of Bethesda and did a 0 to 100 for evil option versus good. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is nuking Megaton. This is the option to nuke Megaton.
Yeah.
Hey, nephew is having bad dreams. What should I do? Should I talk to him and try and help him? Or should I fucking murder him in his sleep? Oh, hey, there's a new town you're at. Do you want to disarm the bomb that could kill everyone? Or do you want to blow it the fuck up?
Yep.
Why does it always come back to Fallout?
Because we're in the age of Clown World.
Yeah.
Flipped up. He's so ill-befitting of his character that it ruined everything and haunted him for years. And hinging the entire story on such an egregious contradiction of the person we think Luke is brilliant.
But this isn't the person we think Luke is.
Yeah, we don't think that Luke is perfect. Nobody, well, there's probably someone that did.
Anyone who paid attention doesn't think Luke is perfect.
Yeah.
The original trilogy constantly shows him failing.
Yeah.
Him defeating the Empire at the end. Luke doesn't defeat the Empire at Return of the Jedi. He turns Vader back to the light, which results in Vader killing the Emperor.
Yep.
And the destruction of the Death Star. Those two things combined is what defeats the Empire at the end.
Yeah. Luke only saved Vader's soul. Vader kills the Emperor, and the Rebel fleet destroys the Death Star. That's not Luke. Luke didn't blow up the Death Star. Luke didn't take out the Superstar Destroyer. Like, those were the rebels that did it.
Now, obviously, he was the catalyst for Vader changing and defeating the Empire.
Yeah.
But it's still Vader that killed the Emperor, and Luke that brought Vader back to the light.
Yeah. And again, it was Lando that blew up the Death Star. It was an A-Wing pilot who destroyed the Superstar Destroyer. And one of the...
Oh yeah, we're not saying he didn't blow up the original Death Star. We're talking about Return of the Jedi here.
Yeah, we're talking about defeating the Empire in Return of the Jedi. We're not talking about the original Death Star.
And yeah, Luke blowing up the original Death Star, that is a success of his own. That's him learning to use the Force.
Yeah.
Well, part of his journey to learn the Force. But that event alone still doesn't prove him to be this infallible demigod that this guy is saying that fans viewed him as.
Yeah.
The point we're making is if that's what you viewed Luke as, you weren't paying attention.
Exactly. Because that is not the way Luke was presented. Like, Luke... Oh, good lord. Luke constantly makes mistakes all throughout the movie, and it isn't even Luke that brings down the Empire in the end.
He obviously had a strong hand in it, but he's not...
Yeah. But it's the combined efforts of everyone. Luke didn't blow up the shield generator protecting the Death Star. It was the rebels that did it. Luke didn't destroy the Super Star Destroyer. That was the Rebels that did it. Luke didn't blow up the Death Star in Return of the Jedi. That was Luke. Sorry, that was the Rebels that did it. And specifically, that was Lando that did it. Lando's a fucking badass.
Yep, and Han and Leia took out the shield generator.
Yep. Again, it was a group effort. It was the Resistance as a whole. This resistance movement that brought down the Empire. Yeah, it wasn't Luke that stopped the stormtroopers and the forest troopers. It was the teddy bears. Fucking teddy bears. Though I do like the scene where the two logs squish the ATST. That's pretty funny. NPCs did it.
He is not a myth. He is a man. And no man is infallible, as difficult to accept as that is.
Okay.
This is getting annoying.
Yeah, we spent this entire time talking about how Luke was very fallible, how he constantly messed up in the original movie.
This doesn't just strike me as someone who wasn't paying attention to the original trilogy. This strikes me as someone who wasn't paying attention to all the criticism of this movie.
Yeah.
Like, he just saw people talking about why this movie is bad, and rather than, like, actually listening to what those people were saying or trying to understand why they were saying these things, he just... It was just complete white noise to him, and he's still just running off of his assumptions. Oh, all the fans of Star Wars just think he's this infallible, perfect demigod who never fails. He's perfect. He's infallible. Blah blah blah. Like, it's just so inane and stupid.
Absolutely. Use the SWAT.
Spaceballs is unironically a better Star Wars movie than anything Disney has made.
Absolutely.
Luke acted for instinct without thinking and immediately regretted his decision. I feel like the people...
No, not immediately. No. Luke got up in the middle of the night, grabbed his lightsaber, sneaked outside of his house, sneaked across the whatever training ground they were at.
Hold on, are we sure he even has a different unit? Because I thought it was just one building.
Well, fine.
Either way, he had to walk all the way from wherever he was sleeping to wherever Kylo was sleeping.
Yeah,
it
and
certainly
sneak
wasn't the
into
same
his
room.
Yeah, and sneak into his room, and turn his lightsaber on, and only at the last possible second did he show any regret whatsoever. He had made up his mind, long before he decided to get up, by the way, he had made up his mind to do this.
There was a lot of time to think about that before he got there.
Yeah. So he didn't immediately regret it. No, he only regretted it right when he was about to do it.
Not just that, but as I said earlier, if this is your default immediate reaction, there's something wrong. This shouldn't be your first go-to. Killing someone, kind of a permanent thing, and shouldn't be your first decision.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you're the guy who went out of his way to suffer to try to save your father's soul.
Yeah, because even as even as the Emperor is shocking Luke, you shall suffer for your lack of vision. Luke is pleading with Vader, please stop him.
Father, please.
And you, again, I hate the whole thing about you can't tell emotions on an actor when they're wearing a mask, because you could see it in Vader. You could see he was conflicted with his posture and the way he was looking, like moving his head around, looking around, between Luke and the Emperor before he makes the decision.
Yeah, and the fact that it slowly zooms in on his face, his mask, I should say. It's slowly zooming in. You realize that, okay, the camera is helping to tell the story of the emotion that's going on right now. He is reflecting on everything that's happening right now. Literally by seeing the reflection of Luke getting vaporized in his fucking helmet. he is reflecting on what's going on, and then you see him turn his head to the Emperor, then turns his head back as Luke is begging, "Father, please." Then he turns back to the Emperor, and then you see him lunge his head back as he lunges forward and grabs the Emperor. It's just, oof.
By the way, we're less than 5 minutes into a video that is almost 40 minutes long.
Yeah. We're pretty dire already.
But this is a compliment sandwich, so hopefully the next point we'll agree with once he eventually gets there.
Okay,
People who claim
Threadnought, that's pedantic as fuck. Threadnought says, "Mask, you were right the first time. The mask is the true face of Darth Vader. The face beneath it belongs to Anakin Skywalker." That's pedantic as fuck.
Yeah, you know what we're talking about when we're talking about that scene in particular.
Yeah.
Because we can't see his face, that's the thing.
Yeah, again, when I'm talking about Darth Vader, it's not Darth Vader's not the one literally having, it's Anakin Skywalker reasserting himself and thinking about his son, for one. Anyways.
him for years, and hinging the entire story on such an egregious contradiction of the person we think Luke is brilliant. He is not a myth. He is a man. And no man is infallible, as difficult to accept as that is. Luke acted on pure instinct without thinking, and immediately regretted his decision.
So why was that his instinct? At all?
Yeah.
Why? He acted on instinct. Well, we know it's not Luke's instinct, because he didn't do that to Darth Vader. We know for a fact that is not his instinct. Again, the only time that he lost his cool was when Darth Vader read his mind about his sister. And then he freaked out that Darth Vader knew Leia existed now.
No man is infallible? Good God, he's one of those. Yeah. It's striking me like another fucking Oxhorn. Oh, you were expecting perfection. Like, he has repeated the infallible perfect thing numerous times now.
Yeah.
And there's nothing I could say that we haven't already said.
Mm-hmm.
His such cut out there a bit. You know he was saying his sister.
Yeah, if you got his sis, then you know I meant sister. Come on.
I was gonna bring that up, but I was like, that's not even worth mentioning.
I feel like the people who claim he actively tried to kill Ben are misremembering what actually happened. I've got more to say about
that he actively are misremembering. You see him line up and swing, and it's only when Kylo
hold on.
The
there are two versions of the flashback. There's that one from Ben's perspective, and then there's the one from Luke's perspective where he has ignited the lightsaber and he's looking at it, then he looks down and Ben has already woken up and reacts. Yeah, the one swinging it is still, like, obviously Kylo's perspective, and that is way worse, but it's way worse than, yeah, I'm standing over a bed pointing a gun at your face, and then I decided to not shoot.
Yeah.
Like, it's still terrible. It's not just that he fucking swung in the one scene, it's that he even went there at all and did this.
Yep.
So it was his first reaction.
about Luke and his arc in later segments, but suffice to say, I like it, especially compared to...
I have no idea why you like it, though. Like, what you said makes no sense whatsoever.
He thought it was more interesting that we had a depressed Luke who's trying to work through his problems. A story like that could be good if the setup and, like, was there properly. It just wasn't.
Yeah, there was no setup to this. He just is this way for some reason. And their reasoning doesn't make any sense because it goes entirely counter to his characterization from everything else.
Yeah.
Even to the other movies. Even to the other Disney movies. Because JJ immediately retconned that shit. A Jedi's weapon deserves more respect. Like, JJ
As much
did a lot of work retconning the shit out of this dog pile.
Yeah, as much as Rise of Skywalker sucks, the best parts of it is when JJ is fucking shitting on The Last Jedi.
Yes.
We'll need to pull some holdo maneuvers to take these ships out. That's the holdo maneuver is a 1 in a million shot. Oh, so she was running away like a coward. That wasn't intentional.
Yeah.
Fucking whoops.
Yeah. Because again, JJ, for as awful as a director that he is, even he realized what it meant having the holdo maneuver in the Star Wars universe. What that would have done for everything. You could never have scale because you could get one fighter going at hyperspeed and go into hyperspace and immediately detonate a Death Star thing. It's like, you can't have that. No, that cannot work. This cannot stand. This destroys all stakes everywhere.
Yeah, because you could just strap a hyperdrive engine to a fucking meteor or a planet and then just aim it at whatever your target is.
Yeah.
Hey, Empire, you want to blow up Alderaan? Why build a giant super weapon that'll blow it up? But you could just strap it to this dead planet, or even this other planet you want destroyed, and just launch it into space at where the other planet is going to be by the time it reaches there. So these two planets collide and explode.
Yep. It destroys all stakes. Everyone's vegan now. Yay. Oh, hell no. I'm a meat eater and I'm proud.
Yep.
Yep.
The First Order in this movie is an absolute joke, and treating your villains like a joke is a really bad idea.
Agreed.
Yes. Absolutely agreed. Again, they turn Hux into the fucking cartoon incompetent moron when he was supposed to be like, what did JJ say he was really supposed to be? He was supposed to be like Hitler, like unironically.
I don't know. I haven't really watched many of the like interviews and stuff, but you could tell in The Force Awakens when Hux has his little fucking Nazi speech on top of the Star Killer base that this is obviously supposed to be a horrible, evil Nazi bad guy.
Yeah.
And all through it, like as absolute dog shit as The Force Awakens is, he was always portrayed as someone who knew what he was doing, a bad guy, obviously, and like competent.
Yeah.
When you make your villains incompetent, they're not threatening.
Yeah, unless it's a comedy, and then that's kind of the point.
Yeah, but then we get to The Last Jedi, and then he's screeching and crying and fucking falling for your mom jokes,
Getting thrown around the room and falling for the the connection's bad. Can you hear me? Hello?
And keep in mind too, he's answering a call from the Resistance when he said, "Yeah, we're not taking any surrender. Kill them all." So why would you want to listen to their call? Why do you want to listen to what they have to say? Just fucking kill them.
Fuck off, I just said that. You said what? Depends on the tone of the piece and whether or not treating a villain as a joke is a bad thing or not. In this case, the tone was serious, so it's bad. Oh, fair enough. Okay, so you're saying basically the same thing I is. Yeah, if it's a comedy, then it's okay to treat your villains as incompetent, things like that, because it's a comedy.
Yeah, like Farquaad being a joke character that says and does dumb things is funny in Shrek because it's a comedy. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. That's a great fucking line.
God, I fucking love that line so much. In fact, I love it so much I've used it multiple times during stacks.
Yeah.
I love that he even falls for when he's interrogating the gingerbread man. He goes, "Do you know the Muffin Man?" The Muffin Man? Yes, he lives on Drury Lane.
The Muffin Man. Oh my god.
But that's a setting where it makes sense for your villain to fall for stuff like that. If, in an alternate reality, Shrek was a totally 100% serious movie and not a comedy, then that would be out of place, him going along with the fucking rhyme of the Muffin Man.
Mm-hmm.
Force Awakens opens with the First Order burning down a village and executing all the villagers. They're established right from the get-go to be ruthless, calculating, and pure evil. This is what Last Jedi opens with.
I don't know about calculating so much, because it does feel weird that the sanitation workers on this mission.
Yes.
That's incredibly fucking... Again, Force Awakens has a lot of problems. One being, why do you have the sanitation worker in Stormtrooper get up on a mission to execute a village?
Well, more than that, why would you kidnap a child from his parents to have work as a sanitation worker, only to suddenly change him over to a stormtrooper?
Yeah.
Because
And-
it's like, okay, this, we're on the Death Star or the Starkiller base or whatever fucking First Order ship you've got. It doesn't matter.
Mhm.
And we need chefs on this place because people still need to eat. So we're gonna hire Bob Glorbzinger to be our chef. So then one day we go up to Bob and be like, okay, yeah, we're reassigning you to be a soldier. It's like, what? He's not trained to be a soldier, though.
Yeah.
This is if we ignore. Actually, do they say he was kidnapped as a child in Force Awakens?
I'm not
Or
sure.
is that something that
I'm not
came
sure if it's
later?
in Force Awakens. Yeah, I think it might have come later.
Because either way, it doesn't make sense. And so we've got that scenario I just gave, where you're the chef in the First Order, and then you're switch over to be a soldier. It's the same level of stupidity because you're not trained for that. If it was established in the Force Awakens that Finn was taken as a child and trained to be a soldier, then why would you, first of all, kidnap a child to be a soldier, only to make them your janitor, and then make them a soldier again?
Yeah.
Like any way you slice it, it just doesn't work.
And why does the First Order even need to do this? They have a lot of people.
Yeah.
Why do they need to kidnap for this? They don't need... It's just... Okay, here's what you do. You have men and women here in the First Order. What you do is you get fucking busy. Just make babies. Come on. No, we're gonna go out of our way to do kidnapping and everything like that because we're evil. It's like... But it doesn't make any sense. Why? Wouldn't you rather have somebody from birth you can indoctrinate into your ideology, your order? Why would you go out of your way to kidnap children who can have that long-term resentment built into them?
They explain
murdered
in
my
the
family
book
and friends.
adaptation for the movies. A book has to explain it when the movie fails to. Ha ha ha. Fucking oof.
Yeah, I hate that so much. The only book I will ever give... I should say, maybe not ever. The only book I give credit for right now as being totally canon with something that's in a different medium is Halo the Fall of Reach. Because Halo the Fall of Reach is the literal first ever Halo content we ever got. The game came after the book.
And not just that, they made the book to be released with the first game to explain the story of the first game.
Yep.
Like the backstory to the first game.
Yep.
And that's what the universe is built on from that until they decide to retcon it in Halo Reach.
Which I found out was retconned by the guy who didn't know anything about Halo. His name was Frank O'Connor. He's a guy who literally knows nothing about Halo. He's the one that helped write most of Halo Reach, which explains why it's dog shit. And he is the game project lead of 343 Industries. So he's the one that makes 4, 5, and Infinite. So that's why I told Pagan, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna have a joke about in the script. Oh my god, every single company has an Emil, doesn't it?
Also, the Republic demolishing its army and leaving the First Order to rampage about the galaxy after a clone war and 20 years of Imperial oppression. Yeah, right. Yeah, it makes no sense to get rid of your army. Because I believe that was the backstory explanation for the Resistance, is that the Republic couldn't have an official army because they didn't want another empire to spring out of the Republic. So then
Mhm.
the Resistance had to form as not officially sanctioned by the Republic, and that's why they're fighting the First Order. When that makes zero sense at all when, hey, there's a fucking Empire clone in the galaxy trying to fucking start a new empire. Maybe we should deal with this.
Yeah.
It's just completely broken on every level. I hate it so much.
What's Valve's Emil, Setch? No, I don't think he has one. I'm just making the point of, like, the more I dig into Reach, the more I find out about Halo Reach, the more I'm like, oh my god. I am fucking truly psychic.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Tell him Leia has an urgent
Message for him
I believe he's tooling with you, sir.
about his mother.
This isn't cute. This is a tone killer.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what
right
else
here.
you know what else is completely fucked? The bomber scene is completely fucked on every level.
Let's invent these new stupid bombers to blow up a thing rather than using the bomber designs we already have.
Yeah.
Let's make these incredibly pathetic, slow, weak bombers that are so ineffectual that one of them being destroyed will blow up the ones on either fucking side of it.
Yeah.
That we could take out at least 3 or 4 of these things with half a TIE fighter spinning off into space.
Yeah.
5 minutes into the movie, the tone is effectively butchered. All these angry, screaming lunatics in the First Order aren't intimidating in the slightest, which makes the fairly standard space action that much more tensionless. Seriously, remember Hux's frightening speech in Force Awakens?
I wouldn't. That's giving it a little bit too much credit. I wouldn't call it frightening. It just came across as a very clunky, hey, these guys are Nazis, look at them scream.
Yeah. When you actually listen to what he says in his speech, it's pretty fucking rough.
Creetosis, Pagan, and Setch, any opinion on Knives Out or Ryan's other movies? So I want to do a video on Knives Out, first of all. Second of all, I'm not impressed by his catalog I've seen. The fucking time travel movie where if they cut off a body part in the past, then you suddenly lose it in the future, rather than the entire timeline changing because you didn't have that body part for 40 fucking years.
Yeah.
Ugh. But no, don't think about it. We threw a line in the movie to not think about it. That solves the problem. No, fuck off. We need to send people back in time to execute them because we're an illegal criminal gang and we can't get away with murder in the present. So we're going to kill this guy's wife in the present to try and get him. Okay.
Kurt says, that scene hits different in the German dub.
I bet it does.
I haven't seen any of those other movies, so
Yeah, I don't know
I
if I've
wouldn't
watched any
know.
of his other movies.
I didn't even watch these movies. I didn't even watch the fucking sequels because I heard nothing but shit about all of them, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna waste
You
my
dodged the
time.
bullet. You dodged the bullet for sure.
Yeah.
Remember how he came across as an equal to Kylo Ren despite not having force powers? Well, now he's getting wiped across the floor, tossed around, called a rabid cur, whatever that means. God.
You can't look that up because that's like a phrase that's been used for
I'm gonna
years.
assume that he did, and that's what that flash across the screen was the
Oh
actual
yeah,
definition.
by the way, don't flash text across the screen that even at normal speed you can't fucking read it, because that's just annoying.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to pause and go back to read some fucking text that should have been there easy for me to read, or that you should have just explained with your voice.
Yep.
This is a video.
God, Ryan really wasted this character that could have been as intimidating as Tarkin, but just wasn't for some reason.
He wasn't really that intimidating in the first movie ever. He was supposed to be, right? And that's why Jar Jar Abrams also brings back a different general to then immediately execute Hux as the traitor, so he can have his actual character he wanted back.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna equal Grand Moff Tarkin. That's a legendary performance, honestly.
Not just that, but I think it's hard to have the kind of gravitas a character like that should have when you've got an actor this young playing him.
Yeah.
Like,
There's just something more disturbing about that stoicism. Like, Grand Moff Tarkin isn't ranting and raving and foaming
he's not
at the mouth.
screeching, and his voice isn't cracking.
Yeah.
Like the squeaky voiced teen from Simpsons.
Yeah.
Now that makes it doesn't make for a good intimidating villain. It makes me not take him seriously.
Not to mention that, but the way that Tarkin, like everything about Tarkin, he just exudes this air of authority to the point where Tarkin is even putting Vader in his place. It's like,
yeah.
It's like at the meeting where Tarkin lets it go on, and then he's like, Vader, enough of this, release him. And then he's like, as you wish. Again, that is a man who, if a man is that fucking powerful and intimidating, that he can keep Vader in check, of all people, it's like, woo. You really understand why he was made Grand Moff. You really do.
Tarkin is old, stoic, and has an aura of intimidation. Yeah, exactly. And genuinely no offense to this guy who plays, what's his name? Clown Man in The Last Jedi. But, like, he just doesn't have
He's
that
not,
presence.
yeah, and it's not all of it isn't entirely his fault at all. It's the material he's working with as well.
That too, and the direction and all that. Like,
yes.
him screeching, again, it doesn't make him seem intimidating. It makes him seem like a bit of a pathetic
frantic.
Loser. Yeah.
He's a maniac. Like, imagine, just swap the scene out. Again, the dialogue is really rough in that speech too, but we'll keep it. We'll just keep this dialogue the same. Imagine him instead. He doesn't rant and rave or anything like that. He keeps his hands behind his back, and he's looking through the top of his eyes, so his head is slightly bent forward, and he's like as if he's glaring at everybody down below, like daring anybody to challenge him, and he gives the same speech, not monotone, but more flat than what he is. He doesn't get animated and wild and throw his hands around everywhere. Like, imagine how much more intimidating that would be.
Yeah.
Domhnall Gleeson deserved better. Captain Phasma is also hysterically underused, getting killed after a combined total of 10 minutes of screen time between two movies.
Which is especially funny with how much they hyped her up beforehand.
Yeah. Again, I think Jar Jar Abrams might have had more planned for her in the future. But
I mean, they still have, like, her story in The Force Awakens ends with her going in a garbage chute.
yeah.
Like, are we supposed to just assume that she both got out of the garbage chute and had enough awareness of the situation to leave Starkiller?
I mean, maybe, because they were specifically trying to get the shield down, and she knew that.
Yeah, but then...
So, I don't know, though. I don't know.
Would that not be an issue of her abandoning her post, rather than trying to stop the threat?
Well, it would depend on if there was a general evacuation order or not given, right?
Well, yeah, but there's just so many problems with that movie.
There's a lot wrong with The Force Awakens. A lot.
$5 from the Wayfarer, thank you. Hey guys, I'm tuning in while playing Gundam Evolution. Great game so far. What would be your favorite mobile suit if you watched any Gundam shows? I haven't, sorry.
Yeah, I haven't watched Gundam, so...
Yeah, I haven't either. But I actually do kind of like the bad guy Gundam suits. The green ones with, like, the helmets built in and everything like that. So They kind of look like those old Green Army men sort of things. I actually do kind of like those suits. They look cool.
Also, how did she get out of the trash? Bleh. How did she get out of the trash compactor, though? Yeah, that's a good point too. Because in A New Hope, they had the
Yeah,
help
bear
of
back 1 second.
C-3PO to get them out. Sorry, R2-D2. Um. So yeah, how did she get out of the trash compactor?
I don't understand what the point of killing Finn's main rival was if you're just gonna leave him alive at the end. It results in him having nothing to do anymore. Phasma is just a worthless inclusion in both of these movies, and it's laughable. Then there's Big Boy Snoke, whose death was actually one of the story beats I liked on my first viewing. I also like his death.
I don't know how you could have liked that moment on the first viewing. It is so dumb. Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Such? Uh-oh.
Okay, apparently not Setch. I think he died.
Rest in peace, Such. We hardly knew ye.
Death scene because it's so hilarious and idiotic that it's great. I've said it before, but the sexual satisfaction he expresses regarding Kylo's lightsaber is just a hoot. But is in
So, you're just talking about how the First Order is clownish and you weren't taking them seriously. But here is Snoke acting clownish and you find it funny and you like it?
Yeah,
Bit of
that's
a weird standard to have.
yeah. Like he literally just got done explaining how treating your villains like a joke is really dumb, but then oh, he died in a funny way. Hoo, 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 hoo. That's such a knee slapper. Unless he's trying to be like Snoke was just such a joke all throughout, and he just didn't care that when he saw how he died and how goofy it was, he just couldn't help but laugh because it was all a joke anyway. In which case, yeah, I can understand that. But I
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
say it's good. I wouldn't say
yeah.
that that makes it good. I would say it's funny, but not good.
Well, I think he was saying that it was funny, not that it was good. Because we're still on his con part.
Okay, well then
Um,
in that case, I can understand where he's coming from.
but even then, it's like Snoke wasn't treated as a joke in The Force Awakens, though. He's treated like a new emperor, a real threat.
Yes, but not in.
Let's just say he wasn't a joke in The Force Awakens. He wasn't portrayed to be a joke in Force Awakens.
Yeah. Yeah, I can agree there.
And then he's just this weirdo in The Last Jedi for some reason.
God, it's crazy to me how much of these movies, like part of why they're so bad, like not the biggest part, but definitely a part of it is just it's literally just two directors having like a fucking childish tantrum at each other, and they use the films to like portray it. Like it's just crazy to me that a trilogy of fucking Star Wars films are ruined because two fucking directors are having a fucking dick measuring contest and a little slap fight using
not
the movies as like tools to do it.
not just the Star Wars trilogy, but this was the
Huh?
chance to get. Oh, hello.
Oh, are you
Yeah.
back?
Yep, I am back to hear about dick measuring contests. So
Yeah,
great
I
time.
didn't even realize you had left, so we continued on. He finds Snoke's death funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, it's not just oh god. Oh god, I lost the point. What was the point?
We were
It's not
talking
just that they
about
ruined a
yeah.
trilogy. It's that you had the chance to get Luke, Leia, and Han back together. This was a chance to get the band back together. Oh, we killed Han in the first movie. Oh, we killed Luke in the second movie. Then we killed Leia in the third. It's like, God, this. It's just so annoying.
Which I mean, that's also fucking stupid that Leia survived to the third movie, it's like, no, I'm sorry. When she got sucked out into space, she should have been fucking dead.
Yes.
Yes, you've got like 15 seconds of consciousness before you lose consciousness. Then, well, you can't really use the force once you're unconscious, so you're dead.
Mm. Mm.
Oh, so
Even-
the fucking
even-
Mary Poppins scene. Jesus Christ.
Even better.
Yeah.
In the light, because there is nothing to stop it. In the light, you will roast
Yeah.
alive. In the darkness, you will freeze instantly. So half of your body, whatever's in the light, will instantaneously start getting second degree, first degree, third degree burns. Whatever is in the darkness will instantly start getting frostbite. It is a horrifying way to go.
Inability to know turning the lightsaber right next to him is really silly. His stupid face when he gets killed slays me, and his stupider face when his body lies on the ground is just a bit too much. Every villain in this movie who isn't Kylo is treated like a joke. And how am I supposed to feel tension as a result?
Yep,
Yes!
exactly.
Yes.
You expect me to believe these buffoons could operate an efficient, sinister, fascist military regime? I know that's weird coming from someone whose favorite movie of 2019 was Jojo Rabbit, but like, that movie expertly portrays Nazis as hateful while also coming from the perspective of a 10-year-old boy. Goofiness is acceptable there, not here. The Empire was never goofy, aside from a couple cheeky lines the Emperor had. But
I wouldn't even call the Emperor's lines goofy necessarily. It's just part of his personality and what made sense for him as a character.
Well, to be fair, he did say like it was cheeky, not goofy. He said it didn't really go into goofy territory, just
Oh,
cheeky.
fair.
I guess I'd have to ask, what cheeky line?
Yeah, I'm curious too. What does he mean by cheeky lines? Because I'm nothing's really ringing a bell for me.
Snarky is a better word? Probably.
Yeah,
Jojo Rabbit was satire. Jojo Rabbit is also a comedy. I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know. But, yeah.
I have no idea what it is. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jojo Rabbit either.
he was still a commanding, evil presence. The prequels turned him goofy, and while that was fun,
No.
come on, man. But I think it's weird that people say Revenge of the Sith is this big joke that can't be taken seriously, while giving this movie a pass. Its humor is genuinely on the same level as the prequels to me.
That I'd have to
Really?
disagree with. The prequels had some amusing moments, but I wouldn't say they're nearly as bad as the Disney movies. I mean, for fuck's sake, The Last Jedi has a joke that would be out of a Spaceballs type movie where you see the ship coming down, and then it changes the context for it to be an ironing a shirt.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't know, I don't see it like... I don't see it on the same level. Like, sure, Jar Jar drops the screwdriver and then bends down and gets zapped. My tongue is numb. My tongue is numb tongue. It's like, yeah, that's dumb. But this is... The Last Jedi is on a whole other level of stupid comedy bits.
The coin
Yeah.
machine gun, the, well, a lot of the things that happen in the Casino Planet.
Oh, absolutely. Especially this guy trying to play what BB-88 is a fucking slot machine. It's just like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I can agree that you shouldn't be giving a pass to either one, like the comedy for either, but clearly one is way worse than the other.
Yes. The Disney trilogy had MCU comedy, and the prequels had a different type of comedy. I can't think of it right now. Yeah, it did have more of the bad type of MCU comedy, because that is a distinction that needs to be made. Some of the jokes in the earlier MCU movies were fine. They kind of worked. It's that they took that style of comedy and dumbed it down to the lowest common denominator of character says quippy weird thing in the middle of a tense situation. That's funny, haha.
Yeah, and I hate that. There are some characters where that stuff works, where it's obviously that's their personality sort of thing. What doesn't work is when stuff like if you have the Hulk doing that or something like that. That just wouldn't make any fucking sense for the Hulk to do that. But would Tony Stark do it? Absolutely, because he's a quippy, snarky asshole at all times, anyways.
Yeah.
Would
Like
dead
he's
people?
the one that comes to mind whenever I think of that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, Tony
Yeah.
Stark. Anyone else though, and it's like, eh.
Yeah, would Deadpool do it? Absolutely, that's his entire
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
characterization. Hell, he would even mock the fact that, ooh, the hero makes a snarky quip at the moment of most tension. You know, but again, that's Deadpool's characterization. That is who Deadpool is.
I'm surprised I haven't heard you guys rag on Shaft like you have on other reviewers who feature on Stag. Because he hasn't really said anything super exceedingly stupid yet.
Yeah.
Like, he has said some dumb things, and we've commented on it. Even going so far as, like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
It just hasn't gotten as far as, like, okay, this is fucked. What is wrong with you?
Yeah,
you know?
he hasn't done anything like saying that somebody is a clown is racist. He hasn't done anything like insane like that. He's just had some bad takes here.
Yeah, I'm also not finding myself disagreeing with a lot of it. A lot of it is good points. It's just sometimes he mixes in some really bad takes with it every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, if you didn't do that, it'd be perfect.
Like this whole thing here where he's talking about making your villains a joke is a bad thing. I agree absolutely. In the context of this movie, making all the villains cartoon character jokes, like really really shitty slapstick comedy, I agree 100%. That was a terrible idea.
Yeah, so far this is actually one of the better videos we've covered.
Oh, absolutely. This is nowhere near Ace or Thorn tier so far. I mean, it could go wild and off the rails later, but who knows? He did have a really bad take earlier when he talked about how unless you're a racist, sexist, or piece of shit, then you have a valid opinion. It's like, no, you have a valid opinion even if you are those things. You're still just a bad person.
Yeah.
Like, you being a bad person does not invalidate your opinions.
Yeah, which unfortunately, it's like a lot of people don't really think about that kind of stuff. They just think, oh, well, terrible person, you shouldn't listen to terrible people. And then they don't really think about it deeper than that. But it's like, but the way you're wording it, it literally implies that if somebody is that type of, like, is that way, any opinion they hold cannot be valid. And it's like, okay, but then one, that's just not true. But also that would apply to everyone else as well. Because then it would be like, well, if it doesn't work, like if it's not valid when a racist says it,
then it can't be valid anyone else.
Yeah, it can't be valid when anyone else says it either, which just doesn't work. That would just completely destroy everything.
Yeah. So like I said, we've had some pretty bad ones, but we haven't had any like insane clown logic stuff yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I say yet because I have no idea. We might get to it. Like I said, maybe at the 30-minute mark, suddenly he pulls an Act Man and goes crazy.
Yeah.
And it's like, I like Act Man usually, but my god, that Dark Souls video was awful. At the 30-minute mark, he suddenly goes into full clown flower language logic. It's like, oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah, we could definitely, like, we're only 7 minutes. 7 minutes and 37 seconds into a fucking nearly 40-minute video. Yeah.
There's a lot of room for failure.
Yeah, this could go fucking downhill fast.
Yeah.
His Halo Reach video is chock full of flower talk, Lamau. Setch, do you want to cover a certain video at some point? I need to play Reach first, but...
Sure, we can do the Halo Reach video. Sure.
Alright, I'll have to play Halo Reach at some point, and I guess the other 3 Halo games to fucking refresh myself.
Yeah, because
I've been meaning to stream...
so much negative to say about Reach.
I've been meaning to stream Halo 1, 2, and 3 anyway, so it will be a good opportunity. And, as a bonus, if we cover the Halo Reach video, you could get all the Halo Reachisms out of your system.
That's impossible. No way. Because, again, the more research I do into it, the more shit I'm like, oh my god. Like, again, finding out that Halo Reach and Destiny actually share the same coding to a ludicrous degree of, like, if this was not from the same company, you would say that this is blatant plagiarism. And it's like, oh my god. But yeah, no, I actually have a full thing for the Actman's breakdown of it. Again, Actman's video was great. He had a lot of good points. There were parts where it's like, I don't really agree with that, but I can see where you're coming from here. And then suddenly at the 30-minute mark, he just goes full fucking crazy mode. And it's like, what? That ding was because I was pulling up a folder, because I was going to try to find my, my Dark Souls research notes. And I did my push to talk while I was on the Windows thing, and Windows doesn't like that, so it gave me a ding. Like that. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna stop trying to look for it because it's just gonna keep giving me dings.
Revenge of the Sith is this big joke that can't be taken seriously, while giving this movie a pass. Its humor is genuinely on the same level as the prequels to me. It destroys the tone of what should be intense or dramatic scenes and really takes me out of the film. There's a cute line here or there and a couple things I chuckled at, but for the most part, this movie constantly feels like a weak attempt to be Marvel. But even the best Marvel movie
I'd sort of agree with that.
Yeah, I can kind of agree, because it
yeah.
does feel pretty like like Ryan Johnson was trying to follow the Marvel formula.
But I still don't
Yeah.
think the
Formula in
prequels were
itself.
like that at all, because I don't remember any... Okay, there's one joke from the prequels I remember off the top of my head that kind of ruined the tone, and that's the whole robot head-switching thing with C-3PO and one of the battle droids.
Yeah, when it's when he
Yeah.
comes out on the arena, he's like, oh, what's going on?
Yeah. But as for the rest of the like there isn't really any joke. Like, obviously the stuff that's been memed to death you can point out now when you watch them and find amusing, but I don't find... I guess
My thing-
R2-D2 spilling oil over robots in the early part of Revenge of the Sith. That's kind of a slapsticky weird moment that probably shouldn't be there. But I'm struggling to think of anything that's like anywhere near as dire as anything in The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is mainly that whereas The Last Jedi constantly does it, where they're always making quips and stupid jokes and stuff all the time, the prequels it didn't feel like that's what the prequels were trying to do all the time. They just occasionally did it, but nowhere near as much as the Last Jedi does. And most of it was like slapstick and stuff. Anything with Jar Jar Binks was really fucking bad.
Yeah.
Jar
Yeah.
Jar killed any scene he was in. But you know, it's like it doesn't feel like they were trying to make it a comedy. Like it didn't feel like it was meant to have a bunch of jokes. There just were some. Whereas The Last Jedi is like, yeah, no, we need to copy the Marvel formula. Our characters need to say a funny, quippy, sarcastic line every few minutes.
Yeah. And I mean, you could tell that the prequels were definitely made to be even more child friendly, because I mean that's what the battle droids were, the Roger Rogers and stuff like that, and that was supposed to be more like for the kids and everything like that, the funny battle droid moments and stuff. And Jar Jar, during the battle for Naboo, when he pulls open the crate and has to run from all the Gungan energy balls, he's just like, oh, and just rolling into everything.
Ugh.
Yeah, but again, that just feels like, I don't know, that feels more like they're trying to make it so that children have more to enjoy from the movies, because the prequels have a lot of the political intrigue and everything, which is what George Lucas wanted to focus on in the prequels. He didn't do a very good job at it, but that's what he wanted. That's why he wanted the whole Trade Federation and alliances and things to come in, and the whole planetary alliance with the CIS. What was it? What was their full title for the separatist movement? Anyways, doesn't matter. But again, it feels like that's what the original goal was, and then he added in all of these, like, the Jar Jar Binks and stuff like that to be more, like, oh, we need to get the kids to the movie too, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Confederacy of Independent Systems. Yeah. Like I said, it was genuinely interesting. I would have liked it if it had been better written. I would have thought that story would have been interesting. The Republic facing a crisis against people seceding from the Republic and like forming their own like thing against them, the Confederacy against them. It's like that would be interesting. Confederacy of the Southern Systems. Chat's better educated than such. My God, man, if you knew how my brain worked and the weird random stuff that I will keep memory of, and it'll be useless knowledge. There's a reason that we have the such know something obscure but relevant things. And then I'll have moments where I forget like other stuff that's useless knowledge, just because that's just the way my brain works.
Yeah.
Movies know to let dramatic moments play out and really leave an impact. This movie does too in key moments, and I appreciate that, but again, shirtless Kylo Ren is what I expect from the Lego adaptation. Stop.
Hold on. Are you saying the Kylo Ren and Luke Skywalker confrontation is a great, impactful moment that you find memorable because it's great? Because I don't find that moment memorable because it's great. I find it memorable because it's not great.
Yeah, because it's fucking stupid. Him breakdancing and shit in front of Kylo, and that just worked.
Not breakdancing, fucking Matrix dodging.
Yeah. And then fucking him just standing there getting plastered by all those not AT-ATs.
Yeah, then dusting off his shoulder like that's all you got.
Yeah, it's so fucking dumb.
It's really dumb. I hate it so much. And also the whole thing of, yeah, I'm gonna force project myself, a hologram of myself to be there so I don't die, then I die anyways.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Not AT-AT, I'm not gonna come. Yeah, there you go. But it's weird because they make them, if I remember right, the Disney prequels make them make like bear noises and stuff like that for some reason. It's like,
Yeah, they want them to be more
why?
evil and stuff. But they look like gorillas instead of camels.
Yeah,
Now, for
bird
some
versus camel.
Don't they call them gorilla walkers or something too?
Oh god.
I don't know.
Because I know the front legs of it do kind of look like fists for some reason. It's just like, fucking why?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
get it.
Stop stealing their joke ideas. Oh well, back to the good stuff. Rey is pretty awesome in this movie. I like how she constantly overestimates her own.
No.
You fucked it, dude. No, she is one of
She's-
the worst aspects of those fucking movies.
Yeah.
She's not awesome in any of the movies. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if she's comically competent, like to a ludicrous degree. It makes no sense. Rey is a Mary Sue through and through. She's the textbook definition of a Mary Sue.
She's such a Mary Sue. She redefined what it meant to be a Mary Sue.
Yeah,
Yes.
and again, like, the Mary Sue is somebody who's competent and good at everything, explicably out of nowhere, and people just like them for some reason. And what do we see with Rey? She's explicably she's competent at everything for some reason, even to the point of she hears about force powers and then immediately uses them. Like, only being told about it, not how to do it or anything like that. Not having any training whatsoever. She brings back Luke into the fight when Luke is like, oh, I'm a bitter old curmudgeon tryhard. I'm crying for myself. She brings him back. I don't know how. She doesn't really do anything to, like, inspire Luke or anything. She fucking shoots down. She shoots down the TIE fighters perfectly. Single shot takes out 3 of them.
Yeah.
She can magically float. Like, it takes Luke a shit ton of effort, and even Yoda has to concentrate to lift up the X-Wing. But no, she can just absolutely bring up the entire, like, just bring up a mountain so people can escape.
By the way, mocking the whole use of the Force. Earlier in the movie, Luke asked her, "What do you think the Force is?" And she was like, "Oh, lifting rocks." And he's like, "No, it's more than that."
Yeah.
And then at the end, she lifts up all those rocks effortlessly, and she's just like, "Huh, lifting rocks."
Yeah. And also, keep in mind, too, that everybody just likes her for some reason. The Resistance members all like her for some reason. The bad guys even like her for some reason. Snoke likes her. Kylo falls for her. He wants to bang her.
Well, this guy already invoked Rise of Skywalker, so I'm going to do it. When that character from the one planet that gets blown up, she looks like the Rocketeer. I forgot her name.
Yeah, I do too.
She's like, "Oh, you guys, huh?"
Yeah, she's just that bounty hunter chick. That's all I know her as.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, the First Order's put out a bounty on you. With that kind of money, we could get off this rock." And then Rey immediately kicks her ass, and she's just like, "Okay, for the record, I like you." It's like,
Yeah.
what? Oh god, it's so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, then you have
Oh my
Guy
God.
Ladriel. Oh boy, I can't wait to talk about Guy Ladriel, who does everything wrong, but people keep giving her a pass on everything.
God.
It's so fucking.
Yeah, we need to get through the rest of that show so we can start covering Rings of Power shit on stream.
Yeah.
And so I can start scripting that video, because I really want to get that video done. I am itching to fucking make that video. Just gotta get this other one done first.
God, but then there's also just the whole thing of like him being, talking about where he basically said people expect perfection from characters like Luke and stuff. It's like, no, we don't, specifically because when you try to do perfect characters, shit like Rey is what you get.
Yep.
Like, you don't want that. That's not something you want, because then they literally are just this infallible fucking character where everything they do is correct. They never make any mistakes. They're perfect at everything. Everyone likes them. Their mistakes aren't even mistakes. They're treated as actual, like, oh, well, it turns out they were actually correct to do that the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, one of the best examples of that, well, actually, there's two kind of, but in Force Awakens, Rey lets out the fucking meatball tentacle creatures, and like she's pressing random buttons, one of them grabs Finn, and she's continuing pressing random buttons. These creatures will immediately fucking tear the bounty hunter bad guys into pieces, but it grabs Finn and runs off with him. And then she happens to close the right door to cut off the tentacle holding Finn. Something she didn't mean to do. Like, she's trying to close the doors to lock off the bounty hunters from Han Solo and the rest of them. But then she releases the creatures, they kill all the bad guys and none of the good guys, and saves the day by pure accident constantly in that scene.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is dumb.
Very.
Scrub Lord says, I want to say She-Hulk, but they made her such a piece of shit, I can't tell if it was intentional. Like, they made her a piece of shit with zero consequences at all. Well, apparently it was intentional. Like, the writers and directors and showrunners and everything came out, they said that they specifically made She-Hulk to tell the male audience to go fuck themselves. Which was why the finale was written to be She-Hulk's in a television show, or whatever. It's like, Jesus fuck mothering Christ.
Yeah, but remember, if you don't like it, you're sexist. God, fucking hell.
I kind of want to cover some She-Hulk videos, but none of us have watched the show.
And I really don't want to either.
Maybe I'll just do them solo then. I don't know.
We'll see. Like, I was debating on going with the Rings of Power, but I kind of wanted to wait for Dirk, but we haven't heard for Dirk in a while.
Well, we also haven't messaged him recently. I hope he's doing well either way.
That's true. Trying to
Yeah.
Oh well, back to the good stuff. Rey is pretty awesome in this movie. I like how she constantly overestimates her own abilities for a change. She completely fails to turn Kylo back to the light, and Snoke kinda wipes the floor with her. I think this movie effectively kills the Mary Sue argument, and I'm very...
Nope.
No, it doesn't.
No. I don't know how you could say that when in the same movie she lifts a massive pile of rocks with no effort, and she shoots 3 TIE fighters out of the air in one shot.
Yeah, and even better, that scene where she's getting handled by Snoke so much. Is she actually, like, is there any consequence to her? No, she's made to look a little silly. That's literally it. There's no dire consequences. She's not hiding for her life from her own father trying to kill her, like Luke had to. It's like, come the fuck on. Is this guy trolling? This must be it. No. No, he's not trolling, as far as we can tell.
It doesn't strike me as a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think.
And even if it is a troll, I'd like to say again, for the record, it is annoying and unfortunate that trolling is now just, hey, I'm going to say something dumb and wrong because I'll make people mad.
Yeah. Which sucks, because what trolling used to be back in the day, where, you know, they were more complicated and everything like that. It was also kind of a way to showcase the insider versus outsider dynamic, especially in online stuff, where you would convince somebody that, you know, oh yeah, and then you say this, and then, you know, it kind of shows people that you know what you're talking about, and then the person would say it unironically in the chat, and everybody would laugh at them and stuff like that, and it's like, you fucking idiot, nobody actually says that, you got played. You know what I mean? There was more to it than just, I'm gonna just say something spicy and then go, or you mad, bro? Stuff like that. It's like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
But as we've learned repeatedly, there are people that dumb out there, so it's just impossible to tell when, oh hey, there's a really dumb take. Huh, is it a real person or is it a troll? We just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you physically can't tell anymore.
Because again, Acer Thorn was real. Vincent Martin was real.
Yep.
And we've
Top is real.
we have checked out videos before that were less dumb than people like Acer Thorn and Vincent Martin who were trolling or who were doing a fucking April Fool's joke video.
Yep.
It's like, so how are you ever supposed to tell the difference when people that dumb exist? And the hyperbolic, I'm going to say something dumb to piss people off trolls are saying things that are less dumb than real people who are saying it unironically.
Yeah. Who say it with entire sincerity. And it's just like, oh god. Star Wars One Piece would be kind of lit. Oh Jesus.
Very happy about that. The people who reasonably were not into Rey's character because of her lack of real struggles in Force Awakens might have a better time with her here. I already like...
Nope.
No, because she still doesn't have any real struggles. Oh no, she gets made to look a little bit silly in front of Snoke, but guess what? Snoke dies. And they make it out of the throne room. She makes it out alive, and she saves everybody.
He bonked her on the head with her lightsaber, and he slid her across the floor. That makes up for everything that happened in Force Awakens, including her knowing multiple languages she has no reason to be able to know, to the point where she's fucking translating what... she translates what Chewie is saying to Luke in this movie. She beats Luke in a fight, and then again, the rocks, the 3 TIE fighters, like... I don't know how you can say this is better. Because, I mean, like, if you want to argue the same thing about Force Awakens, you can. Oh, she got knocked out by Kylo Ren. She was held prisoner for a bit. That makes up for all the other bullshit, including learning the fucking Jedi mind trick the same day she learned the Force is real.
Yeah. Yeah, and then again, that's part of the Tentacle Dude points out. She can't even lose when she loses. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's that much of a Mary Sue. When she loses, she still fucking wins. She loses to Kylo in the first movie, and this awakens her ability to use the mind manipulation and force powers, force manipulation and everything. So she still fucking wins, even though she lost. In this movie, she gets tossed around a little bit, made to look silly.
Wait, where'd she lose to him in the first movie?
Where'd she lose? Again, she tries to shoot Kylo, Kylo deflects it, and then immediately force grips and holds her back so that he can walk up and knock her out.
Okay, yeah, that time. I didn't really count that as a loss, just as capturing her.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
what I mean. She loses
they
the fight
take her
again.
back. It's not really a fight.
I mean, she tries.
She tried to shoot him, but then it was like over instantly.
Yeah.
Because she does beat him in the fight at the end of the movie.
Yep.
Also, having no training in a sword, she fights off the fucking Praetorian Guard in Last Jedi.
Yep.
Going back to Force Awakens, Kylo tries using the Force to pry the secrets out of her mind because she saw the map, because he, for some reason, due to terrible writing, thought that would be enough to get the information needed for the map.
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
And then she starts like turning it back on him immediately, where she starts digging into his mind. It's like, how could you do this?
An open door goes both ways or some bullshit. And it's like, fuck off. Yeah, Demotaku points out why Kylo never uses Force Grip in the fight. In the final fight, yeah. He uses a Force Grip to immediately disarm her and hold her so he can walk up to her and then knock her out. But then he just never does it again to her, ever again, because that would be cheating to do that ability again.
He doesn't even do it to Finn, who isn't a Jedi and isn't trained with the Force or with fucking lightsabers.
Yep. She's perfect, just like me, for real, for real.
Liked Rey a lot in Force Awakens, but I understand people who were bored by her natural abilities. Of course, now we all know why she's so powerful. Yay! Are you happy now? But in all honesty,
so that's obviously referencing Rise of Skywalker saying she's a Palpatine. Oh, are you all happy now? See, this is one of the things I actually previewed, so I'm kind of ready for this argument. I really fucking hate when people make arguments like this. Oh, they explained what you wanted them to, and the answer was stupid. Are you happy now? As if it's the critic's fault for pointing out something fucking dumb in a movie or game. But, like, it's not our fault that they decided to write shit for an answer. The answer could have been good. The answer could have been interesting. The answer could have had no impact on how powerful she is. The fact that, like, she's as powerful as she is isn't excused by Palpatine being her father, well, grandfather. That doesn't excuse her power levels because she still had no training.
Yep.
Like, sure, maybe you could get that strong after training, but the fact that she starts off as this fucking super being in the Force, it's like, no.
Yeah. $2 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think she's the first Mary Sue I have seen. She's not the first Mary Sue I've seen, but, you know, when you see a lot of writing communities and everything like that, you get to see a lot of Mary Sues. A fucking lot of them. Because people have a bad habit in writing circles to self-insert, but they don't put any of their flaws into the self-insert, or if they do, somehow the flaws are cute and charming and make the other characters in the book like them. It's really fucking annoying.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Yeah, no, she's definitely not the first one I saw.
Yeah.
Fucking Starlight Glimmer, god fucking bitch.
$5 super chat from Scorchercast. Thank you very much. You're talking about it got me to read Berserk. Thanks for that. I just finished the first hardcover volume. Hey,
nice.
Fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Oh.
Fucking Berserk is amazing.
I still need to read that.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, it's real good. Even the movie versions, God, there's so many fucking versions of Berserk to watch, and most of them are not good. But there's the one which is the Golden Arc, which is really good thing to watch. It explains how everything got the way it was. Which is
Yes,
fucking
to
nice.
a degree.
Well,
I
okay,
think
not everything, but
I think the 1997 show, the anime, did a better job. Although it also had issues where they did cut out some things that they shouldn't have. But the movies, the CG movies that they ended up making, they cut out basically all of the slow parts of the but the talking stuff, all the stuff that people actually really cared about was the stuff they cut out.
yeah, fair
So
enough.
it had a lot of issues.
But then you also had the other anime, right? That came out later, which was a fucking disaster.
Yeah, the 2016 anime, yeah, that was
Yeah.
awful, fucking absolute disaster.
Yee.
Honesty, I've grown to like what they do in this movie with her parents. I thought the Million Ray Cave was just an overly long, tedious way of giving us absolutely no information. Which it was, but that's kind of the point here. Rey is completely disappointed to learn nothing about where she came from or who her parents are. Everyone's expecting it to be someone famous like Luke or Obi-Wan or Watto or Dexter Jetster. This is one of the expectations.
No, we didn't expect it to be a thing. We were curious to see what would her parentage be, and then you come from nothing, nothing at all.
So the reason there are so many theories about her parentage is because the first movie kind of made a big deal of it. And then she
Yep.
was also so powerful that people were assuming, well, it has to be someone that's already powerful in the Force. So we have to, like, that has to explain away why she's this powerful.
Yeah.
Honestly, the answer would have been far more interesting as if her parents were just random nobodies.
Yes.
In Mahler's The Last Jedi analysis breakdown series, the 3 videos, I liked the idea of, like, what if her father is an Imperial or First Order officer who has to decide between, is he going to stay true to the First Order, or is he going to, help his daughter? That is far more interesting and compelling than, oh, Palpatine did it. Palpatine's the grandfather.
Yeah.
Subversions that I think actually pays off. By making her parents nobodies, it's an absolutely crushing reveal. That's the last thing she wants to hear. That
Again, which would have been fucking cool. You would have to find some other way to explain why she is so ludicrously fucking powerful, right? But again, it was an interesting concept, an interesting idea. Your parents are nobody. Like, you don't come from anything special. Honestly, though, that would have been the more fascinating thing, was then to try to explain, like, why she's so special is because it's her that's doing it, not because of some lineage or anything. That could have been interesting, but nope. We don't get any of that. Granted, they'd still have to explain why she's so fucking powerful and strong in it, because again, it doesn't make any sense that she's able to do, like, oh, I can do the Jedi mind trick on the first fucking day, within the first few hours that I learned that the Force is real.
Yeah.
Like, that's some bullshit.
her parents really didn't care about her, that she truly does come from nowhere, that no one cared for her until she met these new resistance buddies. In all honesty, backtracking on this reveal is the single worst mistake The Rise of Skywalker made. It's kind of...
I don't know if that's the single worst.
No.
There's a lot of shit in that movie.
The single worst mistake was Palpatine returned somehow.
I'm still not sure that's the worst. There is a lot of shit in that movie. I'd say the worst thing that movie did was make Death Star canon something you could just fucking strap onto a Star Destroyer.
Which, I mean, they wouldn't have to do because this movie made the Holdo fucking maneuver. Because you could have an X-Wing that does this and wipe out a Star Destroyer. So why would you ever build big?
Yeah. This also implies that Palpatine fucked. Well, I mean, was there
Yeah.
anything to imply he never did?
Yeah, no, I was like, I think people would be totally down for Creamy Sheev, honestly. And I mean that, like, unironically too, even when he looked fugly as shit. How many women would be gold digging to be like, I get to sleep with the fucking emperor of the known galaxy? Oh yeah, baby, sign me up for that. I think I'm gonna get pampered and shit like that and taken good care of.
Excuse me, are you implying that he's straight, you fucking bigot?
I mean, he has to be somewhat level of straight, right? And he had offspring.
How do you know he didn't get raped by a woman?
How do you know? How do you know he didn't just have her? How do you know he just didn't have her artificially inseminated like a horse?
Oh
I mean,
god.
that's true. Oh god, that reminds me of the joke in Texas Speech Emperor. He goes, "You want to fight? What? My mother will fight. I'll fight you for my mother. What? My mother was a tube. What?
What?
Because the
Dude,
joke,
baby.
the joke is that all the custodians who are the most powerful men within the Imperium of Man in 40K were all handcrafted people by the Emperor of Mankind himself. So they didn't have a mother. So their mother were test tubes. So when the one guy freaks out and he's gonna challenge a Space Marine to a fist fight, he's like, I'll have at you. I'm gonna have at you for my mother. What? My mother was a tube. What?
I definitely think we need to split this up. We are 3 hours in, and we're not even 10 minutes into this 40-minute video.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we've got our topic for next week decided. Let's try and make it at least to the halfway point, though.
All right.
Scary knowing she's related to the Star Wars equivalent of the Antichrist, but just knowing that her parents love
But he's not the Star Wars equivalent of the Antichrist. He's just an evil, corrupt man.
With a lot of power in the Force.
Yeah. He's
I
not,
think the Antichrist has a different kind of power than just having a connection to the Force.
or would, that's for sure. He would be like, ugh. He'd be shutting people's ability to use the Force off at a whim or shit like that.
Kree did a Sheev laugh, did I?
Oh god.
loved her and cared for her and sold her off to protect her just feels like such a cheap, easy way out. Again, I didn't realize what a good reveal Rey's
Again, I agree. Her being related to Creamy Sheev was a dumb plot point. But that does not, therefore, make her coming from nothing a better plot point. Just by default.
Yeah. And again, her coming from nothing could have been a good plot point if it was built up and explored properly, but it wasn't. It was just, oh, you come from nothing. Even the way Kylo says it, it almost comes across as a joke. You come
Yeah.
from nothing, you're nothing. It's like, okay. So is there any more to... No. Oh.
Yeah.
Alright. So how does she deal with it? We never get to see. It's just
Yeah,
over and done with.
And how does he fucking know? Right? Of all
Yes,
people.
how does he? And it's actually a hilarious fucking line in Rise of Skywalker when he's like, "I didn't lie to you. Your parents were nothing. Your grandfather was Creamy Sheev." It's like, but that's
Yeah.
coming from something.
Yes, and also that means one of her parents was the daughter or son of Creamy fucking Sheev. Okay?
Yes, your parent being the child of not only the Emperor, but this horrible fucking person who, like, probably millions of people are dead because of him. The Jedi Order has fallen because of him. It's like, yeah, it's a pretty significant thing to be the child of that. It would be like being the child of fucking Hitler.
Or even more appropriately and hilariously ironic, being the children of Stalin.
Yeah.
Because, by the way, you guys should all right. I know me, Kree, and Pagan are gonna have to watch Death of Stalin because it's fucking great. But we definitely have to watch that at some point. But again, the children that he left behind, and then after the whole push to de-Stalinize everything, fucking crazy. Imagine if then one of their grandkids like, oh, you come from nothing, but Daddy, your name's Stalin. That means Granddad was the Joseph Stalin. It's just so fucked. It is so fucked on so many levels. Yes, Death of Stalin is a great movie. Like, holy shit. It's a dark comedy though. It is, and it is dark.
Parentage in Last Jedi was until Rise of Skywalker shat the bed and made me reconsider the message here. Good people can come from anywhere to rise up against oppression, and your bloodline really doesn't matter.
So I agree in theory, right? But
The series.
Go ahead.
I like how The Last Jedi is trying.
Oh no, Kree, don't die on us.
What?
I can hear him just fine, so I don't know what's going on with you. You're just like talking over randomly.
Oh no, chat's hearing it too. Oh no. All right,
What?
so I think I'm getting a hiccup in internet for once.
Yeah, okay, so
Wow.
Such is dying.
Yeah,
Rest in
Kree
peace.
roboted.
Rest in peace. What's your name? Setch. Yes, rest in peace, Setch.
Wow, what's your name? Oh my God, Kree. That's it. We're rising up right now. It's over.
Look, sometimes my brain does a thing, okay?
Seize the means of hoot.
Hooty hoot, I called the shoot. So for the third time, I really like how The Last Jedi had this whole fucking thing about it doesn't matter where you come from, anyone can be a Jedi, when that was never the fucking point in the first place. That was just Ryan Johnson's petty, dumb fucking little bitch response to people theorizing about who Rey's parents could be. Because they had that's what they had to work with because she was so powerful was, well, she had to come from someone who's already powerful.
Yeah. Again, it's so frustrating. It could have worked. It could have worked in theory that your bloodline doesn't matter. And originally, that's what the thing for the Force was that it wasn't anything in your blood or anything like that. It was a dedication to this way of life. It was a philosophy. It was like a mystic art. You had to give up aspects of yourself to listen to what the Force had to say. It was like a power. And judging by what the original trilogy was, New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, it was more like you could train in it. You didn't have to have special blood or anything like that. You could train yourself in the ways of the Force.
Yeah. Ryan has a picture of himself with a note that says, your Snoke theory sucks. Yeah, I know that picture, and I find it extremely fucking irritating because your Snoke theory sucks because the answer was nothing. He decided to do nothing with it. Like, how much of a smug asshole piece of shit do you need to be to mock the fans who are passionate about this when your only response is, oh, it's nothing. It's not that you did something so amazing that no one could have guessed and it was really well done. It's that, yeah, he's dead now. Moving on. We don't care about him anymore.
Yeah.
God, it is, some of the discourse around this movie is so fucking annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Because it matters where Snoke comes from and how he rose to this position of power. Because the last thing we knew was the Empire fell, and now the Republic is in control again. The good guys are in control, and everything should be fine for now. And then just 30 years later, Snoke is in control. The reason we didn't need to know why Palpatine was in control in the original trilogy is because that was the fucking starting point.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened prior to that, aside from, oh yeah, the Emperor has dissolved the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
He is the only one in control now. That is our starting point for Star Wars. We don't know what came before that until the prequels said, hey, it was a series of conspiracies by Palpatine to grab power and constantly increase his power until he could do such a thing. Again, the prequels suck, they're poorly written, but it has that through line of Palpatine grabbing for power. They didn't need to explain why he was in power, and they still fucking did anyways. Whereas the Disney movies, oh, Snoke is in control. Who is Snoke? Where did he come from? How did he get this power? Well, he's dead now. Fuck you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, thank you for wasting all of our time.
Yep. $2 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
His name is Top Number 2. Wow.
An explanation for Rey's natural force gift would be nice, but to me it really isn't necessary.
No, it is necessary because she is ludicrously more powerful than anyone else we have ever seen use the Force. Ever. Like, to an absurd degree, she is more powerful.
Yeah.
How is she more powerful than Yoda? How is she more powerful than Obi-Wan? How is she more powerful than Luke? How is she more powerful than Vader? How is she more powerful than the fucking Emperor? This needs to be explained. Especially because she has no training. Again, she uses the Jedi mind trick within hours of learning that the Force is real.
Yeah.
That is insane.
And if it's necessary to you, there you go, JJ's got you covered. But I think the message of
There you go, JJ's got you covered. Oh, she's the granddaughter of Palpatine. That explains it all. No, it doesn't. It doesn't explain it all. Not at all.
God.
No, because even being the daughter of Palpatine or Obi-Wan or Luke Skywalker or whoever fucking else, that doesn't explain her proficiency in the Force.
Yep. Luke.
The fucking child of I don't know, a famous rock star, the child of Jimi Hendrix isn't automatically going to be good at playing guitar.
Yep. You have Luke, who is the son, the offspring, the son of Darth Vader. Leia, who is the daughter of Darth Vader. Leia doesn't really awaken into a great Jedi Force master. Luke does it through tons of trial and error and training and pain and hardship.
He couldn't use the Force, he couldn't use the mind trick until the third movie. And this is after he did his whole training thing on Dagobah with Yoda, which the second movie implies took quite a while. Like, obviously he wasn't there for years, but he struggled to learn. He went through that those trials.
Yep. And even more so, like, he of everything, how many times did he fail? Like, lifting a single rock, it's impossible, and then Yoda has to show him that I'll lift your fucking X-Wing. Like, you think it's fucking impossible? No, you're thinking too hard. Or even in the first movie, when he constantly is like thinking about what he's lost. I can't see through this visor at all. So I'm just getting zapped by this stupid training droid over and over again. I can't see. This is stupid. This is a waste of time. And then Obi-Wan has to guide him through. Stop thinking about what you've lost and focus. Focus on what the Force is trying to tell you. Focus on your instinct. And then what happens? Luke starts managing to deflect the training blaster fire from the little droid, instead of getting zapped all the time.
Ryan's story is more compelling than offering a literal hereditary explanation for Rey's abilities. JJ seems more concerned with the nitty-gritty, while Ryan...
What?
No!
Bruh.
What
How?
the fuck are you talking? This is the guy who said it doesn't matter that you can see the other planets being blown up from the planet's surface, which you would never see in real life. He said that was fine because it's just a dumb sci-fi movie and who cares?
Yep.
Are you fucking this? You are saying unironically that this is the guy who cares about the nitty gritty? Fuck off!
Okay, yeah, now we're starting to get into fucking like
We're starting to get
this
the clown
video's
area.
yeah, this video's starting to take a big nosedive.
Yeah. Also, look how shitty this editing is, where, like, you've got the diagonal line between them, but the picture is just, like, under the line anyways, rather than fitting the line.
Yep.
Not even gonna point out how badly JJ is cut out from the background.
Yeah.
Because, admittedly, that can be hard to do. You should maybe try and clean it up a little bit more than that, though. Unless you just don't care, which I'm getting a lot of that impression suddenly.
Yep. But I mean, look, even on JJ's suit, you can see the white outlines and everything around his suit. Especially his left, if you go from his shoulder and go down slightly, look at all that fucking crusties.
Yeah. His left or our left?
His left.
Yeah, because there's that big, like, kind of blotch near, like, where the shoulder of the suit goes inwards a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see some of the bits of the blue background in the curls of his hair.
Yep.
But anyways, yeah, this is the guy you're saying cares about the nitty gritty. No, he doesn't. This is the... Oh, wait, that was Ryan. Okay, never mind. But this is the guy who did the planet thing, which...
Yes.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Shave outsources editing? What are you paying your editor? That's what I would ask.
Either too much or not enough.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in the mythos, the interesting
And again, look at this fucking editing, how this one just... And look, it's not even to the bottom of the screen on the new picture. Oh my god.
And it's also cutting over the... Why
Yep.
have the Why have the diagonal line if you're not going to make the pictures fit it?
Yep.
Both of them are clipping...
Yeah, that's annoying
My
as
dude.
fuck. What
My
the
dude,
hell?
you need better editors. This is cartoonishly fucking inept. What are you doing?
Also, why when you say the mythos are you showing fucking Sonic Adventure? Like, what the fuck?
That's what that background is?
Yeah, look, so you see the little frog here? Frog!
Yeah, it is.
I have
Oh
no
my
idea what
God.
that frog is.
I
I don't play Sonic games.
Consider yourself lucky that you fucking never seen that. Oh my God. I know it from the game. I know it from the Game Grumps thing where they were losing their fucking minds.
Yeah. Yeah, and look at
But
look at this
anyways-
editing here. Look at this. Look at these crusties all along. Ryan Johnson as well. Oh my god.
But anyways, yeah, this whole thing is just fucking nonsense. One cares about the nitty gritty, one cares about the like. But JJ didn't care about the nitty gritty because there's a lot of shit he got wrong too in both of his movies.
Yeah.
As for the mythology, Ryan Johnson repeatedly fucks the mythology over.
Yeah, he intentionally
talking
fucks over the
about?
mythology. Like, on purpose, but his stated goal was to subvert everything.
I don't
themes of
know.
this
I look at the screen and I just see two fucking clowns that I can't stand.
Yeah. They come from different big tops and different acts, but they're just clowns.
story can twist in fascinating, unexpected ways. Now with that said, Rey's storyline is not perfect in this movie because I never said this was an amazing movie overall because it is not. I hate the way she gets shafted from the narrative in the climax. She has nothing to do but shoot from the Falcon and lift some rocks.
So you just referenced the two things where she's like super awesome, amazing at after you said people annoyed that she was a Mary Sue in the original should be less annoyed here because she's not a Mary Sue anymore.
Yeah,
Even though she
she's
very
Mary
clearly is. Because these aren't small rocks either. This is like a couple dozen massive boulders.
Yep.
Like, fucking Mundane Matt would love this woman.
God, and he's showing the fucking breakdance Matrix fight going on here between Kylo and Luke on screen.
Oh, I'm on a
right now.
different frame. I'm on the frame where she's lifting all the rocks still.
Yeah, I'm on the one where he just immediately flashes to Luke and Kylo. Just...
hate the way she gets shafted from the narrative in the climax. She has nothing to do but shoot from the Falcon and lift some rocks. I get that the climax is focused on Luke and Kylo, but her excitement and upbeat attitude is so jarring when she was just hit with such a devastating truth. Maybe that's why the "they were nobodies" reveal didn't sink in for me, because the movie promptly forgets about it in the climax, and that's wildly disappointing. Luke had
The movie forgets about a lot of things, to be fair.
The movie forgets about like not being able to hyperspace through people and shit like that, and how much that fucks over. The movie forgets that people can look outside their fucking window with eyes and see the engines of all the escape pods going down to the planet. It's just like, oh, dude. What's even funnier is the fact that it shows in Snoke's throne room that he has like a telescope that's looking at exactly where all those fucking shuttlecraft are. It's like, Jesus Christ.
God, I forgot about that.
It's just, yeah, oh god, this movie is so bad. And I love how the casino planet is calling out these are war profiteers like that. It's like, oh, so it's war profiteers that they sell to the Empire, but what do you call them when they sell to the Resistance?
Well, you see, Satch, the very intelligent answer is they're both the same group. They're both profiting off the war by selling stuff to both sides. It's like, so that doesn't really make them evil. It just makes them opportunists.
Yeah, that isn't evil.
The Legion
Like,
would have something to say about that, but I said the Legion would have something to say about that, but
But like, okay, let's say you have this miracle medical invention that any bullet wound it can patch up instantly and save you. And let's say you sell it to both sides of a war. Is that you being evil, or is that you being an opportunist, or is that you just selling a useful product to people who would naturally be your customers?
Yeah, people who are in a current war and are gonna get shot, and you want to keep them alive.
Like, if you were a totally neutral party to both sides of the war.
No.
to let the reality of his heritage sink in, and it devastated him. Rey seems pretty over it, even though finding out who her parents were was kinda the entire crux of her character for the past 2 movies.
James, I was told to edit the pros, but all you're giving me right now are cons.
Oh, see why this movie's hard to like? It always manages to ruin great ideas.
I mean, I think it's just
discovered that
say the whole movie is bad.
Yeah, it is safe to say the whole movie's bad. And we just discovered he has an editor, so. Because the editor just made themselves unaware that, you know, they exist. I'm sorry, my dude. You're either being paid way too much or you're being paid way too little, because your editing is dire.
Yeah. If you're being paid a lot for this low quality editing, then fuck, what a waste of money. And if your editing is of this quality because you're not being paid enough, then, well, he obviously needs to pay you more.
Yeah.
So the editing doesn't look this shit.
Yep.
Who knows, though? This was over 2 years ago. Maybe his editing is...
Well, that's the hope, is that your editing would get better after a time, right?
Yeah.
As the more you do it.
Like... Finn and Rose's casino subplot is honestly just as bad as people say it is, if not worse. I don't have a problem with a casino in Star Wars. It's a neat idea to see the 1% and...
I just realized how awful this puppet is. Okay, so guys, we're going to go back a little bit.
The one that was at the table with the big black eyes?
Yeah, and it's just going blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah 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 blah.
Oh,
It looks
see why this
really
movie's hard to
fucking
like?
awful.
It always manages to ruin great ideas. Like... Finn and Rose's casino subplot is honestly just as bad as people say it is, if not worse. I don't have a...
Watch this guy right here, chat. This
The
guy
one right in the middle.
right here.
Baldy.
Yep. Watch his fucking mouth.
a problem with a casino in Star Wars. It's a neat idea to see the 1% and
God,
see
that
how they're
looks so
exploiting the
fucking
poor
bad.
in an oppressed
It
galaxy.
looks like,
Anyway, let's talk about Rose real quick.
It looks like something from fucking Team America.
Yes, it does. Only there it's done intentionally to look awful.
Yeah.
Like the fucking
Durka
kung fu
Jihad.
fight at the start of the movie.
Yes. You think they're literally gonna kung fu because they're posing up to each other, they're facing off, and then all of a sudden they just go Wah! And it's just literally like two things slapping against each other,
Just uselessly while this intense like fight music is playing, and then
Yep.
one of them just suddenly wins.
Yeah.
All right, let's try to listen to what he's saying here, though.
Is, if not worse. I don't have a problem with a casino in Star Wars. It's a neat idea to see the 1% and see how they're exploiting the poor in an oppressed galaxy. Anyway,
But all right, I'm gonna have to steal a point from Muller here. Why do they have child slaves when robots exist?
Yeah.
Robots that aren't gonna revolt against you. They don't need like fucking food and shelter and clothing. And you don't need to beat because they're like rejecting your orders or trying to fight for their freedom or whatever.
And they don't ever need to rest. Like you'd need to get somebody for maintenance, sure, but paying one guy or maybe a small team for maintenance of your entire robot fleet versus paying for all the housing and clothing and food and everything just to keep a child slave force going? Like, what the fuck? It'd be way ludicrously cheaper to keep robots, like to an absurd degree.
Yeah, it's weird the idea that like slavery or indentured servitude would even be a thing
Well, I could
in this
imagine it.
universe.
I was just
when
thinking about that actually, because I think that could exist, but not for the level of wealth they're portraying here.
Yeah.
If anything, it would be the more poor people that would be enslaving other people to do the work they need done.
The people that can't afford the robots.
Yeah.
Because here it's
Or-
just it makes no sense. Like, why would you go with the less reputable way of doing it when droids exist? You could just use those without, any kind of fucking
Yeah.
like stigmatism. Oh my god, I can't speak today. Jesus Christ.
Well, at least
Why
you didn't
can't-
forget the name of one of your co-hosts.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten that far, but I'm getting there. Jesus.
Yeah, and again, like, I could see it as well if they were rich, but they were enslaving, like, women or good-looking men and stuff like that to use them for sex trade, right?
Yeah.
I could see that, but, oh god, please don't be oh yeah, that's the point. Ryan Johnson, fuck off.
No, it probably isn't.
Yeah,
The child slaves seem to be actual, like,
yeah,
slaves
slave
to take care of
labor.
the animals, but
Yeah.
it comes across as really ham-fisted when you've already got the robots and you don't do that. And the whole point of this entire section of the movie is, oh, capitalism, bad. It's like, okay, Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
let's talk about Rose real quick. I've said this before, but I love this first scene with her. It's powerful that she's mourning her dead sister, whose death I didn't care about because they waited until now, after she's dead, to establish their bonds, when one scene between the two of them before the mission started would have been perfect.
It would have been perfect, but it would have been better than what we got, which was nothing.
Yeah.
Again, how many people even realize that bomber chick was Rose Tico's sister at all?
Yeah, because not many people are going to pay attention to the detail of, oh, she's grasping this necklace thing, this medallion, because it means so much to her. It's a symbol of her and her sister's
Like how
family bond or whatever.
Yeah, you put the two of them together and they make a whole circle, so it's supposed to be their two halves of the same circle, whatever thing, you know?
Yeah, but you don't get any of that buildup. It's just some Randy fucking holding a thing as she dies. And
there's
then we get
way more in that scene to pay attention to, like how awful the bombers look, how stupid this entire situation is, and how the fact if the First Order had even once fired at the ship hovering within visual range, they would have wiped out the entire Resistance in one movement.
Yeah, how can we care about the tragic scene of this random nameless woman dying when we've got a scene of BB-8 plugging sparking sections of a circuit board like they're fucking water leaks?
Yeah.
I guess if Ryan added that scene, we wouldn't have time for Poe to prank call General Huckleberry. And we can't just not have that in the movie. Anyway, Paige's death does absolutely nothing for me, but
Oh, she does have a name. Huh.
Yeah, I didn't even know she had a fucking name, honestly.
I really feel for Rose here. And I love how adorable she is as this fangirl who's really starstruck by Finn. It's a cute character trait that is thrown in the garbage because she becomes action girl with nauseating dialogue.
How can she fangirl about Finn when he's been knocked out for like a day? And before that, they had no idea who he was because he was a completely unknown element.
Yeah.
Because he ran away from the First Order. Like, you have to understand, this movie takes place immediately after the first movie, meaning this is in the span of like 2 or 3 days, these first two movies. Like,
Yep.
how do you know enough about this guy to fangirl about him?
Yep. It doesn't make any sense. And again, Threadnought, Poe Dameron, I think is his name, might have said, it's all down to you, Paige. I still didn't fucking remember her, because she's so meaningless of a thing, and I'm more focused on the fact that these bombers make no fucking sense in the slightest.
Yeah.
Open the bomb bay doors into outer space, and then drop the bombs, but you're in space, you fucking idiot. The bombs aren't moving. I'm more curious at the fact that she's not wearing a spacesuit, and you just opened up the doors to space.
No, you don't get it, Such. Space is completely harmless in every way. It'll definitely not kill you within fucking seconds. And definitely not horribly either.
Yeah, no, and it won't suck you out of a pressurized area in explosive decompression. Nope, that won't happen at all.
In
But
fact,
again, this movie
if
does...
there was explosive decompression, wouldn't she have been sucked through the fucking grated floor?
Probably not through it. I don't know if it'd be extreme enough because I don't think there would be enough oxygen in that compartment to continue forcing it through. But she'd probably lose a limb or two as she got pulled out.
But guys, the movie was using Jimmy Neutron rules. So, I never really watched Jimmy Neutron, but I have seen that one scene posted on the internet. How are we breathing in space anyways? Well, you see, and it just cuts to the fucking other guy singing about dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
But even better, too, is that this movie does prove that space isn't all that bad because Leia gets blown out into fucking space and then... I'm a Jesus, fly back inside. It's like, piss off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carl Weezer is by far the most powerful Jimmy Neutron character. I agree. He's so dumb. It's amazing. Yeah, but Jimmy, how does this work? Well, the data says, and then Carl grabs the sheet and he's like, never argue with the data. Like, oh, Carl, you're so fucking dumb.
For the rest of the movie. Anyway, they devise an idiotic plan and escape to the casino. And this really undermines the entire dramatic crux of the story. If Finn and Rose can easily sneak away on this little pod that has light speed, then why doesn't the entire Resistance do that?
Yep. Good point.
Why is this entire space chase happening? Why are they running out of fuel when there's nothing to slow them down in space?
The space chase is happening because of a contrived fucking invention by the writers that they can suddenly track ships through hyperspace without a tracker specifically being on your ship.
Yep. Somehow, because the tracking device is on the other ship, you can instantaneously realized that when somebody goes into hyperspace, exactly what direction and facing and heading they were going and how far they're going to be in hyperspace. Somehow.
Yeah. I also like how when they explain this to Poe, he's just like, "Oh, so we gotta blow up the ship," as if it's just fucking nothing to blow up the Supremacy.
Yeah, which it turns out it is literally nothing to blow up the Supremacy because this movie is shit.
Well, actually, it was something to blow it. Like, if you were to do it traditionally or sneak on to blow it up, then yeah, that would have been a big fucking deal. But then this movie invents the light speed ramming.
Yep.
There's a reason we make fun of Ryan for not redrafting his script. There's a reason we make fun of Ryan for many things.
Absolutely.
They got away with no one noticing. Leia says herself that the First Order is not monitoring for little transports. Each pod could probably fit like 20 people on it. It'd be a little cramped, but this is such a better solution than hoping the First Order doesn't realize they went to the giant salt planet right there. Am I missing something? Because it feels like no one ever talks about this when it effectively renders...
No. People talk about this all the fucking time. Maybe not in the circles you're going in, but...
You're not paying attention to any of the criticisms made.
Yeah.
Muller's fucking critique of this movie came out like a month after The Last Jedi came out.
Yep.
Like, there is no excuse for saying no one is talking about this when plenty of people have.
Yes. And again, you're just retreading the ground, which it's fine to retread the ground because your audience isn't going to be the same as Mahler's audience. But then to say that nobody's talking about this, like, no, people that are within the circles that we move in, the people that like objective critique, were going fucking crazy with how stupid this was. This is mind-bogglingly dumb. Doesn't he mean nobody in the movie? No. Because the people in the movie are going to use it to escape to the only planet that's within sight.
Yeah, what he's saying here is that the fact that they're doing that is dumb.
Yes.
That the First Order wouldn't notice this.
Yes, when, as I said, there's even a fucking telescope in Snoke's throne room pointed at the fucking shuttlecraft as they're flying down towards the planet. It is fucked beyond belief. Oh, you can do it. We can do whichever you want, Jacob, because this is going to be up on the re-upload channel later, and so is the EFAP 93. You're on EFAP 93, so that's already on the re-upload channel. Mueller.
EFAP 93 is a really good one. For those who don't know, that's the Lord of the Rings one.
$2 super chat from Alex Hoffman. Thank you once again. What's the worst villain in the movies? The worst.
Worst as
villain.
in most evil, or worst as in most poorly written?
Because I think that it would have to default to... I was going to say Snoke, but now I'm thinking Hux, honestly. Because he gets so bastardized in this movie to a ludicrous degree.
And fucking Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah. But Rise of Skywalker does intentionally has him get executed by who Hux was supposed to be.
He still lasts for quite a while, and
Yeah.
his reasoning is, I'm the spy, I'm the traitor. I don't care if you win, I just want Kylo Ren to lose. It's like, wow, what a fucking petty bitch.
Yeah. Poorly written is what Alex says.
Poorly written. It would have to be either Hux or Snoke.
Yeah.
EFAP 48 is a good one. I'll have to check that out. I don't remember which one that is. I do know I've watched most of the old episodes. There might be one or two here I might have missed, but yeah.
From my perspective, the Jedi are evil. Okay, Nick Rekieta. Seriously, Nick Rekieta does have a valid point about the Jedi are evil as fuck, and that they're all kitty diddlers.
Well, not that they're that, but they are taking children to indoctrinate them into this weird fucking monk religion.
No, he goes as far as to say they're kitty diddlers. Like, and you're gonna tell me that not a single one of them touches these children? Not one of them?
That is
But
a
creepy.
very dark place to go to.
Yes, that's his point though.
The 48 one is Remarkable Republican and Brown Table. Oh god, fucking Brown Table.
Brown table. Oh no. I think the worst villain is Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, that's true.
Fair answer.
All right.
2/3 of the movie entirely pointless. Please tell me if there's a line of dialogue somewhere that explains why this isn't a viable option. I really need to know.
There, by the way, there isn't a line of dialogue that why this isn't a viable option at all. In fact, it's such a viable option that that's how the Resistance uses it to escape, and it's so fucking dumb. And also, why wouldn't you be monitoring for small craft? Why do they just assume that the First Order aren't monitoring for small craft? Why?
It's not that they're not monitoring for small craft. It's that the small craft have a cloaking system up, which raises the question of why aren't you running a decloaking scan?
Hmm. But even
And
better,
no one has an answer to this except for speculation. Oh well, maybe they have limited power on the supremacy. You're telling me that this massive fleet of ships is limited on power, that they can't run a decloaking scan?
yeah, that one of these Star Destroyers can't just run the scan? Like, you need every single one of them to focus on these three that you can clearly see visually? No, not a single one of these other Star Destroyers. And the supremacy is just, you know...
By the way, to go back to the plan of destroying the supremacy because it can track the rebel ship, their answer for that isn't no, because that's fucking impossible, you idiot. The answer is no, because if we destroy that, then one of the other ships would start tracking us. Like, what
Yeah.
what do you mean? Why aren't they all tracking at all times then, just in case?
Yeah.
If they aren't tracking, then why can't one of the other ships run the fucking decloaking scan?
Yep.
Yeah, we've got all these ships here and all these different resources, but not enough resources to run everything at once. So why don't we have one ship run this system and another ship run this system, so there's no chance in hell that the entire remainder of the Resistance doesn't get away?
Yep. Alex Hoppin, $5 again. Thank you very much, sir. You guys are taking all my money, but the tops are worth it. And I will get you, Birdman. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You've been singled out now. Even more so.
Hold on.
He's collecting a harem.
We aren't taking your money, you're giving it. It's very much appreciated, by the way, but yeah, we're not taking anything.
We're gonna have
taking
to turn
implies
into...
an action on our part.
Yeah, we're gonna have to become Findoms, is that what you're saying?
Oh no. God, that was the weirdest fucking, like, obviously I've learned about a lot of weird shit happening on the internet, but that is by far one of the weirdest.
It's a thing I never understood how, like, you're rich, wealthy, successful, and now you need to have somebody else who's going to treat you like shit, and you have to pamper them. You have to be a simp for them, and that gets you off. I don't see how. You know what I mean? I don't get it.
Well, it's worse than that too, because when I first heard about it, I think it was Medicare that was talking about it actually. But not only do these people get off on that, but let's say someone is pretending to be a woman just for the money. They don't actually care. They're not into it at all. Mm-hmm. Some of these people find that even more hot. Where it's like they're more into it because they've been scammed. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I don't get it. It makes no sense.
Oh, Whitehawk, it's in his streams. He'll sometimes Nick Arcade will sometimes bring other lawyers on and stuff like that, and they'll talk about, like, random stuff and through the super chats and everything like that, and he just has himself a good old time, and sometimes they'll bring up Star Wars, because him and his best friend Drex, who is a huge black man, and he is part of MGTOW, and he's a dom. That's what his kink is. he says that which one is better written, Lord of the Rings or Star Wars and stuff like that, and he's very much Star Wars is better written than Lord of the Rings, and Nick's like, no, Lord of the Rings is way better than Star Wars, and they get in fights about it and everything, and Nick will pull out the card about how the Jedi are all child abducting pedophiles and stuff.
Look,
It is hilarious to listen to them go back and forth.
Look, I like the original trilogy a lot. Star Wars are great movies, but you just can't compare them to Lord of the Rings. They are
Yes.
not on the same level.
Yes, and that was Nick's point. He's like, no, you
This
cannot compare.
this is kind of like comparing, fuck, I don't know, Dora the Explorer to like Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you cannot compare. Lord of the Rings is so far out of Star Wars' league that like it's not even a joke. Star Wars does not reach that level near. Like, come on.
Yeah. It is so funny to listen to them two of them go back and forth though about it. It is funny as hell. Because again, they talk and act like actual friends because they are. They're not these weird fake, oh, like, we must be in lockstep agreement in order to be friends. No, they get in disagreements all the time, and it is hilarious to hear them talk shit about each other and everything.
Yeah, and we get in our own disagreements too. Like the whole
Yep.
thing about game manuals. I think game manuals are completely fine. You guys think that the games should have that information within the game.
Yep.
I am objectively correct when I say snakes are a lizard, and you
No,
guys completely
you are
argue
not.
against me.
No. We're not starting this bullshit again. Fuck no. Snakes are a type of reptile. Lizards are a type of reptile. Snakes are not lizards.
I still love how we were playing Forewarned the other day, and you were telling me which statue buttons I had to press, and you're like, lizard. I was like, with or without legs? And you're just like, you
fuck you.
fuck. I want to play more Forewarned, though. And Phasmophobia. I really want to play Phasmophobia.
Yeah, now that they've fixed it, Phasmophobia is such a great game now that they made it less sweaty tryhardy. Final super chat from Alex Hoffman once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Plot twist: Pagan is the only real person on stream. The rest are not real.
You've revealed my secret. I'm not real.
Oh no. Snakes are noodles. We call them danger noodles.
Yeah, the truth is, Creetosis kidnapped me years ago and locked me in his basement, and he forces me to do these streams, and I'm literally all three people at once. I'm just constantly swamped with work. That's why I'm always so quiet. It's because it's like I'm busy trying to create the other two's voice, so it's very difficult for me.
He got very good at switching between all the voices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all know the rest. Finn and Rose fail because they are stupid. They park their resistance shuttle out in the open on the beach, and
Yes! Yes! We are trying to hide and be sneaky, so let's park it on a fucking beach in front of all these buildings.
But the other thing is, why are they trying to hide and be sneaky when it's a fucking public place?
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just go to the fucking parking lot.
Yeah.
Or whatever you would call it in spaceship terms, like the space lot or the shipyard or whatever. I don't know why they didn't just park there.
But also, why does parking on the beach result in the fucking extreme response of we're going to shock you with tasers and immediately lock you in jail, rather than just ticketing you and telling you to move your fucking ship?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, granted, this could be something sacred to the culture here and everything, because we literally don't know anything about these people at all.
Yeah, but at that point, you're doing the writing for the writer.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that just doesn't work at all.
Yeah. Like, that's the kind of thing you would need to explain, and they don't, so it just comes across as dumb, bizarre, and weird.
Or maybe they could have even done it where, yeah, there's a ship out here and it's being ticketed, so the police go down there and they look at it and it's filled with fucking weapons because it's a resistance ship, right? So they're like, okay, you're smuggling weapons onto the fucking planet, get against the wall, bitch. You know, I mean,
We don't
something
even-
that would have made something, just something.
Yeah. $5 Australian dudes from DialioCon. Thank you. Hello, Stag. Who's your favorite Star Wars protagonist slash side character, or Star Wars antagonist slash side antagonist?
My favorite, if we're allowed to use extended universe, my favorite is Kyle Katarn. Because he's just a badass in all regards. He's a fantastic character to play as too. So that would be my protagonist. Antagonist. Favorite antagonist. It's hard for me to beat Grand Moff Tarkin just because he is so fucking imposing.
Grand Moff Tarkin really is a good choice.
Yeah. It is very. This is a man who doesn't have Force abilities or anything like that, and he's putting Vader in his place. It's like, damn.
But yeah, if we're not going by the movies, if I can go by like,
I think you could go by anything because it doesn't say movie.
yeah, so like the comics and maybe like the Genndy Tartakovsky show, I'd probably say fuck what? General Grievous.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
I need
true.
to change my answer because I really like General Grievous.
Yeah,
I think he's my favorite villain. Well, one of them. It really is a hard choice between Tarkin, Vader, Grievous, and Dooku.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Especially
stuck
when you
between
get-
Dooku or Grievous, but I think I like Grievous more.
When you get more information about Grievous too, is what makes him more intimidating. There's a reason why the Republic is afraid of.
You know what I would really like? A really good Star Wars game where you play as Grievous for the entire story.
Or even just one of his lieutenants or something like that. You know, somebody
No,
directly under his
him.
command. You want to be him specifically?
I think that would be that could be a very fun game because his whole thing is fighting Jedi and collecting their lightsabers as trophies of the Jedi he's killed.
Yeah.
As well as him being the general of the army. Like there's so many stories you could tell with that as him being the protagonist, the playable character.
Yeah, that would actually be interesting. You know what? Yeah.
Yeah, especially if they gave him like an interesting moveset and everything, like because he has that weird robotic body where he can like move on walls and shit. If they give him like the fucking, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the Alien versus Predator fucking movement system and shit where you could climb on walls and then drop down with like and then engage in a lightsaber fight.
As long as they compensate for how nauseating it is, because that's the problem with AVP 2000 and AVP 2 is that, oh boy, when you're wall crawling as a xenomorph and you get into one of those tight areas after you've been wall crawling and your camera's just spinning around in circles and you're just like, bleh.
Yeah,
Oh,
they would have to
God.
compensate for that, but that would be so fucking cool if you could do shit like that and if they made him like actually the competent version of Grievous, not the movie version, but like the Genndy Tartakovsky version or the comic version, that'd be fucking awesome.
As for protagonists, Pagan?
Ooh. God, I don't know. The Star Wars protagonists are always so bland to me.
I think I'll go basic bitch on this. I think I like Luke Skywalker the best.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I might just go Luke because I don't know.
See, I was thinking about it a bit earlier before the question was actually asked, but it's like I used to really like Han Solo, but not so much anymore. I definitely like Obi-Wan if we exclude the wonderful and amazing Obi-Wan show.
Yeah.
But I still think Luke is probably my favorite.
No, you know what? Han Solo. Han Solo's my favorite.
I'm sticking with Kyle Katarn on this one.
Well, I haven't played those games, so I don't know that character. I've mostly only seen the movies and played Knights of the Old Republic, and
yeah,
it's kind of hard to say Darth Revan or the Redeemed Revan or whatever, because a lot of Revenant, like, they don't have a voice, but also a lot of who they are as a character depends on your choices. You know?
Dude, if that's true, Deus Vault Infidel says, can we pick video game character archetypes? Because the light side Sith Warrior in SWTOR is pretty good. Call correctly. Light side Sith Inquisitor is actually fascinating. Especially when you break the Jedi. When you break a Jedi and you're like, look at me, I have more light and goodness in me than your own master does. And he purports to be a Jedi master. How pathetic. And stuff. And she finally sees him for who he is, and her joining your team, that's pretty fucking good. Not gonna lie. And again, just because you play against type, with a light side oriented Sith, so you still have the Sith instincts, but you're someone who's more in control of your emotions, makes you way more calculating as a villain. It is so fucking good. It is one of those genuinely like, that's pretty good moments. Yeah, I know Sith Warrior is the one that breaks the Jedi. I know that for sure. But Sith Inquisitor has similar aspects of that to showcase that I'm with the Sith, but I have more light side, more goodness in me than any of these fucking Jedi.
And frankly, they're lucky that this asshole is the only one who had a problem with that. First Order sympathizers seem to be everywhere in this galaxy. An urgent...
Well, we don't know if that asshole, by the way, we don't know if that asshole's the only one that had a problem with it, right? It's just somebody that the police are talking with. Because who knows how many other people called out the fact that a ship landed on the fucking beach.
Oh no, the guy who gets worse every year. Oof. Is he really that bad?
To be fair, it was only his older videos I saw, so it's possible that because the older ones I saw, he was pretty decent. So I haven't seen any of his newer stuff though, so who knows?
Yeah.
Rip.
Pretty rough.
mission to find the code breaker turns into Finn gawking at all the stuff, while Rose gives a lengthy lecture about the ethics of space horses, while saying a really corny line straight out of a George Lucas script.
I wish I could put my fist through this whole lousy, beautiful town.
That's the most horrible thing I've ever heard.
BB-8 is the only one concerned about this mission.
It's not the worst thing I've ever heard, but I agree, that the dialogue is so bad.
I'll be right back, I'm getting a call.
Okay, do you want us to continue, or wait? I guess we shall wait. Yeah, chat. How you doing?
Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Just continue going because we have like 6.5 minutes left to make it to approximately the halfway point.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
the 20-minute mark. And I think that's where we should maybe cut it off for today. That's going to take us another hour at least.
Yeah.
And actually doing his part. And again, this entire sequence is just so tonally inappropriate given the oppressive atmosphere in the other plot lines. Empire Strikes Back did not have awkward slapstick juxtaposed with Luke training on Dagobah and Han and Leia escaping the Empire. How exactly is this movie as good as Empire Strikes Back when a third of it is basically Attack of the Clones?
Who says that this movie's as good as Empire Strikes Back? Do you... Chat, help me out here. Is there somebody that says that this movie's as good as Empire Strikes Back?
I'm sure there's idiots on Twitter that have said that.
Oh god, yeah, fucking the Twitter blue check marks.
Yeah. In fact, I'm sure there are people who have said that The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars film ever.
Probably.
I can guarantee it.
Like I said, I know one guy who he didn't say it was the best one. He said he enjoyed it because it destroys Star Wars and he got a kick out of that. It's like, okay, well at least you're honest.
The entire casino subplot actively harms the pace, tone, atmosphere, and purpose of the other two plot lines. But you know,
I agree. I agree with it. I think That entire casino planet should have been removed. I think that was a stupid, stupid idea. Completely stupid idea. Alex Hoffman. Oh, yeah, no, we did miss this one. Alex Hoffman with $20, because good lord. Last one for tonight. I'm out of funny money. I will be watching. Have a good night, my tops and future top. Great vid. Love listening to you guys as I milk away. Did I just miss my super, or did you guys damn cows? Alex Hoffman with $2 on that last one. Yeah, no, we missed it there for a second because we were having that whole discussion about what was our best protagonist / side character or Star Wars antagonist / side antagonist. And we just decided to answer both protagonist and antagonist.
You know what? It's okay, because Rose had fun. And it's all good, because they saved the animals.
Okay, and this is gonna have to be pop one of those, burst that bubble right now. Animals that are used to being in captivity or have grown up under the care of humans, you can't wild release those animals. Because a lot of their instincts have been taken away from them because humans have been taking care of them. Right? Humans have given them food. Humans have cleaned them. Humans have treated their injuries and everything. You release these... It's funny, South Park actually did a funny joke about this, of PETA breaking in and stealing all these bunnies and then releasing them into the wild, and the bunnies just stood there because they didn't know what to fucking do, and they got eaten by coyotes, I think. They also freed the animals, but left the slave children to the wrath of the slavers. Yep. Animals are more important than the slave children. It's great watching a domesticated cow release into the wild and seeing the thankful wolves smiling in the distance. Absolutely. My god, South Park PETA was a nightmare to behold. South Park PETA is actually more compassionate and caring than the actual PETA are.
Yeah. Oh my god, because at least the ones in South Park were trying to like release them and put them back in the wild. If you think real PETA does that, you're naive. They do not do that. They just straight up kill them.
Yeah. And they kill pets. They actually will actively try to take people's pets and kill them. Because they believe that keeping pets is some immoral, evil.
Yes,
The
they
real
will actually
PETA
steal people's
terrible
dogs
people.
and cats from their yards and houses and shit if they can, and
Yep.
then take them. They'll impound them and then try to euthanize them before the owner can get it back.
Yep. And it's funny because they actively tell you this information on their website, or they used to. That was one of the things that a lot of people brought up, is on their own fucking website, you realize PETA was made by one of the most prolific dog catchers there are, and they talk about how, we believe that pets are a terrible systemic thing and we must destroy and euthanize them and everything. Is Jesus Christ.
I am back. So first of all, yes, there are people who say that this is the Empire Strikes Back of the Disney trilogy. Those people are dumb.
Yeah, absolutely.
Second of all, the whole freeing the animals thing and leaving the children as slaves. Yeah, fuck the kids, but on the Hollywood way. The animals are more important. I just really wanted to make that joke.
Yeah. It's a good joke and very fit.
You know, I like the idea behind the final scene of the movie. In execution, it just feels like an ad for Galaxy's Edge, but
in execution, it is stupid as fuck. We just have this ring that has the original Rebel symbol on this child who can magically use force powers to pick up a broom. It's what? What is happening here?
Well, again, this was the whole point of Rey's parents being no one in this scene with the kid. It's the whole, oh, everyone can be a Jedi. You don't have to be a Skywalker or a Palpatine or a Kenobi to use the Force. But what they don't realize is no one had to be those things in the first place. We had only seen one Palpatine up until this point. We have only ever seen one Kenobi.
Yep.
At least as far as the main movies go. I don't know if there's like other Kenobis inside content, but you get the point. Anyone could be a Jedi from the start.
Yep. There was a fascinating book series that chronicled Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan's adventures, and there was even a time when Obi-Wan left the Jedi Temple because he so disagreed with Qui-Gon. He felt he needed to help these people, and Qui-Gon said, "No, we can't help these people." I can't remember the exact reasoning why, but Obi-Wan literally gave Qui-Gon his lightsaber and told him to leave. And
Was it a Prime Directive type thing?
no, as far as I know, it wasn't a Prime Directive thing.
Right.
It was just some like conflict was going on, and the Jedi didn't want to get involved on either side. But Obi-Wan kind of fell for somebody that was on one side of the conflict. Hi, Stag. I have mixed stuff. Wow.
Oh yeah, I wanted to respond to that super chat by Alex Hoffman too. Thank you very much, of course, but you don't have to spend all your money on us.
Yeah. Remember, we told you this last time too. You know, make sure you have
Like-
money to feed yourself and eat, and you know, make
Yeah,
sure
don't make yourself broke because you're sending us super chats.
Yeah.
But still, ending the movie Force-sensitive child looking out into space and standing as a new hope, that's really cool. But it was not worth this film-breaking nonsense. Oh, also, DJ is a stupid character. I hate his weird stutter. I hate that his betrayal is meant to be a subversion when it's so blatantly obvious. I hate that it's a waste of a great actor. Canto Bight sucks. Every time it cut back...
Yeah, I agree with all those statements.
Yeah, they went by rapidly, but yeah, I agree.
Oh, I think I see what's happening here. So this is a compliment sandwich where you say something nice, then you say something bad, then you say something nice. I'm starting to notice there's a disproportionate amount of negatives in between each singular positive.
Yep, this is what I was talking about before, where I was like, it comes off as sarcastic. It doesn't seem genuine, which is why it's like you probably just shouldn't have even done it this way to begin with, because it actually seems even more negative to do it this way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which again, I would fully be down for because I think this movie is dog shit. I don't
Yeah,
think I think
definitely more negatives than positives to this movie.
Yeah, I think you really have to squeeze water out of a fucking stone to get the positives out of this movie.
Yeah.
$2 from Alex Hoffman. Again, thank you. It's only like $450, so we good.
$450 US in a recession when $450 US is already a lot of fucking money.
Yeah. Like, I appreciate it for sure. Trust me, we definitely appreciate it, but you need to take care of yourself, okay? Take care of yourself and your family.
Yeah, seriously, like, we're not gonna...
Make sure you're solvent, alright?
Yeah. I'm not gonna revoke your sub status just because you stopped sending us money, okay?
Yeah.
It is appreciated, though, but, like, again, your real life, your needs come first before paying a bunch of 3 fucking weirdos talking about movies and video games on a stream, okay?
Yeah. Trust me, I will fucking grift, but Jesus Christ, you know, make sure that you can eat tonight.
To Rey and Luke, I thought to myself, oh thank God, we're back to the real movie. Anyway, back to the real movie. Rian Johnson delivered a hot mess of a script, but I don't think anyone can really doubt his directing abilities after.
I don't think anybody can doubt his directing abilities. Hang on, I think he was going to say something more there, but oh my God, I am slamming the X button hard.
Yeah, no, he is a fucking terrible director.
Yeah.
Rian Johnson delivered a hot mess of a script, but I don't think anyone can really doubt his directing abilities after seeing this movie. It is gorgeous from beginning to end. One of
It's gorgeous.
Oh my god, really? We're doing the visual shit again? But it looks good!
And it doesn't. Oh my god, please show the throne room fight and tell me that that looks gorgeous.
Also, he's using a shot of the fucking Spaceballs joke
Yeah.
of, you know, it looks like a ship land. Oh no, it's actually an iron. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really cite that as an example of good directing. I would cite that as an example of a really bad decision to make during a fucking Star Wars movie.
Mm.
The graphics! Yeah. Deus
Yep.
Infidel, Deus Vault Infidel nailed it there.
One of my favorite little touches is this establishing shot where you see a ship that looks like an iron touching down. Then you pull back and realize, oh shit, it was an iron. I like that. Luke's training.
Oh my
Why?
god.
Why did you like
Why?
that?
God, I love that we were shitting on this earlier, and now he's bringing it up as a point that he likes. It's like my guy,
Yeah,
come on.
I'm gonna need to know why. Why do you like that? Why do you like that thing? Is it just because it was kind of a clever cut? Is that it? Even though it was pretty basic? Is that it? Is that all you needed for that?
Some people are really easily pleased. What can I say?
Hmm. There's a couple fucking Wojaks pointing at the iron as it's coming in. Wow.
Training sessions with Rey feel very avant-garde for Star Wars. The many somber shots of Leia speak volumes without saying any words.
No, I disagree.
They don't.
I very much disagree.
Yeah, they don't. They
It's
don't
like
feel.
it says she's sad over the soldiers that died fighting a war for her. When it's like, yeah, that's what happens. I'm sorry, but it's a war.
Yeah, and you've
His life
experienced
maybe
this
wouldn't have
already.
been wasted if you used ships that made fucking sense rather than these retarded bombers.
And tactics and everything. Like, this is all entirely your fault. And plus, you've been a resistance fighter before. You know that people die during these things.
Yes, you should have seen people die by the fucking thousands at this point.
Do you think that the A-Wing pilot who got destabilized and kamikaze crashed into the bridge of the Super Star Destroyer, oh, did you think he made it home? Like, what the fuck, man?
Of course he made it home. What are you saying?
Yeah, totally. he made it all the way home, right into the Super Star Destroyer, crashed into the Death Star and exploded.
I like Tentacle Dude's comment. It was an iron. I know what that is.
I clapped. I clapped when I saw it.
Yeah.
War. War is bad because I am bad.
The design of Crate is absolutely inspired.
I fucking hate Louis' fucking knuckle bone thing. And the design of Crate is absolutely inspired. How?
Wait, did he say design of Crate?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
you take a ball and you paint it white. There's fucking Crate.
Yes. Here we go.
Very avant-garde for Star Wars. The many somber shots of Leia speak volumes without saying any words. The design of Crate is absolutely inspired, with the streaks of red salt juxtaposed with the white ground looking.
The
But that
streaks
makes
of
no
red
sense.
salt, but it's white salt.
Yeah, I was about to say, he mixed it up. The white salt is on top.
Yeah.
What the
Fucking
fuck is the
idiot.
red even supposed to be?
And also, I guess they don't use these vehicles ever because look how much these streak lines are everywhere and they point directly towards where the base is.
Well, this was an
Yeah.
abandoned base. That's what they said. This was an old base they didn't use anymore.
Well, the thing is, though, but here's the issue. If you ever use these things and you were trying to be covert, it would lead you right back to your base.
Yes.
There's
Yeah, it's
no
really
way
dumb.
you... Yeah.
Why would you ever have this as a design for your ships? Red salt? Jesus Christ. Dude,
I've actually seen.
And how dumb he was, like, as if the audience was too stupid to realize that this wasn't snow. And why does he not realize it's not snow? He just sticks it in his fucking mouth. It's salt. Did you think it was snow? Does it feel cold right now, you moron?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, if you land on a random planet and you see the ground is white, but it's not cold out at all, do you just randomly start licking the fucking ground to be like, yeah, this is sign.
Oh, and here's the worst part about that. The fucking, that kind of salt, the stuff that like forms in like lake beds and shit, you're not supposed to put that directly in your mouth. It can actually kill you.
Huh.
Yeah, you don't do that. That is something they tell you specifically if you visit the salt lake beds and stuff like that. Do not lick the salt because it can kill you.
Oh man,
But I have
just
actually.
imagining-
Go ahead.
I'm just imagining a situation where Tony Montana's here and this is all cocaine. He's just like, oh, say hello, my little friend. And he's like shooting at the gorilla walker.
But I've actually seen people fucking say like, "Oh, it's so God, it's so annoying because they use that flowery language bullshit and shit where they try to read too deep into things." I have actually seen people try to say like, "Oh, the red streaks represent the blood because the damage being done to the planet and everything." I'm just like, "Shut the fuck up, you pretentious pieces of shit."
Tentacle dude, you should lick the salt beds now.
And then there's a cloud with lightning, then several lightning bolts.
I fucking love that.
Magnificent.
A grand and intoxicating innocence. Yeah, again, these craft just make no fucking sense. Somebody else point out in chat, and this point I wanted to make as well. Like, why would you ever use these as military craft, right? Because this is a craft that requires digging into the ground, so that's just constantly going to be degrading your craft. And it digs into the ground, so it leaves a trail directly back to your fucking base. Like, good fucking God.
Yeah, it's really bad. You know what the really funny thing is? When I first saw the commercials for this movie, and I saw this scene where they're like, specifically the cinematography for this planet, I the first thing that came to my mind was, why are they fighting on top of a red velvet cake? I was like, did they get shrunk down and now they're fighting on a red velvet cake or something? Like, what the hell has happened to this series?
Yeah. Oh God, Exhumed Legume. Tony Montana be like, it wasn't cocaine. It was crushed Altoids. I added the Altoids bit, but I've snorted Altoids before. Cause you're young and you're stupid, and it's like, oh, people snort coke. What do we have that's like coke? What if we crush up these Altoids?
I was going to a summer camp once, and there's a bunch of us in this van to go there. And I think we all had pixie sticks, and some of the kids were like, "Oh, let's snort it like coke," and some of them did it and started burning and they started freaking out. I was like, "Huh, okay, I'm not gonna do that." Because I didn't want to do it in the first place. Because first of all, what a waste of candy. But second of all, what a fucking bad idea.
Yeah. Ours became like a test of your manhood at that point. It was like, oh my God, he did it. It hurts so fucking bad. I think it doesn't hurt. You're just being a fucking pussy.
Yeah, I remember when I was young, which, oh my God, it's hilarious. The whole fucking Jackass thing, like, oh, these are done by professionals, don't do it. So it's like, there was no point to even doing that. The moment a kid watches that shit, that all they think is, I want to do that too.
Yeah.
So that was fucking dumb.
They will start going do 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 as they're doing like the theme song as they're carting themselves on the playground. It's like, oh my God, stop.
Yeah. So I grew up in that era when that was super popular and stuff. And I remember me and my friends, we would always do dumb shit like this, where we would intentionally try to like do dumb shit that could potentially hurt ourselves, but it was like, oh well, it just shows that you're manly enough to do it.
Exactly.
And one of the things we did was we were watching South Park, of all things. We were watching South Park at my house on the we have like a closed off porch with a TV on it. And we were out there watching South Park, and we all decided, let's snort salt.
Oh.
That went well.
God. Thank God we didn't follow South Park and try to, like, snort the fucking KFC gravy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's not just any red velvet cake. That's pure white Coke.
White Coke.
But anyways, yeah, back to Crate is so well designed. So a flat white plain and then a fucking mountain range.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what you
literally-
classify as a good design?
Yeah, literally no deviations in this plane. No hills or anything like that. Because the way mountains are made, it is when two plates slam into each other and they grind up and they form a mountain. Because it's two tectonic plates pushing against each other.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that in this collision, no hills or anything anywhere. It's just perfectly smooth. Smooth as glass, all the way up to this mountain range.
Well, not even that. It's just visually boring.
Yes.
And then I guess you have the red underneath to try and
spice it up a little bit.
Spice it up a little bit, but then even that, it's like, okay, so there's a layer of salt on everything, so does it rain salt? And if it does, like, wouldn't that be akin to a sandstorm where, like, sand will batter slowly sand something down over ages?
Yep.
So why is the rock face so rough still?
Yep.
But then again, what the hell is the red stuff? Because the red stuff is powdery too, because you can see it when it's hitting the ground. The bolts are hitting the ground that flies up when these dumb fucking ships on a rod are flying through. They're kicking up the red part as dust too. So what the hell is the red? Is it more salt? Is it like weird red salt?
Yeah, I don't know. And unfortunately, these kind of movies, especially with directors like Rian Johnson and shit, they don't give any kind of like context or lore for any of these planets. It's literally just, oh, look, it looks cool. That's all that matters. We're not going to answer any questions about how it formed or anything like that.
But the funny thing is, it doesn't even look cool. That's the part that's
No, it
annoying.
doesn't.
No,
but
it
they
really
were
doesn't.
also so fucking proud of this that they centered a lot of the promotional material out of a white and red motif.
Yep.
Yep.
That's what the fucking movie cover, movie posters are. That's what we used for the thumbnail today.
Truly phenomenal. Cinematography wise, this film blows most other big blockbusters away.
I disagree.
I'm gonna need some hard evidence on that one.
Also, this is such a pointless thing. It's like, yeah, I expect my modern blockbusters to look good. I expect them to have high quality CGI and all this stuff. This is an expected part of cinema viewing nowadays. That's literally a part of modern cinema viewing. What matters is it well written? Does it have good characters? Is it consistent? Does everything make sense? Those are the important things, not, well, it looks amazing. Yeah, well, so does every other fucking multi-billion-dollar fucking movie that comes out nowadays. Who cares?
Well, we can't actually say that. We can't
no,
actually say
not
that
anymore.
when a lot of them look like dog shit.
Yeah, God, look at fucking Thor.
She-Hulk.
Yeah,
Rings of
She-Hulk.
Power.
Oh.
But yeah, it should be the base expectation that 2015 CGI is going to look better than fucking 1985 CGI.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, a realistic looking character in 2015 done in CGI should look a hell of a lot better than the Terminator in Terminator 2, whenever that came out.
Xenomorphs in CGI should look a hell of a lot better than a man in a suit, and it doesn't, and it makes me mad. God, though, the Aliens movie holds up so fucking well. There's only a couple shots that are pretty rough, but that's because of
Yeah.
the new resolution. But oh my god, that movie holds up so fucking good.
Yeah, that was great. I love
Especially
watching that again.
That great fucking moment when Hicks is trying to pull Hudson out of the floor, and then Xenomorph dive tackles at him, and Hicks does the roll back, shooting the Xenomorph as it flies over him and kicks it off of him. Such a good fucking look. Imagine setting that up for the scene of the guy in the Xenomorph suit having to trust to dive forward, and Hicks is going to support him with his weight on that one foot so he can continue the throw. It's so good.
I love the fucking bit where the queen alien sneaks onto the ship and fucking impales
Bishop.
Bishop, and then just like rips him in half. It like brings it up to her and just and just rips him in half, and it looks so good.
Almost in a seamless cut, you see the body hit the floor, and it's already done a cut in the editing, and it's back to the actor with his body, his torso in the floor. It doesn't look like it though, because it looks like the body's still bouncing a little.
Yeah.
It is so fucking well done.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was like, God, I forgot how good this movie fucking is.
Yep.
And you also almost kind of feel bad for him because, like, yeah, he's a robot, but he was still a good guy as compared to the last one that went fucking insane in the first movie.
Well, plus he also straight up says, like, you know, I don't want to die. It's like I'm volunteering to do this, but I would rather not because
He's like, I'm not stupid.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
stupid. I actually want to survive.
I forgot about that line because it's been years since I've seen it, but I just remember that he was a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He was. Though there was that thing where a lot of people in my chat who hadn't watched it before, they were like, oh, fuck you, he left him behind and stuff like that. And there were a lot of them because of the first movie. We watched Alien. So a lot of them were very much, I do not trust the robot man.
And that, hey,
Yeah.
you know what that is, Satch?
What's that?
It's a real good fucking subversion, isn't it?
Well, that's what they were saying too. They were like, oh God, wouldn't it be amazing if they subverted our expectations by making the robot not evil? And that's exactly what they did.
And then we get Prometheus, where the alien, or sorry, not the alien, the robot man is super, super evil.
Where the robot man made the Xenomorph. I fucking hate that so much.
God, yeah,
the Xenomorph should have just been an alien race. The fact that they needed to be a bioweapons program is so stupid.
Yeah, I don't like any of that shit. I don't like any of the movies after 2, honestly.
Yeah, 3 I'm okay with. 3 is distinctly okay.
I don't like 3. I especially don't like the way it opens.
I mean,
I've heard
that's fair,
there's good elements to 3, but I still haven't seen 3, but I remember hearing how it opens, which undermines the ending of 2, and it's like, so that was a lot of that was for fucking nothing. That's great, wonderful, thank you, film.
Yeah. It did establish other aspects of the Xenomorph where the Xenomorph is dictated on what host species it takes.
I did like that. I did like that addition. I just wish the rest of the movie was good.
Yeah, same.
I think I didn't like that element before, but I've grown to like it more.
I liked Ripley's sacrifice. Not gonna lie, I liked the sacrifice. I did.
I did like that part too. I did like her sacrifice. That scene, I remember that scene very vividly. That is one of the parts of the movie that stood out to me. Was like, oh yeah, this is good. Like it was that scene that actually made me think, like, man, this could have been such a good movie. It could have been such a good movie, but it just wasn't.
And then we get Alien Resurrection, which
we got the fucking clown show.
Oh, dude, I cannot wait. Halloween. So for anyone that doesn't know, we're gonna be doing Alien 3 this Saturday, and then for Halloween, which shouldn't even be like 2 days later, for Halloween we're going to be doing 3 movies. We're gonna do Alien Resurrection, the Dead Space movie, and then The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. So just kind of have like a horror send off to Halloween for ending off Spooktober.
I watched both the Dead Space movies years ago. Which one are you watching?
We're going to watch the original one, the one that was released just prior to the game to kind of set up the backstory of the game.
Nice.
Yes. I have not seen any of the Dead Space movies, so I'm very interested in that one.
I vaguely remember enjoying it, but I can't speak to like how good it is. The Thing is fucking amazing, though. Holy shit!
Yeah, that is my favorite
That's what we're gonna
horror
end
film.
off with. We are going to end off with The Thing.
The Thing is my
Nice.
favorite. I like it a little. Like Aliens is definitely up there on my list of favorite horror movies, but The Thing is definitely my favorite. So very looking forward to that one. I'm looking forward to the Dead Space movie because I haven't seen it. And honestly, I am looking forward to Alien Resurrection just because it's a fucking so bad it's good movie.
Yes, it is.
It
One of
is
those.
so hilarious.
Yes, his little. My favorite part is when he perfectly bowling ball rolls the grenade into the pod. Then he stands there and snaps a crisp salute, and then gets eaten by Xenos right after. It's so
Yeah.
fucking fun.
It's hilarious.
Which one was it that had Charles Dance in it? That's 3, right?
That's 3. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I need to watch that movie at some point because more Charles Dance is just a good thing.
Mm.
Have you seen Last Action Hero Such? Have you streamed that to your community?
I haven't streamed to a community, no.
But you have seen it.
A long time ago.
You should maybe stream that for your community. I watched it a couple years ago, and I really enjoyed that movie.
Yeah. Right now we're still sticking with horror because it's Spooktober.
Well,
then,
yeah.
Then
but,
November opens and we'll be able to do all kinds of movies. And then for
I
Christmas,
didn't mean for October, especially after you just outlined your plans for the rest of the October streams.
Yeah, that's fair. And then for Christmas, for December, I'm only gonna have one Christmas movie. Honestly, I think I'll just open up December to be everything. The one Christmas movie we will be watching in December will be the Saturday Showtime closest to Christmas itself. And that movie we'll be watching is Joy of Noel. It is a fantastic movie about World War I, the Christmas truce. It is a fantastic movie.
Nice.
James Pagwip asked in chat if Setch had seen the original Predator movie, which, funny enough, all 3 of us watched that recently together.
Yeah, we did.
God, that was fun.
I'm glad we watched that.
I could watch Die Hard in December. That would be fitting. Without it being, it's not really a Christmas movie, but it is a Christmas movie. It's a movie set during Christmas. So yeah, we can watch
all
Die
jokes
Hard.
aside about it being a Christmas movie, I don't know. I always thought those jokes were silly because just because the movie is set during Christmas doesn't mean it's a Christmas movie.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, granted. Actually, we might do more Christmas movies, because now I'm thinking we do Die Hard during December. We're going to do Joy of Noel for the actual Christmas movie. And then I think Jingle All the Way would be a fantastic one. That movie is fucking hilarious. And if you've never seen Jingle All the Way, you need to tune in. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, and it is funny as fuck.
So, I can't remember when EFAP released their EFAP movies of it. It was either last year or the year before.
Mm-hmm.
But I almost fucking choked. Actually, I did choke. I thought I was going to die for a moment. Because those chocolate-covered cherries with the syrup?
Mm-hmm.
I fucking love those things.
I do too.
And I was eating those while I was watching it. And something made me laugh really fucking hard. And I got the syrup caught in my throat. I was like, oh, that's not good. And then I realized, oh shit, I can't breathe. And I was like, I got up, I charged to my door to try to get out of my room to get help. And I managed to, like, either the syrup melted away in my throat, or I just was able to cough it up, and yeah. Very scary. Very, very scary.
I think my favorite part is, stand back, this is a bomb! And then he puts it down and he runs. And then the police are just like, whatever, he's fucking lying. It's just a postal worker just pulling our leg, and he lifts it up, and then it turns to him outside running away, the postal worker, and then you just hear and see smoke come out of the building, and he turns his head back, he's like, that was a bomb? There are sick people in this world. Sick people.
Also, fuck, rest in peace that guy. Sorry to his fucking family.
No, it goes back to the police officer, and it was like a massive firecracker explosive.
Oh.
So he's just got the cartoon smoke all over him and everything.
Oh man, one thing I will say, as shit as fucking like Nostalgia Critic is, I do find his coverage of Alien Resurrection like somewhat funny. Some of the jokes were actually pretty funny in that episode. I really like the one where they have the scientist has the 3 aliens in the pin interacting with each other, and then they start killing the one so that they can melt the floor to get out. And I like the Nostalgia Critics little thing of like, okay, well, we got to decide who's gonna die. Like they ask like celebrity questions and shit like that, and then they kill the one that has like a wrong opinion about a celebrity. Like that was pretty funny.
I think Danny DeVito is overrated. All right, kill him.
Yeah, kill him. He's like, no, wait.
I just love the look on the Xenomorph's face too, as the smart Xenomorph who realizes what the button is and everything and is telling the others what to do, looks over at the other Xenomorph that's near the window with the scientist. Then they both turn and look back, and the one looks between them like, guys, what are you looking at?
Yeah.
No!
Yeah, the fucking one in the middle's like, no, this isn't fair. It's not fair. And they just like rip them apart. It's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's not fair.
It's not fair. I wanted to be the one that escaped and helped Mom. No! Oh God. Anyways, back now that tangent has gone.
Yeah, I was
wild
about
places.
to say. Anyways,
In fact, my favorite shot in all of Star Wars is this one.
This is your favorite
Really?
shot
This?
in all of Star Wars.
opinion discarded.
Yeah.
Not one of the most famous shots of all time with Vader holding the Emperor aloft as lightning is shooting from his fingertips. No, not that. This is your favorite shot of all time.
Not Luke in the tree facing off against Vader, only for the mask to explode and reveal Luke's face with inside the suit. Not... Okay.
Yeah.
People are allowed to have opinions, and they're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah, I just don't know how. I would have to ask, how is this your favorite shot? Hopefully he explains how this is his favorite shot in all of Star Wars.
The red salt,
tough sell, but yeah.
The red salt. It's not red salt.
symbolizing the blood-soaked battlefield from the massacre that the First Order just committed.
What massacre? They killed like half a dozen, more than half it. They killed like a dozen ships.
Yeah, what massacre? Oh my lord, dude. What? Good God.
And Luke's just gonna walk out into it and stare them all down? Spectacular. But we'll talk about the climax more later. I also love the way the Force voice chat scenes are shot and edited. The sound design on them is great, as is the way Rey and Kylo almost connect before Luke busts their sleepover wide open. I also have to give props to the actors.
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know.
This went
This
off
is-
the rails hard.
This is just visuals good. I like visuals. This looks neat because I'm pulling meaning out of here that I have to invent for
Yeah.
it to be good.
Yep.
Oh man, look at all the red salt, because salt is red. We all know salt is red. All salt is red. Have you ever seen non-red salt? I don't believe that you have. It represents blood from the massacre that happened. You know, the massacre of the 12 people who just died.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
Have
for
fun
really
with that, I guess.
Yep.
selling a lot of the garbage dialogue. There's really not a bad performance in the bunch once you separate the characters from the acting.
There's not a bad performance in the bunch. Are you serious?
Well, I mean, I can't think of any performance that particularly stands out as being great to me, but I find that to be probably an issue of the script and direction than anything else. Because first of all, most of the characters don't really have a role where they can really emote or really show off their acting skills.
Yeah.
And the rest is just stuff like Shrek here, where it's like, oh, this beautiful town, I wish I could put my fist through it. It's terrible. You know who
That was a
you know
great
who the
performance,
richest
let me tell
people are? It's the war profiteers. Isn't that bad?
Like, no, not really. They were opportunists and they capitalized on it. Oh, wow.
Yeah, because the war was going to happen regardless. It's not their fault that the war is happening.
Yeah, now, if they're the ones that directly caused the war, absolutely, they're the problem. But if now that war has already happened and you're just profiting off of it, oh well, war's already going on.
Yeah.
You can't fault the actors and actresses when the writing is terrible and Ruin Johnson is the director. You can to an extent, because there are people that can take really bad dialogue and elevate it, like Matt Smith did with Morbius. That dialogue is awful, but he does his best. Okay, he does his best. He is handed a plate of feces. Have sex. Excess. It's like, yeah.
I still believe he had fun with that movie. I genuinely do hope he had fun with that movie.
I hope he had fun with that movie too, but my god, man.
He morbs super hard. You
Yep.
could even say he morbs the hardest in the entire movie.
He does. He does.
He's got
Everybody...
super strength, and he's doing push-ups that won't benefit him at all just because he can.
Yeah,
the dude is a fucking legend.
Yeah, and it makes sense in character too. There are push-ups that won't benefit him at all, just because he couldn't do them before. Oh god, yeah. And the best part of that movie was when Dr. Morbius looks at me and he says, "Oh god, you're Morbin."
I genuinely want to watch that movie again. Look, all memes aside,
No.
I do.
Yes. No.
Yes.
No.
No.
After I finish the Rings of Power video,
Oh no.
I'm gonna fucking watch Morbius, and I'm gonna goddamn enjoy it.
Oh no.
All memes and jokes aside, I find that movie fucking funny, and I genuinely enjoy it for how bad it is.
It is incredibly awful.
God,
see, that's the thing too, is I don't want to say it's incredibly awful, because it's just kind of like, yeah, it's bad, but it's not The Last Jedi, it's not She-Hulk, it's not Rings of Power, it's just like your kind of average standard bad movie from like 20 years ago.
Okay, okay, fine. It's The Room bad. It's the Birdemic bad.
I wouldn't say it's even on that tier. It's better than that.
I disagree. I strongly disagree with it being better than that. I think it would be as enjoyable because it's that bad.
The first movie to make $1 billion. Yes.
I wish we had recorded our initial reactions to that film. We should have done that.
We did.
Did we?
Yeah, the problem was, because I was sharing it with you in a totally legal way, that means that your audio and the film's audio were on the same track and need to turn it up so you could hear it, so the movie drowns you out a lot.
Damn.
Mine,
but
I still have
there's
all
probably
the...
some stuff we could extract from it.
I still have all the
Maybe.
documents. If I go back enough, I have all the documents from my chat when we were watching it for the movie. And we were losing our minds, and I was pointing out shit like, how the fuck does he have superpowers now? And they're like, well, he stole one of the vials. I said, no, motherfuckers, he did not steal one of the vials. I'm gonna go back right now. And then we went back, and
That's something Pagan noticed when we watched it too.
And the vials are still on the table. He did not take a single vial. How the fuck does he have superpowers?
Yeah, that was something I commented on when we watched it as well. Man, our reaction, we had some great reactions during that movie. That's why I was like, I couldn't remember if we recorded it or not. And I was like, God, I wish we had, but apparently we did. So I'm glad that we did, because man, we had some great fucking reactions to this shit.
One of my favorite parts is where the writers clearly had the idea of writing like the wind from a subway train, because like, yeah, you go by a sub train goes by and you feel the wind that it produces as it's moving. So of course Morbius would ride that, right? Because he can use the airwaves to fly. But then they have him jump in front of it.
In front of it! It makes no sense! I'm like, you would get sucked either above or below it or to the sides and just get ground into paste. But no, they're just like, no, it makes sense. We're not going to have him go behind it and get dragged with it. No, he's going to jump in front of it, which would have just crushed him.
even following the air currents from a train behind it would be really fucking dumb. But at least you could sort of say it makes sense
Well, I mean,
within this world. Whereas jumping in front of it, just no.
well, it would make sense in the real world too, because what you're doing is you're getting rid of the air resistance in front of you. It's why
Yeah.
people do stupid shit like fucking tailgating a semi, because the semi is breaking the wind for you, so it makes your car have to work less hard. You burn way less fuel if you do it. Guess what happens if the semi's got a brake, though? Guess where you're going?
Yeah.
And by the way, it ain't, I ain't just referring to going underneath the semi, I'm referring to you're on a fucking morgue slab. That's where you're going.
Alright. We need to get through like 4 minutes and 10 seconds before we cut this off to cover the rest next week.
Yeah, let's do it.
We could do it, goddammit.
Yeah, just like
Maybe-
3 more hours, and we'll be
Maybe
done.
Laura Dern is a little miscast, but otherwise everyone gives their A game and their connections with each other feel so natural.
Everybody
No.
gives their A game,
No.
and their connections
No.
Everyone
feel so
feels natural? No. No, 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 no.
What's natural is like the reactions between Luke and Han when they first meet in the original trilogy in A New Hope, where, you know, Luke is this farm kid who's kind of talking back to this experienced smuggler who isn't really taking his shit. And like that comes across as far more natural than any interaction in this movie. Are you fucking paused on that? Oh, he's using that as an example. Are you fucking No, hold on.
No.
Sorry, I just saw you're on a different frame than me, and we have to address this.
Even Finn and Rose have good platonic chemistry before Ryan massacred the goodwill I have for their relationship. And I
Okay, at least
No.
he said that was bad before it massacred the relationship. But like even before that, their interactions were not great.
Yep.
Yeah.
God, we don't win by destroying what we hate. We win by protecting what we love. And it's like, you're a fucking idiot.
I swear to God, if he had said that that was actually a good part of the film, I was going to lose my shit.
That's why I had to unpause there, because that's what I thought he was going to do. Thank God he didn't. Credit where it's due. He didn't say that was good.
He might
but
later say that that's a good moral, or like this movie has good morals. Because remember, he's doing this weird section breakdown thing.
Yeah, this does not work well for a video format.
Yep.
I think it's no surprise that Adam Driver absolutely carries this franchise on his broad shoulders. He has the one consistently great character in all 3 of these movies.
Consistently great.
What
the crybaby man-child is consistently great. No.
He's also a character that flip-flops a lot.
Yeah.
What do you mean he's good at all? Like, do you remember in fucking Rise of Skywalker, where he's just like, he suddenly sees Han Solo again, and Han Solo was like, yeah, I forgive you, son. But then you realize this isn't a Force Ghost, this is his fucking memory manifesting so he can forgive himself.
Yep.
Then his last fucking line in the entire movie is, ouch. Just fucking the next 20 minutes of the movie, he says nothing. Oh, he did the Han Solo shrug. That's good. That what a great character. 10 out of 10. What?
Most consistent character through this, and he carries it. He's like, he carries it to the fucking dump where it belongs.
If anything, I'd say he's the most inconsistent character.
He is. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's very inconsistent. Like you cannot pin him down throughout the entire fucking series.
Because you have let's just go through this quickly. You have Force Awakens, where he starts off obviously evil, but then he has to like pray to Darth Vader's mask so he stays in the path of darkness. Which, why isn't Darth Vader Anakin's Force Ghost coming out to say, hey, I don't actually want this for you. What you're doing is fucking crazy. I was a good guy when I died. Then we have him confront Han Solo and be all like, you know, I don't know what to do. I need help. And then he forces himself to kill Han Solo. Best faith interpretation, he forces him to do it. Or he forces himself to do it. then he's a full-on bad guy. That's the moment where he's irredeemable. But then The Last Jedi comes along, and it's like trying to do this weird fucking shipping bullshit between him and Rey, where it's like, oh, I could save him, I can fix him, and he gets to the point of, oh, let's discard both the Jedi and the Sith. Let's do our own thing, which, I mean, if the rest of the movie wasn't garbage, might have been a good idea. Might have been interesting to see where that would go, because it doesn't seem like he wants to kill Luke anymore at that point. He just wants to go off and do his own thing. Then she rejects him, so he goes full evil again. Then we go through the same song and dance in Rise of Skywalker, where, you know, he's evil, but then he's like, oh, Rey, I know who she is now. I want her to join me. I want her to like me. And then he turns good because he forgave himself, and then he dies. It is absolutely the most inconsistent character through all the movie.
Yeah. God. It's pretty telling when the one thing I remember about him at all, like whenever I think of Rey, the first thing that comes to mind is just Mary Sue. And then whenever I think of fucking Kylo Ren, I just think of the Mauler the fucking streams and shit they do when they have that running gag of fucking him just going, does it hurt? Like that's all I can think of when I think of fucking Kylo Ren is the fucking does it hurt?
Does it hurt? And D-Nod in chat. EFAP was betting on who would be the most inconsistent character in Rise of Skywalker, and Kylo Ren was exempt because he would obviously be the winner. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's because he sells Kylo's anguish and emotional torment perfectly. And regardless of how he was written, I think it's hard to argue that Mark Hamill's best performance as Luke Skywalker is in this movie. He portrays so much of Luke.
No.
He doesn't even play Luke in this movie. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and Mark Hamill constantly talked about how much he hated this movie and how much this wasn't Luke and everything.
Which he only walked back probably after Disney threatened him due to fucking NDAs.
Yep.
Hey, don't talk shit about our product that you're in that we're trying to sell and make billions of dollars off of.
Yep.
I don't know how you could say this is his best performance when, like, Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi exist. Like, especially those, like, that final confrontation between Luke, Vader, and the Emperor at the end of Return of the Jedi is better than any moment of Luke in this movie. Like, hands down better. There's no competition.
Luke's inner torment so well. One last thing, in case you had any doubts about Ryan's directing abilities, just look at the Lightspeed Ram. I kinda didn't want to talk about this because I truly don't have a defense for it from a lore perspective, but holy sh**, it's the most visually striking and astounding thing I've ever seen in a Star Wars movie. Having
Oh god.
So really, it's just a matter of cool visual effects, so this means it's good. This means I like it.
Yeah.
You really are easy to please. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, this is kind of pathetic.
I do like that he admits he had nothing to defend it with. Like, at least there's that.
Yeah, at least he could say, like, I just like it for the visuals. I know it's bad. Which, thank God, we finally got someone who can actually admit to this shit of saying, like, I know it's bad, but I still like it. That's fine.
Yep.
That is
Yeah,
fine.
we
I
found a
can live with
fucking
that.
unicorn in that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't see how people can look at something that was rendered in a 3D engine for the pure sake of being spectacle and think, wow, that looks so amazing, when, like, there's no meaning behind it. It doesn't, like, it wasn't earned. It doesn't have the impact it should upon the story. It's just kind of there to be, ooh, look, pretty lights, and that's it. If it's been something that had been earned and made sense, then yeah, because it has that meaning. Like, okay, just to give an example, if you have a story where you take a character and then you just randomly cut their head off, it's just like, okay, well, that's a neat effect, I guess. You killed a character, but it's not that special. But then you take the context of Ned Stark and why he's dying and everything that had been built up to that point. And especially including the fact that he is the main character and still has so much more to do. And all that just gets fucking cut off there, where it logically does. Cut off, no pun intended. And then the story has to progress without him, accounting for the fact that the main character doesn't exist anymore and can't do the things he needs to. Like, that is so much more meaningful as a scene than just some rando getting their head cut off.
Yeah.
That's what shit like this is like to me. It's like, okay, cool effect. I'm not impressed by it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially when literally all it is a Deus Ex Machina ass pull that then destroys all of the stakes for the future.
Yep.
Not just that, but it severely weakens the inmate to the point where there's somewhat of a fighting chance for the resistance when there wouldn't have been before. And this was an actual ass pull in terms of writing.
Yeah.
Yep.
God, I was gonna use Edge Runners as an example.
But we haven't
like,
gotten that far yet.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't want to actually spoil anything for you, so I'm not gonna say it. But we do
All
need to
right.
watch that. We need to watch that soon so we can actually start
Absolutely.
talking about it.
Well, considering our plans for the other thing we were going to cover next week kind of went up in smoke, considering we're splitting this into two, maybe we could watch the rest of Edge Runners this week,
Yeah.
or over the next 2 weeks, and cover it whenever.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
Every dramatic beat converge in this one spectacular moment is unreal. From a filmmaking perspective, this scene is a 12 out of 10.
No.
No, it isn't.
What the fuck are you talking? No. It's like a 1 out of 10. It breaks the universe. It breaks the stakes. You can
and
never
it
have...
miraculously hits all these other Star Destroyers, right?
Yeah, even though it was nowhere near that big. That's just insanity. But it completely destroys the stakes for any kind of space battle in the future. Oh, the Empire has risen again, and there's a third Death Star, or fourth if you want to kill Starkiller Base. There's a fourth Death Star. How can we defeat it? Oh, we could just do a holo maneuver. We could just like strap a hyper space engine to like a 1997 Toyota. Don't know why I fucked that up. It just launch it at the Death Star and they'll destroy it. Oh, okay. Are you guys sure this isn't an April Fool's upload? No, because when he's talking about what's bad with the film, he's actually nailing more points than he's getting wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
But only during those... Like, he still manages to get some stuff wrong during those sections, but at least he is hitting some points accurately. Toyota. Look, several examples were spinning in my head all at the same time. I tried picking them, and it kind of merged into like a mutant fucking word.
I thought you were gonna say they're gonna strap Tahoes to them.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a car.
Because, okay, in my mind, I was going to say like a Chevy Toyota. I'm like, wait, those are like different car brands. It's not like a Chevy Cavalier, which is the car company, and then the type of car. That's just two car companies. There isn't such a thing as a fucking Chevy Toyota.
Yeah, my Yamazaki Ford.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I thought you were going to say Tahoe, because I thought you were going to say a Chevy Tahoe.
Nope.
By the way, I have heard people actually call Toyota.
Ah.
I have genuinely heard that. So, but it should be Toyota, but I don't know. I have heard people say it before.
No Kia.
No Korea.
Uh-oh.
What?
No, it isn't Kree. That's the thing with Schlaf. He is degrading. He's slowly becoming worse and worse. And we are at a point where the negatives start matching the positives. Well, I have heard, like someone else in chat mentioned earlier, that his videos have been getting worse since this video came out. So I mean, I haven't watched any of his other videos recently, so I can't really speak to that, but that's what we've been told in chat.
If you hate it because of Star Wars conventions, that's fair. It probably does.
Hold on,
It
what?
definitely does.
Yeah.
Moment is unreal. From a filmmaking perspective, this scene is a 12 out of 10. If you hate it because it breaks Star Wars conventions, that's fair. It probably does. But
no, it absolutely
I
does.
thought about it, and the thing is, I really don't care. So, whatever. Good job.
Okay, that doesn't
I
mean
mean-
anything.
Yeah, your opinion of not caring on it doesn't matter. It absolutely destroys all stakes in the Star Wars universe immediately.
Also, I don't like saying good job to something that's fucking objectively terrible like that.
Yep.
Like, if you
Yeah.
like it, that's fine. We don't care that you like it, but praising something as bad and can lead to more bad writing is just... No, don't do that.
Yeah. Also, I hate when people do this. It's like, is it bad? Probably, but you know what? I don't care. Checkmate, atheists. It's like, no, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. You saying you don't care doesn't fix anything.
Yep.
Did we
Doesn't
miss
make
a
it okay.
super chat?
Threadnought
was asking, oh, it's actually been a while since scrolled off for me. I am going to open up YouTube Studio and check.
Yeah, I'm checking Threadnought because it would have been heck of a, like I can't see it past this point, so it would have scrolled off the screen.
Yeah, I thought we grabbed all of them, but we might have missed one. Supers.
If you haven't read it, I want Pagan to read it. Oh no. Why?
I think we did miss it because I don't remember this being read out. So he wants Pagan to read it.
Yeah, so just send it in the Discord and Pagan can read it.
Yep, I am getting it now. Give me a second.
Yep.
I don't know how we missed that. Sorry about that.
Now you can see all
'cause
the
that
cursed shit I've been posting.
That was... Well, I've seen it this entire time, you fuck. Yeah, this one came right after the one from the Wayfarer about which Gundam is our favorite. So that was quite a while ago.
Yeah, because then I went to go to the bathroom.
Oh no.
All right.
No tangents, Setch.
Oh
Yeah.
no! Oh great.
This is the part where Setch Dressgar goes on a half-hour-long rant about why he doesn't like the first mission in Halo Reach.
They're not wrong either, though. That stream when I was explaining everything wrong with even the first mission was hilarious. And I won't go into any further details, but I will just ask, why the fuck is there a camera inside of a workbox pointing outwards? And then the character grabs it and puts it in her back pocket for no reason.
What?
Yeah. Yes, Halo Reach is mad fucked.
Anyways, we should get back to the video.
Good job, Holdo. I wish I could say that about anything else you do.
Poe and Poldo.
Holdo and Poe's plotline is asinine. I want to get this part over with as quickly as possible because this is easily the part of the movie I hate the most, and I don't feel like talking about it.
I am glad he at least got this one right, because this is one you should never be able to get wrong, but
Yeah.
people still do. Just a reminder, this whole conflict here is what spawned the original "you get to look at women" quote.
Oh my god, yeah, that's right. But you get to look at women.
Bottom line is, Poe was in the wrong. I get why Holdo didn't tell him the plan.
Hold on.
Whoa,
but he's
whoa,
not in the...
whoa, no.
I just praised you for getting it right and you immediately fuck it up!
Poe is entirely in the right here. Holdo is in the wrong. Entirely in the wrong. There is no arguing this point. Poe is correct. This looks like a stupid suicide thing and they're losing people through this dumb hyperspace chase bullshit nonsense. And you're not gonna tell him what the plan is? Why? Do you think he's a fucking spy or something? Like, what's he gonna do? All the spy has to do is literally cut your engine power because for some odd reason you'll slow down so that they can shoot you. now for some reason. And oh, dude, this whole thing is fucked on every level.
Today I've learned to stop putting my faith in people, because the very moment I gave this guy some praise, he managed to fuck it up.
Yeah, he did the exact opposite. He did the thing we constantly see people get wrong about this. No, she doesn't have to. The problem is that she's then surprised that he tries to lead a fucking coup against her nonsense because she won't tell him the plan. She should have told him the plan. This entire thing.
There was no reason to not tell him the plan.
Yes.
He was like one of your top pilots. He fired the killing shot against the Star Killer base. The whole spy thing is just a fan theory anyways, because people need to fucking defend this terrible writing.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the movie to imply she thinks that he's a spy. She just... I can't even say she doesn't like him, because in the movie she literally says she likes him.
Yep.
It's completely nonsense that she won't tell him the plan.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a hot-headed and quick to act on a situation. Oh, so maybe telling this character that, hey, we've got a plan that's going to work, here's what it is, will make him fucking stop and not make any rash decisions.
Yeah.
Like, the whole thing is just fucked. I can't believe this guy actually said Poe is in the wrong.
Yep.
Holy shit. He destroyed the Dreadnought by ignoring Leia's orders, which they could have known at the time that needed to be taken down. That was him just kind of like, yeah, I want this kill. We could take out a Dread... But it ends up being the right decision, because if he hadn't, oh, they would have blown them up immediately after being tracked through fucking hyperspace.
Yep. Granted, the Dreadnought was stupid as fuck. If it had fired at the Resistance ships at all, they lost.
Yeah, it should have done that first, rather than destroying the stationary fucking base on the planet.
Yep. Again, the base can't fight back if you blow up the ships in orbit, and now all the rebels are trapped here and can't leave.
Hell, at that point, you could just fucking glass the entire planet for fun if you wanted.
Yeah. Or just fucking blow it up so you crack the crust or something like that and pop the mantle or whatever and just super kill everybody on this planet. Oh, God. Alright, let's see how much he fucks this up even more.
He's untrustworthy and potentially dangerous. Got it. But the...
No, he's not! He's not untrustworthy at all.
He wouldn't have risen so high through the ranks if he's untrustworthy.
Yep.
Leia wouldn't be talking to him if he was untrustworthy. And as for dangerous, you know what would make him a lot less dangerous? If he knew there was a solid plan, instead of just not telling him anything for no goddamn reason the entire time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the whole time he is watching you constantly lose ship and people in this stupid fucking space chase, and it looks like you're not doing anything. Just keep going straight forward. Do we want to try to maneuver or escape anywhere or send people on left? Just keep moving straight forward. But we're running out of fuel, which will stop us for some reason.
Just keep going forward.
Yep.
And the worst part is, their plan isn't even something akin to what Poe and Rose have in the first place, to go get help from someone else.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a plan like that. Their plan is, yeah, we're going to abandon ship and hope they don't see us through their windows and hide out in this base until they pass us by, and then we're going to come back out, and who the fuck knows at that point? If we're out of fuel, I don't know how we're going to get off this fucking salt planet, but,
Yep.
you know. It would have made more sense for them to try and find help from somewhere. Like anywhere else.
Yep.
I don't know, why not get fucking Lando? Apparently he can rally fucking millions of ships at the drop of a hat. Would have helped if he had done it here.
Oh, absolutely. Or why does the First Order call in for other ships to intercept course these people?
They had like a dozen regular Star Destroyers with them. Just send one out, like hyperspace out, then hyperspace back in, like fucking 2 miles in front of them.
Yeah. It's fucking absurdity.
Yeah, this plot, this dumb space chase makes no sense at all. It would make a lot more sense if they were both extremely limited. And you know what? It would make more sense if it was a situation more like Wrath of Khan, which is a great fucking movie, by the way. But both ships are limited in their ability and their weapons, and things get more and more tense as both ships take more and more damage. And you know, the one side just will not relent, will not give up, will not take the smarter option to just leave. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that The Last Jedi should be Wrath of Khan. It should be its own thing. But that's a hell of a lot better of a conflict than, oh yeah, there's one side with overwhelming odds and resources, and then one tiny little ship that they can't destroy because reasons. Because everyone in the First Order is a fucking idiot.
Yep.
The problem is she doesn't tell anyone the plan. Poe had 4 people on his side with this, and they're not all untrustworthy hotshot flyboys. They also wanted to know what was going on. Holdo is a bad leader, plain and simple. This never should have gotten to the point where a mutiny took place. And there's a simple...
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, that he is definitely more right about, but at this point they do know the plan. Because that's what kind of makes Poe react. Oh, what? We're abandoning ship. That's your plan. That's dumb. It's only after the full plan is explained to him by Leia. Oh, we're gonna hide out until they pass us by. This could actually work.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that people try to defend this with all the dumb, crazy theories that they do is just really annoying. Because it is killed by the movie itself. The moment Poe knows the plan, oh, hey, this could actually work.
Yep.
So
again, the
any
full
comment
plan,
about him being a hotshot or
untrustworthy or anything,
yeah,
is ludicrous.
Completely goes out the window because he is immediately on board when he finds out what the plan is.
Yeah, what the actual plan is, not these weird, like, we're abandoning ship. What? Right now in front of all of those Star Destroyers and the fucking supremacy?
I'm not telling you the plan. Oh, I'm not telling you the plan. Hope is like the sun. Like, all of that instead of just like, so what we're going to do is we're going to load up some ships with cloaks and hide in an old rebel base while the Empire passes us by. Sorry, the First Order passes us by, and they think they've destroyed us once they destroy the ship.
Somebody will stay behind and we'll do a light speed jump as like a last desperate attempt to get away. The Empire will follow. And then while the Empire's gone, the Resistance will live.
Yeah.
And again, he gets on board with that plan. He's like, okay, I see what you're doing.
Yeah, the second he hears it, the very second he hears it, he's on board.
Yeah. Because remember, keep in mind, from Poe and all these other pilots' perspectives, what's happening here? We don't know what's going on. They won't tell us the plan. We're just sitting here. We're sitting ducks here. We can't go out and fight them. We can't do anything. We're just sitting ducks. We're getting shot at. What are we gonna do? What's the plan? What's the plan?
And
our plan is we're gonna abandon ship. What the fuck?
And Threadnought says in chat, and this is a good point too. Again, the problem isn't necessarily not letting anyone know the plan. It'd be great if she did, but she effectively denies having a plan at all, which sets him off. Yeah, because that's Poe's like. That's when he's pleading. Tell us there's a plan. Tell us there is hope. And that's when she does the whole dumb hope is like the sun spiel.
Yep. Which again, might sound good to fucking blue hairs on Twitter or some bullshit, but to a real person that's like, okay, we're fucked.
Yeah, you don't know what you're doing. We are all dead. Wow, thank you. Now I get to live in terror for the next however many hours until we run out of fuel and for some reason start slowing down in space and they blow us up.
Yep.
solution to this problem that everyone has already brought up. All Holdo needed to say was that they were concerned about a spy, and that's why the plan was top secret. In fact, cutting Canto Bight entirely and making this about Finn, Rose, and Poe trying to find the mole within the Resistance would have been so much better.
Well, I mean, pretty much anything is better than Canto Bight. Would that have been better? I don't necessarily know. Like, maybe such a plot could have been good, but I don't know if you can really make a whole Star Wars movie like the B plot, the entire B plot, be about that.
Yeah, because it doesn't really work. Again, because then they would have to be like, oh, the only reason they didn't shoot us out of the sky with the Dreadnought is because there was a spy aboard. But then why wouldn't the spy just be like, I'm gonna be on the planet, you can come pick me up afterwards? Just fucking shoot their aircraft down. They're not going anywhere. I'll make sure no defense is down here on the planet and you can storm the place.
Yeah.
And then you know how much more demoralizing it would be if you marched if you marched Leia, Holdo, and Poe out in front and executed them for the rest of the galaxy to see.
Yeah.
Like, these are your icons as your leaders. Again, none of this really fucking works.
I prefer the Critical Drinkers version. Rose Tico becomes likable. Well, a movie with likable characters is definitely preferable.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I don't know what Critical Drinkers one for this is, so I'd have to watch
Yeah,
it,
neither
see
do
what
I. I may have watched it years ago when it came out, but I haven't recently, so I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, this entire part of the movie is just fucked. Well, the entire movie is fucked, but
Absolutely.
you know.
When Hux first said Resistance tied to the end of a string, I got really intrigued. I thought there was some sort of interesting betrayal in store. But no, it's just a boring lightspeed tracker that Snoke for some reason had no knowledge of? Are you not in charge of this entire First Order? Why was this news to you?
Yep, very good point. Situations like this are kind of annoying because people are like, he's seeing through the cracks. He's seeing the dumb bullshit and why most people are critical of these movies. But then he's still like, no, this other stuff that's also completely fucked. No, that's just fine.
It's fine because I don't care. It's like, what? But you should.
Yeah. Like, how can you take an issue with Snoke not knowing that his own ship has a tracker, but like how can you take an issue with that, but you're completely fine with the Lightspeed Kamikaze because it looks super duper neato?
Yeah.
Like, these two things just don't align for me.
Did anyone proofread this script? Anyway, yeah, Poe and Holdo were both in the wrong as the story is now, but the
No, Poe was never in the wrong. That's the thing. Holdo was in the wrong. Yes, Poe was never in the wrong. Poe is reacting to the fucked situation he's in.
If you want to go by like strict military procedure stuff, like yeah, she isn't required by military procedure to tell him the plan. It's a really good fucking idea though, and he is absolutely not in the wrong for demanding like, what is the plan? Tell us what the plan is.
Yeah.
For the love of God, I don't want to die. I don't want the Resistance to die. I don't want everything we fought and died for to be for nothing.
And again, if these guys are part, or used to be part of the Grand Army of the Republic, like, there are things where this happens of, like, totally understandable. Like, your leadership is that fucking incompetent that accidents happen. Happens in the real world, too. When you get leadership that tries to hold something close to their chest and they don't want to tell anybody anything like that, and then suddenly an accident happens. The series Band of Brothers actually goes into this because Captain Sobel is a fuck up. He's a complete fuck up. He's training the 101st Airborne Division, but he's a complete fucking idiot. Doesn't know what he's doing. Anything like that. He's an incompetent blowhard he just wants to be an officer. And one of the guys literally says to everyone else, he says, "I will not jump with that man." He goes, "Don't worry, if we jump with Captain Sobel, well, you know how I'm always accidentally slipping with hand grenades, right?" And everyone nods their head in agreement. They know exactly what they're going to do. If they go to Normandy with Captain Sobel, they're going to fucking kill his ass. Yeah, 2 secretive leaders end up secretly buried under a tree. There you go. Is it right? Is it proper? No. Could all of them be court-martialed? Absolutely. But you know what? Sometimes there are people that are in leadership that are gonna get you fucking killed.
I want to grab a comment in chat here too. Oh no, it absolutely is military procedure for everyone who is involved in the chain of command to be knowledgeable of whatever plan a unit has in mind. But this also isn't actually like a proper unit either. Like, I don't know. It just seems like a bit of a different. I don't know. Are there not times where the leadership would want plans to be secret to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
Because, like, would
It depends
everyone
on
on
the
the ship
situation.
need to know what the plan is?
If you're going to form a plan, yes, you're gonna need to tell people the plan. Because
Immediately or when it's put into action? Because those are also two different things. Again, I'm not a military guy, but I'm just like...
It doesn't have to be immediately, but if you start realizing that people are starting to break ranks, if you see morale is plummeting, you need to do it. It has to be before the plan is put into action, though.
Okay,
it
so...
can't be when the plan is starting. No, because that's how fuck-ups happen. You need
Right.
to tell the plan before it happens, but you don't have to, like, a month in advance, say.
Alright. Yeah, we know Poe did nothing wrong. It's just, I just thought there was a level of, I guess, secrecy to certain plans. But if what you're saying is true, then that means the whole thing is even more fucked because, like, yeah, obviously morale is dropping. You should have told Poe the plan.
Yeah. If you get to the point where people are no longer acting with a military bearing, if people are starting to break down and there is shouting match and stuff going, they're openly being insubordinate to higher officers, morale has broken down. It is time to let them in on what is going on.
Yeah.
Because
but according to this,
you're in a death spiral of bad things happening if you don't tell them the plan at that point.
Yeah. But according to this, that means she should have told him the plan regardless of how much he was at. Like, from the very first. Not when he got desperate and morale was starting to break down, but from the very first. She should have been telling him the plan.
Yeah, he is.
This whole plot line was literally just invented for dumb, stupid, fake drama to be happening.
Yeah, he's one of the commanders here. He is one of the leadership. He should have been informed of the plan. Especially being leadership. The fact that he wasn't is ludicrous.
And he's a hero of the resistance, and a lot of people trust him, which is probably why he was able to get people on his side for the mutiny.
Yep. And again, you can actually have legal mutinies too, which gets into a whole fascinating thing. Like, if a medical officer declares that leadership is incompetent, like for health reasons or whatever, like they're not thinking clearly, they're clearly losing it, or they're acting delirious because they're sick or whatever, they can be found medically incompetent and then they can be ousted from leadership legally. Again, you best make sure that they are actually fucking incompetent, by the way. Don't try to be some big Billy Brass Balls. Be like, I am the Navy corpsman here, and I have decided that our squad leader is incompetent, and I'm gonna, relieve him of duty and stuff like that. It's like, you best have all your fucking ducks in a line, because if it turns out that you just didn't like his leadership, oh boy. Your ass is going on the wall.
Firmly on the white lady's side instead of the Guatemalan man? That's a bit questionable, but oh well, you know what?
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 What? I need to go back.
Hold on, I want to hear that again.
Yeah.
On the white lady's side instead of the...
too far. It wasn't far enough back at me.
Was this news to you? Did anyone proofread this script? Anyway, yeah, Poe and Holdo were both in the wrong as the story is now, but the movie is firmly on the white lady's side instead of the Guatemalan man? That's a bit questionable, but...
His race doesn't... The race has nothing to do with this. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if the races were reversed, if they were both fucking robots. That doesn't fucking matter.
Also, I don't. Honestly, this is so shittily written that I can't tell which side the movie is on, because Poe's clearly the hero, so it's kind of portraying her to be the one in the wrong. But then the movie says she was right all along.
Yeah. It doesn't make
It's
any
like,
fucking
which
sense.
side is the movie on?
Today I learned the rebellion had a wing of Guatemalan pilots. Yeah, in Star Wars.
But oh well, you know what? Making your only prominent Latino character into a hothead that constantly needs to be put in his place by white people isn't good. But
God,
Okay.
shut the fuck up with the
What?
stupid race
You
shit.
stupid racist bastard. Okay? That's you inventing this nonsense. It's because you're a racist piece of shit, you moron. God damn, man.
Yeah,
Shit on
this
fucking hate from these people.
Yeah, this is just fucking awful at this point. What is this dude doing?
We're not even really at the halfway point yet.
Yeah. They've got,
No.
yeah, what, 50 more seconds and we're halfway?
Yeah, something like that. I feel like the second half is going to be so much worse. I feel like we're in for a world of pain next week.
Yeah.
at least they
Sorry
didn't
for
add
suggesting this, Keck. You better be fucking sorry,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Got your number now.
a Latino character into a hothead that constantly needs to be put in his place by white people isn't good. But at least they didn't add a backstory where he was a drug-running criminal in his adolescence. Can you imagine? I mean, at least Poe learns a lesson and has a tangible arc, I guess. Whatever, back to not terrible stuff.
The Dagobah Squad.
I called this segment
The Dagobah Squad.
because it's about the 3 characters who chilled on
Dagobah.
at some point in time.
Stop
Luke,
fucking doing
Yoda,
that. Holy fucking shit, you obnoxious
It's not.
cunt.
By the way, it's not him. He just revealed it was his editor that's doing this now. He edited the last 2 sections now.
I
his
don't care
editor's
who it
editing
is.
this
It's
section.
fucking obnoxious.
It
Don't
is.
do this.
It is entirely. Oh god.
R2-D2. These are some of the best scenes in Star Wars, not just this movie. I love Force Awakens, but boy does it love to throw nostalgia all over the place with no rhyme or reason. Oh boy, it's the training ball as seen in Attack of the Clones and some other movie I'm forgetting. Oh look, it's the chessboard as seen in Solo.
The training ball as seen in Attack of the Clones. You mean the training ball scene in A New Hope?
That's
fuck?
his point. That he is actually actively making that joke, Kree. That is actually his point. That's why he specifically did the chessboard in the Solo movie. Get it? He's actively trying to like counteract just how blatantly fan servicey this nonsense is.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't catching the solo one. I didn't see Woody Harrelson there before you mentioned that. I just saw the.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I paused too soon, I guess.
Yeah, I figured out what he was doing from the first thing, and then this just cemented it.
A Star Wars story and maybe something else, I'm not sure. Nostalgia runs rampant in this movie, but Last Jedi is much more subdued and smart about it. When Luke enters the Falcon and reunites with R2, that's already a really powerful moment because of how prominently these two were best buds in the original trilogy. And when Luke tells R2 he isn't coming back to the fight, rejecting the call to adventure in a sense, R2
He already had his call to adventure. Again, it doesn't make sense that he's rejecting it now because he's already involved. This is still the same adventure, just carried onwards. The Empire isn't gone. In this universe, the Empire isn't gone, I should say.
I will say, this is probably the one good moment in the entire movie where R2 plays the Leia clip for him to try and, get him back. Because that does make sense for R2 to do.
Yep.
This is like the one good moment the movie has.
plays him the message that got him into the fight in the first place. This is honestly one of the most touching things in all of Star Wars. This is how—
In
hold
all
on,
of
hold on.
Star Wars? No.
It may be the best scene in this movie, but it's not the most touching thing in all of Star Wars. I am sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. 14 more seconds. Oh my god, and we'll be at 20, which will be slightly over the halfway mark. Woo!
They probably should have cut it off when he did the section transition, so we could like just go on, like start off the next time on a full section.
That's fair.
Whoops.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can. No, we probably won't be able to cut it anywhere in this nonsense, will we?
Yeah, that's the thing, is I have no idea how long this section will go on for.
Yeah. Well, what if we? I think let's just cut it here, and we will start over with the new thing. The
That means we have to do the dumb Dagobah squad thing again.
Yeah, but at least that'll be right at the very start, and we can get the fuck out of the way. Yep.
6 Malaysian ringgits from Pendekar Mando. Thank you. Weird thing, this guy hates Bob, but Kenobi is meh. Book of Boba Fett. So he hates Book of Boba Fett, but he's only meh on Kenobi?
That's fucking weird.
How?
Book of Boba Fett is dog shit, but Kenobi is worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
12-hour stag? No. No,
Yeah,
no,
way.
no, no, no,
No
no.
way. No way.
Not again.
Not. Look, there may be some in the future, but I don't want them to be a super common thing. I don't.
Yeah.
It is hard to be on stream for fucking 12 hours at a time, and I'd rather not if I can help it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to do another fucking Acer Thorn level thing again where we went for like 11 hours.
That was almost 12 hours, my dude.
I know, but officially it was like 11 and a half hours, but yeah, that's why I said again, because it was basically 12.
Yeah. $50 from Alex Hoffman, who said he'd stop spending money because he's out of money.
Yeah, you fucking weirdo. Stop.
Thank you. Good night, guys. Great vid. You guys are great. Oh, thank you. Who needs to eat this week? Lol. Well,
you do.
You need to eat kind of every day.
Jesus Christ.
Look, don't genuinely, please don't overspend to send us super chats.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
But
genuinely,
like,
stop, please, no more.
You just make sure you take care of yourself, okay?
Yeah,
that is more important. I don't want to hear of someone missing meals or fucking losing their home or whatever else because they want to send us a super chat. It's not necessary.
Yeah, trust me, we absolutely appreciate it. All right, and we're gonna grift. All right, that's part of it. You grift because you kind of it would be nice to get paid money for your time, but we don't want anybody to be put out for this. We don't want you to not be able to eat after this. Come on.
Yeah.
Pay your rent or pay for electricity or something. Like,
yeah.
Take care of yourself first, man.
I'm going to rob a bank for Stag.
No!
Shit, are we gonna become a money launder front? Is that what it's gonna turn into?
Oh god. Anyways, yeah, we're going to cut it here, and we'll return to this next week. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated, and have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was good to see you. And hey, if you want to swing by my my Twitch, now we're obviously gonna be playing Heavy Rain. I probably will slot that for the very first game we play in November, because even though Heavy Rain's about the origami killer, I don't know if it's really Spooktober kind of material. So
no.
We'll do a discussion in the Discord if we want to go with that or not. So we'll see.
I definitely wouldn't call it a horror game.
Yeah.
I'd call it a horrible game.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But yeah, feel free to come by there. You can check that out. Obviously, I'm still working on the Halo Reach script. I've kind of have that on pause, though I am finding out more information about like the fact Frank O'Connor was the person who wrote it, which explains why it's so fucking dog shit. But yeah, we're learning more and more about it, but I kind of want to save the the Halo Reach video for after we finish doing Halo Reach on the stream, because the stream chat has been enjoying it a lot. They've been going through it, and they've been having a good old time with everything that's wrong with Halo Reach as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, feel free to come by.
And I've been streaming again as well. I'm currently streaming Elden Ring. I'm building my invasion character so I can start doing invasion streams. Been doing that. Gonna try and stream Monday through Fridays. There may be some days where I can't do it, but that is the current schedule, is Monday through Fridays. Unless there's a stag on a Monday, then I can't do it then. But,
Or a Tuesday.
Yeah, or a Tuesday. I keep forgetting we do Tuesdays as well. But yeah, it'll alternate between those.
I believe next week is a Tuesday, because I'm going on to night shift.
Okay, so then next Tuesday I won't be streaming on a Tuesday.
Yeah. And as for me, the current video I'm working on is in the editing phase, and it is looking to be about 4 to 4.5 hours. That might vary a bit whether it goes higher or lower, but yeah, that's looking what it's going to be. It's fully recorded aside from any retakes that need to be done, and yeah, and I've started into editing it. I'm going to be working that as well, maybe not as soon as we're done here, but a little later tonight I'll be working on that for sure. Probably won't get it out this month unless I really fucking grind it out. Otherwise, yeah, it'll be soonish.
Yep. Yeah, so also $2 from Waylay108. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Here's a couple bucks. Thank you. That's appreciated.
Yeah, thanks.
Very much appreciated.
Vehicles of Peace Limited says, fuck Twitch, love you though. Yeah, I would love to go off of Twitch. I can't really go to YouTube because YouTube requires at least 1,000 subs to monetize at all. And it's like, I don't know if I want to do that, but I will tell you right now, I am going to be going and putting stuff on Rumble. So, there will be those. So that will be a thing in the future, for sure. Let's see, then was this, wasn't originally the plan to do another topic in between in case a video gets split? Just asking because this one will be split.
I think that was for something we were covering before. Like, oh god, what was it? I think we've done twice where we would skip a week and do something in between two other videos because we had guests on for those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if
Also,
we don't have
were
any
doing...
guests on that like have their own scheduler available, like the Lord of the Rings video, Dirk was only available on weekends, not weekdays, because he has a full-time job that has a regular schedule. So every Monday he's busy, so he can't hop on stream on Mondays. So that's when we would skip a week for a video. Like we would do something in between, so it would both parts would be on a Sunday.
Yeah, and I remember one was because we had covered so much Halo. It was like almost nothing but like Halo for like I think like 3 weeks straight.
Yeah.
And we said, yeah, we're gonna break this up a little bit with something else in between because it's been nothing but Halo.
Yep. No, Alex Huffman, I'm not streaming tonight. I will be streaming tomorrow. I stream in the mornings from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's my streaming schedule. I am thinking of changing it. But I don't know, I feel bad for the people that tune in at that time, but it does feel like there are better time slots that I should be going for. But we'll see.
Ooh, yeah, that's something I should mention too. My streams start around 11 or 11:30, and they'll usually just continue until I feel like I don't want to stream anymore. So I've done like one 7-hour one, one 8-hour one, one 7-hour one, one 9-hour one, and one 4.5-hour one so far.
Yeah. I'll probably for the birthday stream, for my birthday stream. I don't know if it'll be on a stag day or not, but for my birthday stream, I will be doing probably a big thing. Just having ourselves a grand old time. Probably playing tons of different games with. I know Ben will be there, so that'll be just a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm not doing any of those fake follower things. I ain't doing that. I want to build it up all honestly. So, Yeah. Anyways, chat, it was lovely to see you all here. Appreciate all of you that stuck around here for the very, very end of it. And yeah. I think we will bid you a fond, good evening.
Yep. Have a good one, everyone. Have a good night.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Yeah, good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
And see you next time.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.